Blasphemous is an action platformer developed by The Game Kitchen and published by Team 17 on September 10th, 2019. And it's a game that I have a ton of affection for. So much affection, in fact, that I was compelled to make this multi-hour video where I play through the entire game, including all endings and special modes. All the while, I'll be critiquing the game's design and story, covering its wild development history, and discussing Blasphemous' strong relationship with Spanish folklore and history. This has been by far the most daunting project I have undertaken, taking over a year to create, but also an incredible journey diving into Blasphemous on this level. The game is generally known as another one of those 2D pixel art soulslike metroidvania games that came about during the video game Kickstarter boom in the 2010s. Blasphemous in particular gained recognition for its incredibly grotesque and Catholic pixel art aesthetic. This is all true on some level, but it's far from the whole picture. Blasphemous does not fit perfectly into the Souls-like Metroidvania mold, and that public perception arguably worked against the game's intended design at points. Catholic inspirations in its visuals and story resonate universally with many, but at its core, Blasphemous is a love letter from Seville-based developer The Game Kitchen to Andalusian culture. Blasphemous is also emblematic of games as a living medium, transforming over the course of 2 years of post-launch patches and 3 DLCs to fully meet The Game Kitchen's vision. And that came on the heels of over 2 years of development, during which The Game Kitchen fought off no shortage of hardships trying to land Blasphemous. I'll be discussing all of this and more at length over the course of this video. Before diving in, I want to acknowledge a few resources that were critical in making the video. The Art of Blasphemous art book and Landing Blasphemous documentary by The Game Kitchen provided wonderful insight into the development and inspirations for the game, and I definitely recommend checking out the links in the description below. I also do recommend playing Blasphemous before watching this video to get the most out of the discussion. And finally, I'd really appreciate it if you'd subscribe to the channel. I have more Blasphemous content on the channel currently and planned for the future. And your support on this video by subscribing, liking it, and commenting lets me know that people are interested in more of this type of content. And with that, let's get into it. It's not the sun rising, but our sins. This quote was added with the Stir of Dawn DLC and ties into the larger themes of the game. It also ties in here with the cold open, where this unnamed woman beats her breast with a statue of the Father, the foundational figure of the religion in Custodia, begging to be punished for her sins, for her guilt to be manifest. This scene parallels the Confiteor, a prayer in Catholic Mass that involves the congregation beating their breast and saying mea culpa, or my fault, 3 times, adding maxima to the third mea culpa to mean my most grievous fault. The woman's prayer is answered, her guilt manifesting into a sword that pierces her heart. This helps set the tone of the game. The quick cuts in perspective of the scene gives a sense of horror, presenting the brutality of the faith in Custodia. An unknown amount of time passes and we see Penitente pull the blade, named Mea Culpa, from the woman transformed into the kneeling stone. This imagery evokes King Arthur pulling the sword from the stone. This presents our protagonist as divinely appointed, as well as taking the manifest guilt of the woman onto himself. This opening explains the setting of the game, Custodia. Custodia is under the sway of an inscrutable force called the Miracle, which tangibly manifests the pains of the soul. This generally explains the fantastical and monstrous designs of the enemies and NPCs, and is also a compelling premise. The game will explore acts of the Miracle and its effect on Custodia. In this video, I'll refer to our character, the penitent one, as Penitente, his name in Spanish, as a means to more easily distinguish him from other penitents during discussion. The game proper opens up with a shot of the Father, the recipient of the first miracle, whose story we'll learn about over the course of the game. We're in the Brotherhood of the Silent Sorrow, a covenant of penitents that made a vow of silence to emulate the Father, who never spoke again after receiving the first miracle. Our character is one of these brothers, a literal silent protagonist. And now we get into the game. I left tutorial messages up as a means to discuss general mechanics. This tutorial is perfectly serviceable, and I always like a tutorial I can turn off or skip. Penitente is hurt, and the first prompt is to heal, showing how to use the Estus-like biliary flask, though Penitente is less into drinking it and more into smashing it on his face. Our character and the other brothers don a stylized metal version of the capirote, a pointed conical hat worn by Catholic penitents in Spain and Latin America, meant to obscure their identity to give attention to God. I dig the visuals of the Brotherhood of the Silent Sorrow. The corpses as landscape are metal as hell and push the brutal atmosphere of the game, and the massive scale of this space adds a fantastical element. At the start of the game, the Brotherhood have all been massacred, including our protagonist, Penitente. This geometry was added in the last DLC, The Wounds of Eventide, but I like how this addition signals to the player a clearly unreachable spot and some floating red particles to indicate that we need some kind of power or something before we can come back and get up there. This immediately sets the player up to be on the lookout for these kinds of obstacles and to keep note of them for later. The pre-do are Dark Souls style checkpoints where flasks are restored, enemies respawn, and upon death you return to the last pre-do rested at. And we're thrown right into the first boss fight. I personally prefer a gentler escalation with some basic enemies first, but it's fine. The Warden of the Silent Sorrow works as a tutorial and boss with his very slow, telegraphed attacks. Blasphemous has no stamina system to manage. Like Souls and Metroidvania titles, the combat is very pattern-focused. The large attack windows allow time for combos, illustrating to players how successive attacks do increasing damage. This fight highlights jumping as a defensive verb. It's all basic stuff, but this fight does a good job reinforcing all of it. This fight also highlights sliding. The Warden's attack forces the player to wait up until the wind-up to slide dodge. You're not often blocked from sliding in Blasphemous like this exactly, but it helps instill the importance of timing dodges. Narratively, the Warden suggests that the massacre was ordered officially by the church. We see him finishing off the injured when we first entered the room. There's speculation that the Warden is the eldest brother of the Brotherhood. I personally think he's a Warden from the Holy Prohibitions, but either interpretation works with the notion that the massacre was ordered by the church authority. Requiem Aeternam pops up upon defeating the Warden. This reference is a Catholic prayer of the same name meaning eternal rest, and is asking that the souls of the departed be hastened to God. This scene is iconic. Penitente takes blood flowing from the Warden's side and fills his helmet as a sort of baptism for the second life he has been given. This is where the game hooked me the first time I played. It's very metal, but it also made me feel like I was controlling a psychopath. Reflecting on it now, this was an intentional move by the Game Kitchen. This is the world of Custodia, and Penitente is part of it. He's not a silent protagonist to be a cipher, there's no role-playing. As will become apparent in the narrative, Penitente's anonymity helps him act as a symbol and puts the focus onto the world. I think this also ties into the perspective of the game with regards to its heavy ties with Spanish history and culture. Blasphemous isn't interested in condemning the past or celebrating Spanish culture without comment, but an acknowledgement of it all holistically. It's also worth noting that Custodia is not one-to-one with Inquisition-era Andalusia. Blasphemous is a video game, and some stuff is there just to be sick as hell. The locked door encourages the player to be on the lookout for a way to return here later. And lastly in here, this establishes these devices as a means to unlock gates. We exit the Brotherhood and arrive at the Holy Line, which kind of functions like tutorial part 2. And Penitente meets my boy Deo Gracias. He's a scribe of the miracle. His penance is to witness and narrate the acts of the grievous miracle. The design is based on Spanish and Latin American penitents dressed in velvet robes and rope as a belt. He's carrying a scroll of parchment, a practice done in Andalusia in some of the oldest processions. And yes, there is a wicker trivet on his face. It helps sift his thick voice affected by the miracle. Deo Gracias gives Penitente the quest that makes up the first half of the game. Penitente is to seek out the Cradle of Affliction in Mother of Mothers, the path blocked by a great door. The door is opened by carrying out the 3 humiliations, which, you guessed it, are in 3 different areas behind 3 bosses. A small nitpick I have is the order in which he describes the areas. We'll discuss this particular topic more later, but if I was trying to guide the player, this wouldn't be the order that I'd list them in. Deo Gracias gives Penitente the Thorn, an item tied into the endings of the game. Narratively, the Thorn feeds on sin and guilt, increasing Penitente's burden. Mechanically, this is tied into a somewhat unintuitive quest. After speaking with Deo Gracias, it's time for what feels like part 2 of the tutorial. We meet the Thief, a very basic fodder enemy. This enemy was one of the first made for early prototypes of the game. This next enemy is the Enraged Pilgrim. They teach us to parry and counter. Right bumper is either parry or deflect, depending on the enemy. The counter is automatic, but pressing attack right again as Penitente hits does a retribution attack, opening the enemy up to an execution. Executions give more fervor, aka mana, and Tears of Atonement, aka experience or souls. But most importantly, they're just over the top violent and a delight to watch. The ochre color of the Pilgrim's wheel is inspired by the design of classic Andalusian carriage wheels. This enemy is the Lamento Fundido, a basic enemy/environmental hazard that is used dangerously later to knock Penitente into hazards. I find restricted movement like this kinda irritating, but these enemies need to be approached slowly anyways, or use the prayer that I'm about to grab. Prayers at a glance are like spells, providing special attacks or buffs, but functionally they're more like a set of tools. Penitente equips one at a time through a menu that can be swapped out at almost any time, letting you choose the appropriate prayer to address the situation at hand. Prayers don't have any special requirements to use, and fervor increases through the natural progression over the course of the game. The first prayer Verdiales of the Forsaken Hamlet is a banger. The item above is another indicator to come back later, and note that it's once again accompanied by red particles. The game really drives home the use of parry and deflect in this section because it's a core mechanic of Blasphemous. That's in contrast to something like the Dark Souls parry, which is a high risk reward option. In Blasphemous, the parry and deflect window is more generous and is a necessary aspect of combat. I like this approach. I want the combat verbs to be necessary and tactical in their use, and Blasphemous achieves that. The air impulse is called an advanced technique here, and while it's not required to beat the game, it has pretty regular tactical use in combat. My PSA for air impulse is that if, like me, you use the sticks to move, holding down on the stick while attacking is fine for combat. However, when using air impulse for traversal challenges, follow the tutorial here and use right trigger and attack to reliably traverse lanterns. Trust me, it'll save you a headache later. Before we pass the little cherubs unremarked, those are the Children of Moonlight, a somewhat necessary collectible to unlock a key item. They also have an interesting role in the world, but I'll talk about their relationship with Penitente's pilgrimage more as it becomes relevant. This is the start of a recurring element where we see the last son of the miracle provide some flavor by making a statement. He remarks how the miracle has forsaken Custodia, and he mentions the turned throne. The last son of the miracle is His Holiness Escobar, the head of the church. The Blasphemous Kickstarter page provides some more context, saying, riddled with frustration at Custodia's insufficient devotion, the High Pontiff heaved his golden throne and turned the entire throne back. We'll learn more about the consequences of this action as we progress through the game. Albero is the last bastion of civilization in Custodia, likely due to the efforts of Tirso and his Kissers of Wounds that we'll meet soon. The word Albero refers to the ochre-colored soil of the Andalusian region. The architecture was inspired by various Baroque buildings around Seville. This place will act as one of the hubs of Blasphemous. Similar to charms in Hollow Knight, rosary beads passively buff Penitente in a variety of ways, from increasing defense or damage to gaining Tears of Atonement when destroying objects in the environment. All rosary beads take up one rosary knot slot, and the number of slots will increase over the course of the game. The beads are well designed, giving meaningful bonuses or abilities. Buffs use phrases like slightly, moderately, or greatly, but even the Dove Skull with a slight buff decreases damage taken by about 10%. Tirso and the Brotherhood of the Kissers of Wounds have been blessed by the miracle to heal sickness and affliction by kissing their patients' wounds. The miracle afflicted Custodia with a sickness that ravaged the lands. This sickness came to Albero, and despite Tirso's best efforts with ointments and medicine, he and his brothers could not heal the congregation. One night, Tirso became so distraught and overcome with grief that he kissed the forehead of the man who had carried the sickness into Albero, and after doing so he could feel the man getting better. And so Tirso and his brotherhood now attend to the sick with kisses, putting themselves and their patients at the mercy of the miracle. Tirso was inspired by St. Francis of Assisi, who according to legend would kiss the wounds of the afflicted. Tirso asks you to bring him herbs for ointments as you travel the lands, the first of Blasphemous' fiddly side quests. One herb must be brought to Tirso before defeating each of the first 6 bosses. This flag is inferred, not stated, making it easy to fail this questline, and I find it very easy to forget to deliver an herb even after understanding this. If you fail to deliver an herb prior to a boss, a kisser will die, marked by a grave in Albero, which also blocks the Mediterranean diet achievement. Here is the first Mea Culpa shrine in another visually stunning cutscene. There are 7 shrines throughout the world, and by taking on the guilt and suffering within these shrines, Mea Culpa is empowered. When I first played, I thought this was what Deo Gracias was referring to with the thorn, but that's not the case. Kneeling at these shrines ascends the level of Mea Culpa, making it stronger and unlocking more combat techniques that can be purchased with Tears of Atonement. It's a relatively basic skill tree with enough choice to make it meaningful. I purchased the plunging attack called Weight of Sin. Unlocking abilities to attack from new angles is huge in Blasphemous, and the plunging attack is immediately useful in the upcoming area. Faithful to the metroidvania genre, Blasphemous is chock full of illusory walls. The first wall is a bit obscure, but as a fan of Souls and metroidvania games, I came to Blasphemous well trained to smack any dead-end corridors that stand out. Continuing right, sequence breaks to a couple of later areas, but right now let's get our first bone and visit the ossuary. As mentioned, Blasphemous was part of the Kickstarter video game boom, and like other Kickstarter titles, features an in-game backer reward. For Blasphemous, this was the Ossuary Bone collectibles. Backers of a certain level got their name included in the game as one of the collectible bones. In the base game, the only incentives to find them were a skin for collecting them all, and periodically bonus tiers for delivering them to the ossuary. The real knock-on effect, though, is how often these are exploration rewards. Getting to a tough-to-reach spot and getting a bone is a bit underwhelming, though getting a few extra tiers does help. The Wounds of Eventide DLC added a boss for collecting 30 of the 44 lost bones, giving a more robust intrinsic reward for collecting them. Ludovico is a member of the Brotherhood of the True Burial, who gather the remains of heretics to give them a holy burial. This was inspired by the Brotherhood of Charity of Seville, who gathered the scattered remains of those deemed heretics by the Inquisition to bury them on consecrated land. Fun fact, in the Spanish language version added in the Stir of Dawn DLC, Ludovico is voiced by Enrique Collinet, lead designer and voice director for Blasphemous. He asks us to bring any remains that we find, which we will do, as the reward for doing so is one of the best prayers in the game. Next is the Wasteland of the Buried Churches. It's an interstitial area with a linear level design connecting many different areas. I'd say the Wasteland is the first proper area and a bit of a bridge in difficulty between the tutorial and subsequent areas. The geometry of the Wasteland is perfect for using the newly acquired plunging attack to strike from above. We're introduced to a couple of new enemies here. We have the dug trio of Blasphemous called the Damned and the statue wielding Crucified. The Damned are inspired by the stonings in the Bible, with the twist being that they're victims of stonings brought back for revenge. This is our first ranged enemy and teaches players that physical projectiles can be knocked away. The pose for the Crucified enemy was inspired by the cartoon Cristo Mal by Miguel Nogueira. They hit hard and act as a good test for the player's slide and deflect skills. Next, we encounter the Shield Maiden, who seems to wield an architectural relief like a shield and wears the head of the woman in the relief in place of her own. Their shield makes them largely invulnerable unless parried, testing and reinforcing parries as integral to Blasphemous combat. They also have a gnarly and well-animated execution. The insta-kill spikes are a somewhat controversial design choice in Blasphemous. However, at launch, spikes were a more pronounced source of pain and complaint. On level designer Enrique Colne's blog, he discussed this issue. Insta-kill spikes and chasms were added for the tension of dangerous terrain, inspired by Dark Souls, which elicited excitement from players with its traps and falls, and the Game Kitchen wanted to do the same. However, the negative reviews after release were predominantly about the spikes. TGK investigated why this was and broke it down to the following reasons. Spike pits were often shallow, so unlike chasms, the ledge grab mechanic would not help a slightly short jump. Also, the decoration of the ledges obscured the actual collision of the ledge, misleading players into thinking they were making the jump when they weren't. This went unnoticed by devs and playtesters because they'd played the game before the inclusion of the area art and decorations for ledges, so they already understood how far to jump. And the cherry on top was a bug where Penitente's guilt fragment that drops upon death could manifest on top of spikes, making for a frustrating situation. This is why, despite spikes being on less than 10% of the screens in Blasphemous, it made up the majority of the complaints. The fix was to adjust collision a bit and to add a bit of coyote time to Penitente's jump and landing, giving players just a bit more tolerance in crossing the spike pits. As someone who played at launch, I experienced this frustration and saw the change. Modern games are complicated to make, and with the ability to patch them, they're living designs that can be changed and tweaked, and this is the story with Blasphemous. This is just one example, a more necessary adjustment to the design that TGK made. Following the release, the Game Kitchen would go on to tweak the game from design to art to the amount of game content in both small and big ways. The Spanish voiceover we've been listening to, added in the Stir of Dawn DLC in 2020, is one such example, and I'll highlight further changes as we come across them. Due to being a major inspiration for the setting of Blasphemous, I wanted to do a very brief history of the Spanish Inquisition. The Inquisition was established in 1478 in Seville and lasted for over 300 years. The goal was to maintain Catholic orthodoxy in the kingdoms of Spain. The recently reconquered Andalusian region contained large populations of Muslims and Jewish people, and many were expelled, murdered, or forcibly converted during this time. And those who were converted or born Christian were jailed and even executed if they did not strictly follow the creeds of the Catholic Orthodoxy. It's easy to see how the land of Custodia, originally named Orthodoxia on the Kickstarter page, was inspired by this period of religious extremism and intolerance. Here we meet Esdras of the Anointed Legion, warriors of His Holiness Escribar, speaking to the spirit of his sister Perpetua. This is the first in a series of cutscenes where Esdras debates with his sister over Penitente's actions, with Esdras condemning Penitente's quest to open the forbidden door into the Mother of Mothers as blasphemy. Esdras' voiceover in particular saw a big improvement not only getting a great Spanish voiceover, but also a redone English voiceover in the Stir of Dawn DLC. Mercy Dreams is the first area of the 3 humiliations, and appears to be a crypt in the wasteland of buried churches. This room contains a confessor statue. When Penitente dies in Blasphemous, he leaves a guilt fragment at the location of his death, and will suffer a penalty to max fervor until it's retrieved. These statues can clear all guilt fragments from around the world at the cost of some tears. These statues are also involved with getting ending A, but we'll talk about that later. The background art of Mercy Dreams received a big upgrade in the Stir of Dawn DLC with a lot more character than the original. The level design here is simple but effective, providing progression through unlocking shortcuts in a way that's very reminiscent of a Demon's Souls level. From this preview, there's a series of discrete rooms featuring platforming and combat challenges. Each room ends with opening a shortcut back to the preview and access deeper into Mercy Dreams. There's a couple new enemies here, the whip-wielding Flagellant and the Acolyte. The Acolytes are based on the altar server of the Catholic clergy who bears a candelabra during the entrance procession at Mass. Their candelabra gives them some reach and can pile on the pain in groups by charging in. They can be parried, but I find the currently unavailable lunge attack to be more effective against them. Flagellants were inspired by the penitents in Francisco de Goya's painting, A Procession of Flagellants. They're relatively easy to dispose of, but often come in numbers and pack a punch when they land a blow. In this room, we're introduced to the Wraith. The visual design was inspired by the sculpture of Christ in the Arms of Death by Ricardo Flecha. This is our introduction to magical attacks which cannot be knocked away by mea culpa. The Wraiths phase in and begin charging a ranged orb attack that can be interrupted by attacks during the charge. The traversal difficulty in this room increases alongside the introduction of the Wraith, whose ability to phase in and out and ranged attack can cause trouble during platforming segments. These rooms aren't too tough, but impatience or a misstep during the traversal challenges can quickly deal a good chunk of damage, and Penitente's healing is still pretty limited. Overall, the scope and encounters are well tuned for the early game to be tense but not frustrating. This is the first combat arena challenge used sparingly in Blasphemous 1. This arena is largely obviated by Verde Alleys of the Forsaken Hamlet. The last new enemy for this area is the Spear of the Cathedral. This enemy combines the garb of a Catholic bishop and also that of a picador, a mounted bullfighter wielding a spear who softens up the bull for the matador. Instead of riding a horse, he's mounted on a chair with an invisible bearer inside of the loom. While bullfighting dates back to ancient Greece, Spanish bullfighting is the most well-known, and bulls and bullfighting imagery have a long history and strong cultural presence in Spain. The combined clerical and bullfighting imagery is evocative and a visual detail that helps characterize the Church of Custodia's perception of their congregation as something to be tamed and conquered. Air impulse attacks work well against the Spear of the Cathedral, keeping them stun-locked and Penitente away from their spear. Hidden here is the small bead of red wax. This and the small bead of blue wax found later are unique rosary beads that will upgrade twice over the course of the game by finding the increasing size in sequence. My minor gripe with this is that needing to find them in a particular order feels a bit fiddly in a non-linear game like Blasphemous. Candelaria is a merchant we'll meet repeatedly along our journey in this pocket dimension that is her store. She's designed to be carrying a ceramic amphora on her back in the style of those found in Andalusian courtyards. Her tent was inspired by Arab tents evoking the Arab cultural presence in southern Spain. I'm a real sucker for the trope of the improbably placed merchant. Each time you find her tent, she will have 3 different set of goods that you can purchase using Tears of Atonement. I grabbed the key of the eldest brother, the item needed to unlock a door at the Brotherhood of the Silent Sorrow. This room brings all the hazards and enemies together as a final challenge before reaching the boss. The escalation in this area feels good as it slowly complicates not only the design of the enemy and traversal challenges, but also increasingly intertwines the two. This is Viridiana, a lady who has been granted a gift by the miracle to assist Penitente. She'll appear in 3 boss fights to assist you, aging each time you agree to her help. In the fights, she'll heal you up to 3 times when you're low on health. I like this as a consideration for the player to choose assistance or not, as a bit of an organic difficulty modifier. Now we're at the bottom of Mercy Dreams, but before going into the boss fight, there's a few loose ends to tie up. The first is a side room located behind an illusory wall. It's a devious arena challenge, and the acolytes will knock Penitente down, allowing the spear of the cathedral to float on over and poke him. Parrying the acolytes is the way to go, but it's trickier with a lot of enemies, and the spears of the cathedral complicate waiting for the acolytes wind up to parry them. So I use Forsaken Hamlet here to soften up and stun the acolytes, giving me a chance to quickly dispatch them and avoid getting ganged upon by the spears. This shows off the strength of the encounter design in Blasphemous, allowing for fast-paced tactical thinking that's really satisfying to put together, especially when you get to end on a cool-ass execution move. The reward is an empty biovessel that can be filled at a sanguine fountain to increase Penitente's max number of bioflasks by 1. Styled after Baroque chapels, with the door itself reminiscent of Christian relics, the Gate of Travel is our early game fast travel, and originally the only fast travel in the game. We travel to Albero and pick up the Bouquet of Time to give to Tirso. As I've said before, the questline is a bit too easy to fail. It would have been very easy to go left from the Predu in Mercy Dreams and fight the boss, before exploring to the right and finding the gate back to Albero. Mercifully, you only fail to get the achievement for the quest, as you'll still receive the linen cloth from Tirso for delivering the first herb, even after a kisser has died. The linen cloth states that it's unable to reveal the miracle under its mantle of corruption. So we head to the fountain in Albero, transported to the dream of the Lake of the Silent Pilgrims. According to the Blasphemous Kickstarter page, the statues were once pilgrims who had been punished and turned to salt by the miracle. The design of this place was inspired by the biblical story of Lot's wife disobeying God and looking back at Sodom, turning into a pillar of salt. The blessed Lord of the Salty Shores was treated as a saint by the pilgrims, and then punished by the miracle for being a false idol by granting him false holiness. He says his name cannot be obtained because it's also covered in salt, so I call him Peter. Peter asks Penitente to bring him objects to bless, hoping that this will let him cross to the other side of the false dream. He takes the linen cloth and turns it into our first relic, the Shroud of Dreamt Sins. The Shroud of Dreamt Sins shows the thoughts of corpses around the world, kind of like the Dream Nail in Hollow Knight. Relics in Blasphemous change how Penitente interacts with the world, either by increased interactions or new traversal options. Relics must be equipped to be active, and Penitente can have up to 3 equipped at once. I don't love needing to equip relics. Choosing which relics are active isn't a particularly meaningful choice. In play, it ends up being a menu text to equip what you need as you play, and that just doesn't feel great. It's not egregious by any means, it's just a bit of unnecessary tedium. On our way back to the Gate of Travel, let's stop at the Mea Culpa Shrine. We're choosing between adding a 4th combo finisher and a lunge attack. I choose the Sacred Thrust, the lunge attack, to give me another combat verb in the form of a mid-ranged closing attack that will come in very handy. Heading back to Mercy Dreams, I have completed essentially all of Mercy Dreams, which does not require access to relics to fully explore it like subsequent areas will, further evidence of it being the intended first area. And now it's time to fight the first major boss. Ten Piedad, meaning have mercy, is found sleeping in a pose inspired by the famous La Pietà statue by Michelangelo. Ten Piedad was a man who spoke with the miracle in his dreams. The miracle became more tangible in his dreams and told him to lie down in the lady's open arms. When the man awoke, he was trapped inside the body of this monster made of roots and bone, constantly in pain and angry. The man is now only awake when the creature sleeps, trapped within its dream. Ten Piedad exemplifies the capricious nature of the miracle, as the narrative of this boss gives no discernible reason why the miracle would manifest in the man in this way, it just does. I love the visual design and fight of this boss. Ten Piedad has a limited but engaging moveset. His attacks are slow and telegraphed, giving Penitente ample time to attack. You can deflect his swipe and stomp, although I'd advise sliding through the stomp to avoid the roots that emerge afterward. He has both ranged and melee area denial with his slam and spitting poisonous roots. I like having the lunge for this fight in order to close quickly while navigating the area denial attacks. This seems like a good time to ask, what is your favorite boss in Blasphemous? Let me know in the comments. With Ten Piedad defeated, it's time for the first of the 3 humiliations. The sepulchres of the 3 humiliations are based on the incorruptible saints in Christianity. This one's inspired by the sepulchre of San Antonio Maria Zaccaria. Incorruptible saints are saints whose bodies experience little or no decay after death, believed to be divine intervention due to their holiness. Prostrating before the saint, Penitente is granted audience and enters the dream. The saint was chosen by the miracle to guard one of the holy wounds of His Holiness Escobar in his dream as a guardian visage. The design of the guardian visages was inspired by golden skulls featured in the artwork of contemporary artist Bill Ellis. This dream is a sort of purgatory according to the art book, a stormy sea full of drowning people, made still and turned into cold iron. The design was inspired by Gustave Doré's Divine Comedy engravings from the 19th century. It's a striking scene, talking to this gigantic floating skull with gold dripping down its face, the endless sunset bathing the sea frozen in time. From the visage, Penitente receives the holy wound of attrition. The guardian tells us that His Holiness Escobar, due to his high penance, endures suffering in his soul in 3 ways, and attrition is one of the 3 sores on his soul that are key to his eternal pain. Attrition in Christianity is a desire to not sin for fear of punishment, instead of sorrow for having offended God. Being referred to as a holy wound may be referencing the 5 holy wounds that Jesus is said to have received during his crucifixion. When His Holiness Escobar saw the lack of devotion in Custodia, he felt that the miracle had turned its back on him and he turned his throne. I believe that it's after this, maybe even when the grievous miracle visited him, that this high penance was enacted, the guardian visages were created, and the mea culpa was formed. We'll discuss further what happened when the miracle visited him, why the mea culpa was formed, and how it's tied into the massacre of the Brotherhood of the Silent Sorrow. But for now, Penitente bears this first mark as evidence of the cleanliness of attrition in his soul. The desecrated cistern is an interstitial space connecting Mercy Dreams, Albero, the Mountains of the Endless Dusk, and Grievance Ascends. The architecture was inspired by the Baños de Maria de Padilla, a cistern named after the lover of King Pedro I, Lady Maria, who is said to have bathed in the cistern. The majority of the area is only available after coming from Mercy Dreams and unlocking the shortcut. This area is primarily traversal challenges mixed with environmental dangers like falling poison that damages and sludge that slows movement. It's not difficult, but requires patience to navigate. Here is a poison version of the madmen seen in the Holy Line, a non-tutorial version. They promote caution, as being hasty can lead to them knocking Penitente into poison, which does substantial damage at this point. With the slowed movement and anonymous looking side rooms, I find this area a bit taxing to explore, which is certainly by design, but not necessarily my favorite design. The Lady of the Six Sorrows upgrades Penitente's health, Her design is based on the 1798 painting Witch's Flight by Francisco de Goya. A common reading of this painting is that de Goya is equating the witches, labeled heretics for practicing rituals and blood sacrifices, to the Church and Inquisition, who condemned them to death through ritual sacrifice. This is shown most readily through the design of the capirotes, showing both the flame design of those condemned to death at the stake by the Inquisition, while also bearing the double points of the episcopal mitre. In the painting, there's also a bystander and a donkey, and the bystander and donkey represent the ignorance and superstition of the population, which definitely comes into play in Blasphemous, as we will discuss. So this de Goya, witch, and episcopal tinged imagery is combined with Our Lady of Sorrows in Christianity, which depicts the Mother Mary with 7 swords piercing her heart to represent 7 sorrowful events in her life related to her role as the mother of Jesus. My takeaway from all this is that, besides a dig at the hypocritical stance of the church on sacrifice, the Lady of Six Sorrows is aiding Penitente due to his devotion and joy in the penance of affliction, allowing him to endure more pain and suffering on his pilgrimage. Basically, she's helping him to get hurt more. This won't be the only upgrade I get in the cistern. This place has lots of early game upgrades, which is good because the subsequent areas will be more challenging. Getting initial health, flask, and fervor upgrades before then makes a big difference. The desecrated cistern can only be partially explored at this point, and will be in the back half of the game before we can fully explore it. This is an effective use of an interstitial space that we'll be crossing through multiple times while we explore the map. And speaking of the map, the cistern is a great place to use the map to mark which of the more anonymous hallways you need to return to. In this room there are the leper and town crier enemies. Lepers wore bells in medieval times to announce their presence so uninfected could steer clear. This is combined with town criers who rang bells to get attention and make announcements. These ideas are synthesized here, where lepers will continually respawn after bursting as long as the town crier remains, like some sort of PSA necromancer. The music is another highlight of this area, and this track, Arpeggios of Ochre, is one of my favorites on an incredible soundtrack. Carlos Viola composed the music for Blasphemous and has an incredible mix of rock, orchestra, and classic Spanish flamenco. In the Landing Blasphemous documentary about the development of the game, it's discussed how difficult the soundtrack was to make and get the tone that creative director Enrique Cabeza and composer Carlos Viola were looking for. The end product is absolutely incredible, providing everything from bombastic tracks for boss fights to melancholic ambient tracks for traversing the ruined world of Custodia, all accompanied with a strong flamenco throughline to add a distinctly Spanish character to the soundtrack. The Shield Maiden returns in the cistern, pairing nicely with the area as roadblocks that lead to a few tense encounters, especially when mixed with lepers. As mentioned earlier, Blasphemous was a Kickstarter game. Developer of The Game Kitchen was started by a group of friends who wanted to develop games together. They worked for a number of years on educational games, eventually having the means to develop a game that interested them. This was The Last Door, an episodic horror adventure game also funded on Kickstarter. While it was well received critically, The Last Door was not a financial success, and TGK ended up downsizing their team to just 3 people on the verge of bankruptcy. This was when they began work on the concept of Blasphemous. CEO Mauricio states in the Landing Blasphemous documentary that the idea to take the project to Kickstarter came from a very simple concept: we don't have any money to develop this game. Unlike The Last Door, which was small in scale, TGK wanted Blasphemous to be big and promoted it as such. The Kickstarter campaign was wildly successful, reaching 666% of their goal at the end of the campaign. This success allowed TGK to bring on additional staff, including level designer Enrique Colone and game designer Michael Ortega. The Sanguine Fountain is where Penitente can pay tears to fill empty vessels, and I have 2 on me. Combined with the recent health upgrade, this makes a big difference for overall survivability. The design for the fountain is inspired by the 1924 Pantheon of the bullfighter Joselito El Gallo by Mariano Benelur. The lore for these fountains is funny. The empty bile flask tells us that there was a well-lived penitent in El Barro who was buried a year prior and had been asked that he be exhumed. When his coffin was revealed, they found blood flowing out of it, and upon opening it, they found blood pouring out of his side non-stop. For whatever reason, the townsfolk rushed to bottle up this blood. It seems that the blood fountains we find contain the blood of this penitent, flowing endlessly around all of Custodia. Mechanically, I find the placement of the fountains just a bit tedious ultimately. You find them out in the world as you explore. If you have empty vessels, you can upgrade them, and if not, you can refill what you have for a price. This is helpful as seen here, because I was out of flasks and now I have them all refilled plus the 2 I just upgraded. The tedium comes into play later in the game, when you get one and there's no fountain nearby and you have to just go find a previous one. Doing this encourages revisiting previous locations, but I'm not really exploring when I do this, and I'd prefer if eventually there was a more centrally located fountain near a pre-do. Here we come across our first oil of the pilgrims hidden away behind an illusory wall. Unlike the fountains, there's no endlessly oily pilgrim in the lore, but instead what looks like a baptismal font. Putting oil on one's forehead is a way to be sanctified, and Penitente anointing himself with oil here to sanctify himself makes sense with it raising fervor. You can see the toxic fog below, and one thing I appreciate about toxic fog over reduced jump height and water is that it's a soft gate. You're not totally cut off from areas with toxic fog, it's just inadvisable and can lead to some foolhardy exploration, whereas the eventual ability to traverse normally through water really just acts like a key to unlock previously impassable areas. You can come back to this room after acquiring the Silvered Lung of Dolphos, but I'm impatient and always end up acquiring the item in the Child of Moonlight while I'm here, and like this time come very close to death for doing so. But I like the freedom to make that decision even if it's not in my best interest. I get the Black Grieving Veil, which we'll discuss more later, and I'm down 3 flasks, but alive. And with that, we've explored the nooks and crannies of the cistern that we can for now. The shortcut connects the cistern back to Albero through the breakable wall besides the ossuary, where we pop up for a quick heal before beginning the journey into the Mountains of the Endless Dusk. The Mountains of the Endless Dusk is the gateway down into the Grievance Ascend spoke of the world. It's another instance of Eternal Sunset imagery on top of that discussed with Tirso. It's also another instance of frozen time imagery like that seen in the Guardian Visage Dream, as an ocean frozen in time turned to iron. Here is the Phalaris, named after the Phalaris Bull, a torture device from the Roman Empire, brought back during the Inquisition where convicts were put into a bronze bowl over a lit fire. This slowly killed the convict as the bowl heated up, and their screams of pain from inside sounded like a bull. The enemy design features the bronze head of the Phalaris Bull combined with Spanish bullfighting imagery. Their garb was inspired by the embroidery of bullfighter suits, and they pull banderillas out of their back and throw them at Penitente. The iconography of bullfighting combined with the Inquisition torture devices illustrates the church's dehumanizing treatment of its congregation, with the church as the matador and the congregation as the bull being ritualistically sacrificed. They're well rounded mechanically with both melee and ranged attacks. Simply crouching near them is an effective strategy, though not nearly as fun as staggering them with a lunging attack and triggering their brutal execution. Normally an enemy is introduced alone before they're incorporated into more complicated mix-ups with other enemies, but in this case the Phalaris enemies act as a lure to provide a surprisingly cinematic introduction for the Esculone. The Esculone continues the tradition of using church bells, this time as both a form of protection and implement of pain. Their attack has a slow wind-up and deals good damage if they bonk you. I love the sound design of this enemy, the dong that occurs when they run into you or the wall. They're relatively easy to dispatch when you can get behind them and attack the bearer of the bell, but being knocked around can put you in hot water quickly. The next enemy is the winged face grunt, inspired by Roman mortuary masks. They're more bark than bite, complicating platforming but not being any real threat at this point. This is a unique encounter with a sort of mini-boss, Perpetua, and we've got one chance to defeat her here to receive a prayer bead early. Perpetua is the deceased sister of Esdras, and she's able to communicate with him from the dream and apparently also manifest. I think she's trying to protect Esdras by stopping Penitente, who, as we saw before in Mercy Dreams, intends to confront Penitente if he completes the 3 humiliations and open the forbidden door. Perpetua was a member of the Anointed Legion, the personal army of Escobar in the church. At this point in the game, Penitente is unlikely to have a prayer that deals damage vertically, so this fight relies heavily on air impulse to get multiple hits on her as she hovers in the air between attacking with patterns of lightning strikes. She'll occasionally charge, but with Penitente in the air so often attacking her, this charge is likely to miss as she charges forth into the air where you were at the time of the wind-up. This fight acts as a preview for her role in the fight with Esdras, as well as preparing you for Esdras' lightning attacks. In the base game, this appearance and her return during the fight with Esdras was the extent of her role in the game, but with the Wounds of Eventide DLC, her importance to the story greatly increased, and we'll meet with her again. Redento is a genuflecting pilgrim. Their role is to walk, looking down at the earth with a Spanish botillo around their neck and their hands tied behind their back, following the guidance of the miracle. Redento is doing just this, but he has one problem. He keeps finding obstacles in his way. He's the Sigmar of Blasphemous, and Penitente regularly finds him unable to progress and helps him overcome the obstacle to continue his pilgrimage. This first time he is stumped by the gigantic pit of Yondo between him and the path forward. As I demonstrate here, a core part of the level design is avoiding the painful ringing of bells. Yondo is a deep pit constructed to amplify the ring of a bell to be heard in other lands. Yondo is taken from Cante Yondo, an old form of flamenco that is deep and emotional. Accompanying the bells are bell-ringing enemies who activate the bell environmental challenges. Yondo also features moving platforms that need activated to explore the area, and often include combat and platforming challenges during the ride. This enemy is the Acerado, meaning sawn, and they're one of the more gruesome looking enemies in Blasphemous. Their design is based on a torture where the victim is bisected by a saw, and this enemy throws their saw at Penitente like a boomerang. Acerado can be a real pain in the ass, throwing their saw at dead angles, and they're often paired with melee attackers like the Flagellants. In this gauntlet, the winged faces present an obstacle as we move, and an Acerado waits just off-screen to ambush and complicate the encounter. The more difficult enemy encounters signal that this is a step up from the Wasteland of Buried Churches and Mercy Dreams. However, in games like this which have a Souls-like association or a reputation for being difficult, these difficulty bumps, meant to indicate to a new player that this should be done later, can be misinterpreted as being hard just to be hard. Add in that it's typical for metroidvanias and souls-likes to not hold the player's hand and encourage exploration, and it can compound and lead to a sense of desperation and confusion for a new player. I came here right away when I first played, ignored the fact that I busted through a hidden wall to get here, and proceeded to spend a fair amount of time dying to these encounters without the advantage of mea culpa, health, and flask upgrades. It's ultimately a fond memory though. I value the freedom to let me bash my head against the wall, with only myself to blame for missing the clues and hints placed by the developers. I think that this sort of meta game between the player and developer is a value shared by fans of Metroidvanias and Souls-likes. Where focusing on subtle details and clues to better understand the developer's intent is part of the fun, given weight by the tension of strict punishment of failing to notice these details. That's why in Souls games it's kind of a meme for you to shake your fist and grumble, "Miyazaki!" when you fall for a trap or are knocked off of a ledge. The feeling of sparring against the developer is part of the fun, and it's present here in Blasphemous. Just remember, level designer Enrique Colone placed every spike to personally spite you. The structure of Yondo feels more sprawling and less defined than some of the previous areas, but like Mercy Dreams, it's also very shortcut focused. Platforms provide shorter routes through rooms that are activated after making it through a mix of combat and platforming challenges. These statues and large bell are central to the progression of this area. At this point, we are well aware of what hitting a bell should do, but find this bell silent, bound by chains. Platforming segments start to complicate as a mix of ranged and melee enemies are layered in. Rushing in is ill-advised, pushing players to approach situations tactically. I choose to plunge in to deal damage to the flagellants to get them out of the way, but it may have been better to take out the Osserato first, as timing attacks to also knock down projectiles is tricky. I make use of the Forsaken Hamlet prayer to take out the other Osserato and simplify the encounter with the flagellants below. It's becoming apparent that flagellants are very easy to stunlock and aren't really a threat by themselves. This room's a bit annoying, mostly because it's very easy to be in a position against the Osserato's saws where you can't knock them down. However, Forsaken Hamlet comes to the rescue once again, making short work of the Osseratos below. It's open season on Winged Faces. Here's our first chain, the interaction heavily highlighted by the extreme sheen. The bluntness of the signposting makes me wonder if in playtesting breaking statues was found to be too subtle, so they literally polished them up for the final product. I quite like this little puzzle. It's not exactly setting the world on fire with its novelty, but I appreciate the Game Kitchen's full exploration of bells in this area, using them in a variety of ways. The timing is relatively precise to align the bells correctly in order to break the pulley device for the gate. I'll ignore the impracticality of a door that only opens by ringing a bell and smashing it from the other side, but it is a good defense to keep a valuable treasure safe. And the treasure is a knot of rosary rope. The knots of rosary rope increase the number of beads that you can have equipped, and this particular knot precedes the meeting with the NPC who will do this for Penitente. The story of the rosary knots tells us about Ingracia, who made the prettiest rosaries in Custodia. They were so good that people believed only Ingracia's rosaries received divine blessing. This led to all other rosaries being banned by the Holy Mother Church, and people were even punished for keeping so-called fake rosaries and were accused of heresy. This story exemplifies the recurring theme of the folly of seeking the divine at the rejection of all else. The belief of Ingracia's rosaries as divine starts with the custodians, and then is made part of the orthodoxy by the church. My interpretation is that Ingracia's rosaries are indeed divinely blessed above others, not because it was inherently true, but because the custodian's superstition and fear of imperfection made it true. The folly of this mindset is driven home by the conclusion of the narrative, where it asks the question, what will happen to rosaries after Ingracia dies? At this point, we loop back around to the pre-do at the start, unlocking a shortcut to let us continue on to the other path. But first, let's help out poor old Redento and unlock the other hub. We're back at the Mountains of the Endless Dusk. Unlocking this moving platform will progress Redento's quest. Riding over, there's a winged head to harass us and a child of moonlight to free. I make an inadvisable jump going for the Child of Moonlight and experience my first death from the eternal foe, gravity. Ironically, I'm delivered back to the last pre-do by Children of Moonlight, indicating that they're acting at the behest of the miracle, even if the church deems them as enemies to be captured and hidden away, and we will learn more about them later. But back to death in Blasphemous. You don't lose Tears of Atonement for dying, but instead, Penitente's maximum fervor decreases as depicted on the fervor bar. A guilt fragment is placed where Penitente dies and is recovered by returning to the fragment and picking it up, or paying a confessor to rid Penitente of guilt and remove all guilt fragments out in the world. Back with Redento, he expresses gratitude for unlocking the way forward. We'll see him again at the next obstacle, but I'd personally love to see how Redento handles the platforming across the pit of Yondo. Redento thanks us, giving us the prayer bead fourth toe made of limestone. This is a toe from the statue of the first barefoot pilgrim. Mechanically, it reduces dodging cooldown. I use this bead primarily for timed platforming challenges later in the game. Heading the other direction brings us to a familiar location that'll be important for upgrading Penitente and unlocking more of the world, the Brotherhood of the Silent Sorrow. I ascend Mea Culpa to level 2, increasing its damage and unlocking its Fervorous Blood skill for purchase. Fervorous Blood is a ranged attack that costs a small amount of fervor to use. This greatly expands Penitente's options in combat and will immediately make Yondo easier to traverse. I've now unlocked Mea Culpa's distinct combat verbs, and from now on, upgrades will be focusing more on the efficacy of Penitente's different moves. There's a travel gate here, and this location will be frequently visited during Penitente's pilgrimage. Soledad is a major reason for this, as she upgrades her rosary to equip more beads. Soledad was locked up in this cage by His Holiness Escobar, and the miracle decorated it in gold. Presumably, she died here, remaining as a ghost of blue flame. I don't think it's a leap to speculate that Soledad was among those who made rosaries, and was locked away once it became heretical to possess any rosary not made by Ingracia. The miracle may have even had a hand in locking her up so that she might help Penitente on his pilgrimage by tying new knots onto his rosary to help strengthen him. Soledad and her cell had quite the glow up for the Stir of Dawn DLC. In the base game, she had no name or dialogue, and her sprite was much smaller. The Stir of Dawn saw her redesigned and gave her a name and a storyline. Previous to the DLC, it was believed that she might be the ghost of Ingracia, which wasn't unreasonable with the information available. With an additional bead slot available now, I equipped the Uvula of Proclamation, which gives a small amount of tears for destroying objects. At the top of this set of rooms, we meet Redento again, who is now confounded by a pile of rocks. To clear his way, we need to go through this room. It's a good early test of platforming skills and understanding the various traversal elements. It's pretty easy now, but I remember this room being difficult my first time through. I think that was a mixture of being less familiar with the platforming of Blasphemous, combined with the less refined platforming that the Game Kitchen would patch in and make the jumps feel more intuitive and fair. As much as I've come to enjoy this level of platforming challenge in Blasphemous, it's still just fiddly enough where there always seems to be like a 5% chance that I won't successfully grab a ladder and impale myself on the spikes below. This time though, I make short work of this platforming challenge without incident. Redento can now carry on with his pilgrimage and says that he will be heading towards the Holy Prohibitions. Using this newly acquired ladder, the Brotherhood comes full circle to where we started the game. It also gives us access to the Chamber of the Eldest Brother, which we now have the key for. The key says that the Eldest Brother heard the lament of the Father as his penance, as the head of the Brotherhood that ponders the mystery of his silence. In the room is the treasure, Blood Perpetuated in Sand, the first significant relic. This relic turns red particles we've seen into platforms when it's equipped. It's described as revealing invisible ledges, hidden by the miracle from all except for the bearer. With this new relic and complement of Mea Culpa skills, let's go back to the Holy Line and grab a few previously unobtainable items. The plunge attack reveals a hidden room beneath the Holy Line. Petrus is a location added in the Stir of Dawn DLC. We'll discuss this place later when we discuss New Game Plus, but for now I grabbed the Quicksilver, an item that will increase the efficacy of Bile Flasks. And now we see the new relic in action. It creates temporary platforms that will appear when close. I find the painted rosary bead, which restores a small amount of health when destroying objects. With the available items now snagged, I quit out to the main menu, which in Blasphemous sends you back to the last pre-do when you go back into the game. It's obviously not an intended mechanic, and TGK added a prayer in Wounds of Eventide that does the same thing, but can save a lot of time when used tactically. Now back at the mountains, let's pick up a few more items available now that I have Blood Perpetuated in Sand. First time I played Blasphemous, I was a bit disappointed in relics. Most Metroidvanias feature certain upgrades that fans of the genre kind of expect to see. like the air dash or the double jump for example. They're skills common in metroidvanias that can be used in combat and in exploration and platforming challenges. Blood Perpetuated in Sand essentially just unlocks further exploration and platforming challenges, it just needs to be equipped. At least that's how I initially conceived of it, finding its utility disappointing compared to the likes of the double jump or air dash in many Metroidvanias. However, there was a fundamental problem in my expectations. The relics aren't really supposed to be Metroidvania ability analogs because Blasphemous wasn't really designed as a Metroidvania. It's officially classified as an action platformer with non-linear level design. Creative director Enrique Cabeza said in a 2018 interview that Blasphemous is not actually a Metroidvania. It has some things from the genre, but we want to make something new. We wanted to not base the exploration on abilities for the player, but something different, something more poetic or weird. And while I'd still prefer more versatile abilities, I think it would be unfair to judge the design on an expectation it wasn't trying to meet. Within the context of Blasphemous, relics are generally well integrated into the non-linear world design and exploration. The Linen of Golden Thread, a relic we'll see later, is legitimately transformative in how you explore the world and is up there in my pantheon of favorite character abilities for how it recontextualizes the world design. Relics and their associated platforming and exploration, a sizable chunk of the game, are also entirely optional. The main game can be beaten without any relics, which is a really bold and cool choice that strengthens both the sense of player freedom and exploration within the game. The game does incentivize and reward this optional content with character upgrades, beads, and prayers, but it remains optional for the player. All of the content in a game takes time and effort, and spending time making something that a good portion of players might miss takes a level of confidence and commitment to player freedom that I really value. So ultimately, I think the Game Kitchen succeeded with relics in making something different, poetic, and weird that adds novelty to Blasphemous within the action platformer genre. Now we're on the other path through Yondo that will take us to the second chain we need to release to activate the bell. This is a fun little traversal challenge. There are breakable platforms above spikes, a winged face complicating the climb, and Esquilon shaking the climbing wall when they knock into it. It's viable to rush in and manage these elements, but I find it satisfying to take a moment to assess and manage the situation. I dispatch the winged face, wait for the Esquilon to hit, and then leap over the breakable platforms to keep them intact, just in case I need a soft landing. Fighting the Oserados is simplified by the Fervorous Blood, as it not only gives a ranged option to fight back against them with, but will also knock the saws down similar to a sword swing. The following combat shows off the efficacy of the full complement of Mea Culpa moves, and it's so satisfying to string them together to overcome an encounter. The combat in Blasphemous is generally well regarded, but even then I think it's undersold how it can sing when you put it all together. Now that the second chain is released and I have awkwardly managed to snag the Child of Moonlight, we can circle back and unlock a shortcut back to the bell. With the chains released, hitting the bell now makes it fall into a pit, permanently changing the geometry of Yondo and plummeting Penitente into Grievance Ascends. We still have business in Yondo, but I want to make a brief foray into this area to open up a gate of travel that'll make circling back to Grievance Ascends much easier. This ghost talks about the groan, 3 intertwined cries born of a single penance. This ties into characters in this area in multiple ways, which we'll get into a little later. Here are 2 new enemies, the Percheron and the Wakeful Alcove. The Leaping Percheron wears a decorative harness inspired by those worn in Andalusian fairs, and this enemy is named after a breed of draft horse.
The inhuman movements of these enemies matches the inhuman way in which they're dressed, and this is another example of the church dehumanizing their congregation. In combat, they're a grunt enemy who can be tricky to fight when they're on a different elevation. The Wakeful Alcove is more of an environmental challenge than an enemy, but they actually hit pretty hard and have to be dealt with carefully. As we'll see in Grievance Ascends, you don't want to be wasting flasks because Penitente carelessly took damage. We step into the gate to unlock it for the return to this area, and now it's time to wrap up business in Yondo. This challenge room is similar to the room in the Brotherhood. Even with post-launch tweaks, platforming in Blasphemous is still a bit on the fiddly side. However, I think the state of the platforming in the main game is a bit unfairly maligned at this point. Rooms like this work for me because they're not too precise, so the platforming rough edges don't impact the play really. They're satisfying navigational challenges and perhaps most importantly, a nice change of pace. They're tense, they test your ability to quickly move through the space, and if you're struggling a bit, you can tactically equip prayer beads to give you a bit of an edge. Sword Hearts and Blasphemous buff Penitente in various ways, typically balanced by also debuffing Penitente or being situational in their use. To be honest, before playing through the game in preparation for this video, I'd never really used Sword Hearts all that much. In many cases, the downside felt too severe for the benefit it provides. Sword Hearts are also one of the few pieces of equipment that can only be modified at a pre-do, which was a bit at odds with how flexible and tactical the other equipment is in comparison. So if I would think to use a heart, I often wouldn't want to return to a pre-do to equip it. The Heart of the Holy Purge increases Tears of Atonement earned by 10%, but at the severe cost of not being able to use bile flasks. There are situational use cases where this synergizes, such as going for the achievement where you don't use any flasks in a boss fight. While it's nice to have a use case, the narrow usefulness of many Sword Hearts leads me to forget about them more often than not. Moving on, we acquire another Quicksilver and enter Echoes of Salt, an area added in the Wounds of Eventide DLC. This is a minor interstitial space connecting Yondo, the Mountains of the Endless Dusk, and Mourning and Havoc, but it does contain a very important interaction for the true ending. This is a more platforming-oriented zone, bringing the lanterns from the Ruin and Strife DLC into the world proper. This item can be a source of a great deal of frustration. The ledge containing the item requires you to move Penitente left as you perform air impulses to bounce on lanterns, and then grab the ledge. I find it much easier to successfully do this by holding the dodge button in the air, as the tooltip at the beginning of the game suggests. Successfully crossing this gap gets us the bead Fire Enclosed in Enamel that accelerates the use of prayers. Worth it. Continuing on, we meet a new enemy, the Restless Bones. This creature has a skeletal head and a tail made of roots. I think they're a little annoying. They leap out of the ground from where you're standing when they begin the attack, forcing you to keep moving and dodge out of the way before they strike. They can be difficult in numbers and multi-enemy encounters. The primary platforming challenge in this area involves these blue fireballs. This challenge in particular always seems to take me 2 tries to complete, as I always seem to mistime the jump to the second ladder on my first try. We arrive at the pre-do for the area, with a door leading to the travel gate off to the left. However, the wall on the right is conspicuous. In a dastardly move, TGK made the path leading to a critical step in the true ending behind an illusory wall that you have to jump to hit. There's another new enemy here, the Sepulcro Errante. The Sepulcro Errante, or Wandering Tomb, is based on the design of King Fernando II's tomb. A well-timed lunge stuns them, allowing Penitente to perform one of my favorite executions, in which he desecrates the skeleton within the tomb. I abuse level geometry here to make short work of this second Wandering Tomb, but the real complication of this enemy is that they're impervious from the back and pack quite a punch. They're a bit underutilized here, included mostly for the thematic fit, I'd wager, but will shine in the Graveyard of the Peaks where you'd originally find them before the advent of the Wounds of Eventide DLC. Here's the resting place of the sister where Perpetua was buried. Here we truly meet her and learn that the Perpetua we fought was not truly her, but a miraculous zeal that possessed her armor and face. Although created by the miracle, I believe the fake we fought was made from Perpetua's own zeal and desire to protect her brother. There is precedent introduced in the Stir of Dawn DLC with the Amanecidas for intense emotion and passion to manifest as its own being, and I believe this was the case for the false Perpetua. But now we meet the true Perpetua in voice from beyond the dream, speaking to Penitente behind the back of the miracle. She sees the heavy guilt in Penitente's heart and recognizes the strength that Esdras fears. Perpetua sees another path for Penitente beyond the dream. This requires that her brother Esdras helps Penitente, and so Perpetua gives Penitente the incomplete scapular. It is the other half of the scapular that Perpetua gave Esdras right before she died, and will act as proof of Penitente's favor with her. Using the travel gate beside the Prie-Dieu, let's take care of a few tasks in Albero before venturing into Grievance Ascends. The first task is to deliver 2 medicinal herbs to Tirso to prevent a Kisser of Wounds dying after the next 2 bosses, and will also reward me with some Tears of Atonement. I'm actually going to be at a surplus with the medicinal herbs by doing the true ending, because it eliminates the Esdras boss fight that normally occurs, but delivering all of the herbs is required to get all of the rewards from Tirso and get the Mediterranean Diet achievement anyways, so it's still worth doing. With some extra tears, I can now purchase another Mea Culpa skill. I go for the Last Word skill, allowing Penitente to perform a 4th combo finisher, which does significant damage. This will greatly increase my damage output, which will be very helpful against the next boss. With errands and Albero done, it's time to descend into Grievance Ascends. Grievance Ascends is inspired by the design of the Well of Sintra in Portugal. The Well of Sintra is a spiral staircase with 9 landings, referring to the 9 circles of hell in the Divine Comedy. GA's level design consists of 4 tall, vertically stacked rooms connected by bridge combat arenas. This arena design eschews shortcuts as featured in Mercy Dreams or Yondo, progress instead marked by clearing the bridge arenas. Unfortunately, this approach plus the encounter design of this area can make things a bit of a slog. Part of this stems from the arena challenges. There's nothing wrong with arena challenges, but they're not as satisfying for me than encounters where you can observe, form a plan, and then either execute it successfully or retreat and regroup if things go sideways. The arenas are flat, small spaces featuring enemies like the bell-bound Cimbalillo and the rapier-wielding Tizona that face in and out, leaving limited opportunities to attack them. This results in encounters feeling a bit haphazard and unpredictable. While no single arena is particularly tough, they're difficult as a whole because they're strung together without an intermediary checkpoint or shortcut. This means that you're forced to carefully navigate quite a few rooms and arenas without taking too much damage, or you'll simply die by running out of flasks. This marathon approach feels at odds with the arenas, which seem more suited for a level designed with more shortcuts or checkpointing. The normal encounter designs are also a bit haphazard due to the Percheron's erratic leaping attacks, paired with the phasing of the Cimbalillos and Tizonas. If these encounters were more easily escapable, you could simply adopt the Souls method of running past the encounters once you learned where they were. However, the wakeful alcoves and toxic clouds act as speed bumps, forcing a measured pace where you need to clear out all the enemies leading up to these environmental hazards or risk taking significant damage attempting to bypass them. And should you find yourself at 75% of the way through and low on flasks, you're forced to push ahead because going back and refilling your flasks wouldn't refresh the arenas, but it would refresh regular enemies encounters that you'd need to tediously repeat due to the aforementioned reasons. Now, there is a Sanguine Fountain in the 3rd stack, but it's poorly located. It could be the checkpoint I've been suggesting by refilling Penitente's flasks, but it's located at the very bottom of a stack, requiring you to navigate through some hectic enemy environments complicated by toxic clouds. Placing it right after the arena connecting stacks 2 and 3 may have been better placement for this, but without seeing it in action, it's hard to say. I noticed that, unlike Yondo, platforming challenges are minimal in lieu of more combat encounters. This lack of variety in challenges alongside the limited encounter design makes the overall experience in this area a bit samey and tedious to explore. So yeah, the level design of Grievance Ascends ends up feeling a bit of a slog for me, but the core combat and enemy designs are still fun, ultimately making the experience of playing through Grievance Ascends a solid alright. With my level design rant out of the way, I want to talk about some of the new enemies. The design of the Tizona is inspired by the mantilla and comb, lady garments that are worn during Holy Week and other traditional folk events. The name Tizona refers to one of the swords of Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, also known as El Cid, who was the legendary Castilian knight in medieval Spain. The sword wielded by Tizona echoes depictions of El Cid's sword of the same name. The Tizona phases in and out, reappearing in a new spot and then lunging with their sword. Best practice is to parry and counterattack them, and they'll go down after a few rounds. They're increasingly complicated to fight alongside other enemies as they phase into and out of combat unpredictably. The Cymbalillo, a bell-bound wraith variation, is the other new enemy. Their name means small bell, referring to the smaller church bells that play after the large bells. This meaning is combined with the bells lepers were forced to wear to announce their presence. It seems like the magic-flinging wraith has been bound to a bell to denote them as outcasts. Like the wraith, hitting them when they glow green interrupts their attacks. They can be interrupted by attacks during their charge. However, they often charge from odd angles, making it difficult to stop them if they fly diagonally at you. This room features timed platforms and toxic clouds that pass through the room at varying intervals. The clouds will damage Penitente and knock him off any wall climb or ladder. I almost lose it, but time my traversal with the toxic clouds better and make it to the treasure at the top, the silvered lung of Dolphos. This relic makes the bad air taste good, giving Penitente immunity to damage from the toxic clouds that have plagued Penitente, instantly making Grievance Ascends easier to navigate. While considering my issues with GA's design, it crossed my mind that maybe I was coming to Grievance Ascends too early and that my issues would be resolved by returning later, with more heals and more health. However, I don't think that's the case for a few reasons. The areas in this half of the game are structured like the spokes of a wheel radiating out from Albero. Mercy Dreams is the easiest of the spokes. The Grievance Ascends and Convent spokes are similarly difficult, making them similarly viable routes after Mercy Dreams. However, the GA spoke is naturally stumbled upon after Mercy Dreams by navigating through the desecrated cistern and arriving at the entrance of the Mountains of the Endless Dusk. The mountains lead into Yondo, bringing the player to the Brotherhood to strengthen Mea Culpa, unlock more rosary bead slots, and get blood perpetuated in sand, making Penitente more powerful and the world more accessible. Although the Brotherhood is adjacent to Yondo, players could trek back through the wasteland and go to where olive trees wither at this point, but as I said, the Grievance Ascends and Convent spokes are similar in difficulty. What ends up being a difference is what portion of these areas require relics to access. You find the Silvered Lungs of Dolphos in Grievance Ascends, and the Convent features toxic clouds in a few rooms. Conversely, there's no relic obtained in the Convent that is needed to unlock any portion of Grievance Ascends. Additionally, GA is also where we will eventually unlock the 3 Gnarled Tongues relic that is required for portions of where olive trees wither and the Graveyard of the Peaks. So when sequencing a route, it makes more sense to go to GA first in order to have the relics needed to fully explore the Convent spoke. Lastly, no matter when you come to Grievance Ascends, you won't have the Silvered Lungs initially. Being vulnerable to the toxic clouds ties directly into the difficulty of the area by reducing mobility through the area and dealing massive damage to Penitente during his marathon through the pit. So it really feels like this is the intended point, if not at least a totally viable point in the game, to be in Grievance Ascends, and that the player just needs to surmount the more difficult navigation through the area and combat arenas to unlock the Silvered Lungs to make the place easier to deal with. And with that, we're through the gauntlet of Grievance Ascends, and it's time for the next boss. Penitente meets Viridiana, who's noticeably aged. She implies that she sacrifices her own life essence to heal Penitente in battle. However, she seems to be happy to help and says to not be troubled by her appearance. So I assent and bring her along for the second of 3 times she can aid Penitente in a boss fight. I could hold off here and save her aid for later, but for purposes of completing her story sooner, I'll bring her along now. And with that, it's time to take on the Trace Angustias. Although it's not cited, I think Witch's Flight by Francisco de Goya must have inspired the 3 floating witches that make up this fight, as their concept art in the painting has the witches and Trace Angustias in very similar positions. The dress and appearance of the Trace Angustias is inspired by the Queen of the Invisible Empire piece by Juha Arvid, and the design of the dress and mask is nearly identical. In April 2023, the Game Kitchen posted to the game's social media channels and had the game's wiki note that Arvid's painting was the inspiration. They wanted to publicly take ownership for inadvertently copying Arvid's work, which I think was a cool move on their part. Trace Angustias means 3 anguishes in English, and they are the source of the groan, the cry of 3 intertwined throats born of a single penance. There isn't much stated directly about the 3 anguishes, but I believe they're connected with Altas Gracias, who is also in Grievance Ascends and who we will meet and discuss more once we have collected the 3 ceremonial items we need to make them appear. There's not an explicit connection drawn, but they're both one person made of 3 individuals, and there's a thematic throughline of their voice and crying out in sorrow. My speculation is that the 3 anguishes are a manifestation of the sorrow of Altas Gracias made flesh, similar to how the Amanecidas are manifestations of Laude's passion, another discussion for later. However, the real sorrow is the boss fight, am I right? Okay, the boss fight is fine, but it's a bit infamous for its platforming. The arena is a vertical auto-scroller with a kill box of fire at the bottom, so Penitente must constantly climb during the fight. This is frustrating when the platform ledge detection is a bit fiddly and doesn't always work, or Penitente is hit by a column of magic mid-air, and the instant death below ends the fight abruptly. 2 anguishes use spears to attack from range, and 1 uses a bludgeon like a boomerang. These attacks can be parried, although you'll notice I often use iframes from Forsaken Hamlet to avoid damage. For that reason, as well as how it deals absurd damage wrapping around the platforms, makes Forsaken Hamlet very good in this fight. And it makes up for my admittedly mediocre performance in this fight due to the unreliability of the platforming or the odds of getting beamed to death by being in the wrong spot. I approach this fight as a DPS race and it works, but it's not pretty. I throw caution to the wind anytime I can get them clustered, as it's a good opportunity to hit multiple anguishes at once and deal massive damage to their shared health bar. Occasionally they'll Voltron into one, firing off 1 or 2 columns of punishing magic that also act as area denial. As mentioned, if you're on the far side and they put up a column under you and in the middle, you're kinda screwed, either taking massive damage or falling to your death. Despite my subpar performance, I surmount the Trace Angustias, opening up the path to next Guardian Visage. Penitente receives the Holy Wound of Contrition. Contrition is sorrow from the soul for sins committed, resolving to not sin again. Deo Gracias congratulates Penitente on a job well done, reminding us that we only have 1 more holy visage to prostrate before in order to gain access to the Forbidden Gate. Again, this is one of the wounds of His Holiness Escobar's soul, and getting audience with the visage reveals the cleanliness of contrition in the soul of Penitente. So we know Escobar turned his throne because he believed Custodia showed insufficient devotion. According to the Kickstarter page, sometime after turning the throne, His Holiness transformed into a great tree, burning for 90 days and 90 nights,
creating a huge mountain of ash with the turned throne at the summit. Members of the church attempted to ascend the mountain of ash and claim the throne, but they were all consumed by the ash as they climbed. They emerged from the mountain of ash transformed into beasts and monsters. We already know from the opening that the miracle physically manifests the hearts of custodians, starting with the Twisted One. However, after Escobar's martyrdom, the miracle really manifested away, plunging Custodia into the state we now find it in. The Mother of Mothers is inaccessible, much of Custodia is transformed by the miracle, and an eternal sunset covers the land as the miracle awaits the one who will defeat Escobar and take their seat upon the turned throne. Now with some additional health, we find ourselves back in the desecrated cistern. And it's time to meet Nacimiento, an NPC added in the Stir of Dawn DLC. In my interview with Enrique Cabeza, I asked him what inspired the characters introduced in the Stir of Dawn DLC, to which he responded, "I can tell you that Nacimiento is inspired by a scene from the film Gozu by Takashi Miike, and the Oscar Wilde classic The Picture of Dorian Gray. It's also conceptually related to the Desamparados character that appeared in the Blasphemous comic, which introduces the story of the Penitent One. Nacimiento is a large man with the youthful face of a boy on his head and the visage of an old man on his chest, who Nacimiento refers to as the Ancient One. Nacimiento is cursed by the miracle and offers to reinforce Penitente's bioflask using Quicksilver in the hopes that this might reduce the magnitude of this curse. The Quicksilver item description says that it was brought to Custodia long ago by alchemists from distant lands, and in their hands they could bring out the latent healing properties. I speculate that Nacimiento is one such alchemist, and that perhaps his young appearance and long life were achieved using the healing properties of Quicksilver. This ties in with the story of Dorian Gray that served as inspiration, as Dorian Gray maintained a youthful appearance while his painting aged. But instead of a canvas, the miracle has manifested aging as the Ancient One growing within Nacimiento. Mechanically, Nacimiento upgrades Penitente's flask at the cost of Quicksilver, tears, and reducing the number of flask charges by 1 per upgrade. I've waited to come to Nacimiento until now because I like upgrading my bioflasks in such a way so that I always have 5. You can get Quicksilver quickly, but upgrading early on when Penitente only has a mildly upgraded health bar and a few flasks feels unnecessary, and removing a flask when you only have a few can really hinder healing opportunities. However, now that Penitente has more health, the basic flasks are becoming mildly ineffectual, so upgrading now will maintain the efficacy of the flask without significantly reducing healing opportunities. This is how I treat a new game, at least. In New Game Plus, this approach makes more or less sense depending on which penance is active, which we will discuss further in the video. But it's cool to see how flexible the system is, and how engaging with it changes depending on the particulars of a given run. With my health upgraded, it's time to head toward the final humiliation, and where olive trees wither, which I'm going to refer to as O-Town in this next section to save myself some syllables. On the way up to O-Town, we take a quick detour to grab a key item using blood perpetuated in sand. The carnal remains are the first of 3 remains of Tentudia that we'll be collecting. Tentudia was a girl from Albero whose hair began to transform into thin brambles one day. Fearing that this was a curse from the miracle, her parents hid her in a nunnery, likely the convent of the Lady of the Charred Visage that we are heading toward. She lived there for a time, but eventually her thorny hair was discovered, and she was unceremoniously executed by the nuns out of fear of the Inquisitors. They scattered her remains, thus denying her a proper burial and the ability to cross through the dream. Collecting Tentudia's remains and delivering them to Ludovico of the Order of the True Burial will give her a holy burial so that she may cross the dream, which seems like the right thing to do. It also doesn't hurt that the reward is one of the best prayers in the game. This room is a crossroads with Albert to the left, Mercy Dreams down, the bridge to the Forbidden Gate is to the right, and where olive trees wither is up. While the Forbidden Gate is currently a dead end, Mercy Dreams and O-Town are available from the start as you make your way here from Albero. This gives lots of player choice and replayability by allowing you to tackle them in whichever sequence you want. The freedom cuts both ways though. Speaking with others about the opening hour of Blasphemous, there's a common through line of minor confusion and frustration when gaining momentum with the game centered around where to go initially. Namely that players will go up to the where olive trees wither route first,
beating themselves against these tougher areas, thinking that because it's marketed as a Souls-like Metroidvania, that they just need to persevere and get good. When in reality, if they'd gone down instead of up, they'd be in the much easier and intended starting area of Mercy Dreams. At the start, Deo Gracias speaks about the 3 humiliations and where they're located. He could have listed Mercy Dreams first or hinted that it would be the place to start, but he doesn't. In fact, he actually talks about where olive trees wither first. In the Crossroads room, the only indication of where the paths go is the snow in the corridor before going into O-Town. I feel like this visual interest actually encourages the player to head that way, further encouraged by potentially jogging the player's memory about the snowy locale Deo Gracias mentioned earlier. Ultimately, it's not a huge deal, but I think it's a missed opportunity. Subtly directing the player toward Mercy Dreams would not only ease some of the instances of frustration, but this would be in line with how the game rewards the player for being observant throughout the rest of the game. The extra twist of the knife with going to O-Town first is that it's also very likely to break an NPC questline before the difficulty of the area turns the players back toward Mercy Dreams, and that NPC is Jimino. The visual design of Jimino is inspired by paintings depicting the martyrdom of Saint Sebastian, who was bound to a tree and shot with arrows, and the intensity of his expression was inspired by Francisco de Goya's Saturn devouring his son. Jimino is encased in a hollow metal statue, abandoned by those who imprisoned him, along with the other damned who share his fate. He's trapped and slowly turning into a tree, so he asks if Penitente might take this thimble and fill it with oil from the convent at the peak of the mountain. A quick side note, there was a connection between metal and time freezing with the iron ocean waves of the dream, and we're seeing a little bit more of that here. Jimino is quite literally frozen in time in this wintry land in a hollow metal statue, further contributing to this theme. We'll further discuss this imagery as we find further examples, so just keep this in mind for now. Jimino's questline is a bit infamous, and that's because Jimino will die if you defeat another boss besides the Lady of the Charred Visage before bringing him the oil. You might see where this is going. As we just discussed, it's easy to wander into O-Town early in the game and start Jimino's quest, before departing the area after hitting a wall, dooming Jimino and his questline. The quest fail state is not made explicit, so many new players, myself included, return to Jimino too late, find him dead, and not understand what we did wrong. I'm not a fan of obscure NPC questlines with unclear fail states. I don't need or want my hand held to complete these quests, but I would prefer my NPC questlines to be more intuitive and reward the player for paying attention in the same way the game rewards players for paying attention to the combat and story. And in this case, the unintuitive flagging clashes with the non-linear level design to create a scenario where players are very likely to fail the questline and not know why. Where olive trees wither is another minor interstitial section like Mountains of the Endless Dusk, and similar to the mountains, I like this area as a bit of a mood setter. This once verdant olive grove has withered into a frozen wasteland. This contrasts the convent above, a place rife with heat and fire. The juxtaposition of the stagnant, frozen land with the scorching fire and fervor of the convent looming above is a fitting microcosm of the relationship between Custodia and the church. Here we come across our first new enemy in this area, the Bolito. The Bolito means beautiful in Spanish. The enemy wields a typical Andalusian ceramic pot and wears a traditional flamenco skirt seen at fairs in southern Spain. This enemy jumps into the air and throws their explosive pot at Penitente. They're squishy but also fast and deal decent damage, making them a priority for me in enemy mix-ups. I'd say it's at this point that new players coming to this area for the first time start to question if the game is BS or if they've gone the wrong way. This encounter is hectic with a variety of enemies, without the additional health, potentially deadly, as it's hard to get through this encounter unscathed. I'd say at this point the developers have adequately signaled that this might not be the way to go right now, but during my first playthrough I was stubborn and I recall bashing my head against this room until I broke through into the Graveyard of the Peaks, which was on me by that point. Despite that being the second time during the opening hour of my first playthrough that I got the feeling I was barking up the wrong tree, it was memorable. And it was very satisfying to come back to Yondo and O-Town after powering up Penitente and feeling the difference in my first and second attempt in these areas. This room is a nightmare if you try to fight all of these enemies, so I can only assume that the intended way through is to get the treasure and to run like hell, which I actually find pretty fun as a test for my dodging skills. I snag the second of Tentudia's remains, her thorny hair, and I book it back out of there. And I must say, I think I do a pretty good job getting around the cloud of enemies pursuing me. Climbing up this final wall, we find ourselves in the Graveyard of the Peaks. The Graveyard of the Peaks is a vertically oriented graveyard for the sisters of the convent above, as well as for all of those who do not make the trek up the mountain. But before ascending, there's a cave with a few goodies. As discussed, this area suggests a sequence in the game by content gated by relics, such as these blood sand platforms. Dropping down, Penitente reveals an illusory floor. It's in a spot where you could reasonably fall and unlock them, and lets players know that this is a thing they could come across. This pre-do will act as a base camp for the Graveyard Ascent. In the cave, we also find another entrance to Candelaria's tent. I purchased the torn bridal ribbon, the last of the 3 ceremonial items needed to speak with Altus Gracias in Grievance Ascends. Further into the cave, we unlock an elevator shortcut back to Albero. Here's the Immaculate Bead, a key item for getting ending A and the true ending, ending C. It's kind of funny how unremarkable it seems at first glance for how important it is to the game. I like how understated it is, but for players who don't read descriptions, there's nothing else to really indicate this might be important later in the game and can be easily forgotten. I like this trick where the elevator is used as a platform and find it satisfying to connect the dots, but that trick is second fiddle to the best thing this elevator does, what I consider to be the most hilarious transition in the game. I absolutely love how surreal descending from the sky into Albero on this elevator looks. It makes no sense in a 3D space, but it's a very good shortcut in a 2D space, and I appreciate this kind of hand-waving for the sake of solid world design. And again, I think it just looks hilarious. This puts Dark Souls 2's Earthen Peak elevator to shame, and I guess this breaks immersion, but I personally love that it's such a blatant and bold choice that embraces absurdity. After delivering another medicinal herb to Tirso, it's time to do what can only be described as some kinda gamey shit. I pass through the cistern into the mountains of the Endless Dusk where I tag the pre-do. After that, I head back into the cistern and grab the elevator down to Grievance Ascends. In Grievance Ascends, I head to the bottom of the 3rd stack. And it's here where we meet Altus Gracias by making the 3 ceremonial offerings. Altus Gracias holds a special place in my heart because the design is so strange and cool that I was compelled to understand how the Game Kitchen came up with it. Altus Gracias is inspired by the Seville legend of Santa Librada. Santa Librada was the princess of Portugal and was forcefully betrothed to the king of Sicily. She prayed for God to make her hideous so that the king would not want her. Her prayer was answered by hair growing all over her face and body. This outraged the king of Sicily and he broke off their engagement. The king of Portugal saw his daughter's act as heresy and had her crucified. In Custodia, Altus Gracias has a similar story. There were 3 sisters who didn't wish to be married to their betrothed. They rejected the wealth of their betrothed with melted coins, rejected their bond through the torn bridal ribbon, and wore black grieving veils to mourn their dead love for their betrothed. The sisters embraced each other and prayed to the miracle, and the miracle responded. Their hair grew and wrapped around them, forming a giant egg made of hair. This egg was worshipped as a divine relic and moved to a church. However, one night the priest heard the loud groan of 3 voices made into one and the egg disappeared from the church, the miracle hiding Altus Gracias away within this cave. The placement of Altus Gracias near Tres Angustias, both being 3 women in one, and Altus Gracias' disappearance being accompanied specifically by a loud groan, plausibly connects Altus Gracias with Tres Angustias. The 3 sisters were dressed in black grieving veils when they met the miracle, and Tres Angustias, an embodiment of their groan of sorrow, are also dressed in all black, but instead of veils they don the capirote of a penitent.
In the article Feeling History and Blasphemous Monstrosity and Spectacle Through Time, Jack Orchard discusses how bringing these ceremonial items recreates a marriage ceremony, but instead of to their betrothed, it's a divine union with the miracle. But before this divine union can be complete, we must take the egg of deformity, containing their voices that seek the freedom the sisters never had, and sanctify it. I begin this quest quitting out to the mountains of the endless dusk. I place the egg into the tree split and burnt by Perpetua's lightning, and this hatches the egg of deformity. In order to sanctify it, I take the hatched tongues to our pal St. Peter, who transforms it into the 3 gnarled tongues, a relic that will allow roots to twist and grow in their presence. With their voices free, the divine union is complete, and Altas Gracias crosses to the other side of the dream. And with the 3 gnarled tongues, I can now ascend the Graveyard of the Peaks. This area is primarily a platforming challenge with a gimmick. Strong winds alternate between blowing left and right, causing Penitente to slide on the icy ground and alter the length of Penitente's jump. There's no new enemies in this area technically, although before the Wounds of Eventide DLC introducing Echoes of Salt, this would be the first time you encounter the Wandering Tombs. They fit here thematically as tombs in a graveyard, and mechanically as they can complicate platforming by knocking Penitente off ledges and forcing him to jump into the winds to reach their vulnerable side. I personally love this area, with the wintry winds blowing and the crying faces carved into the mountains beyond, their tears of water now frozen as this land was engulfed in an eternal winter. The tension created by the wind and sliding remains enjoyable a dozen playthroughs later, and I find that the enemy mix-ups are fun to solve when you come to this area with more mea culpa skills. The Cymbalillo enemies aren't very challenging at this point, but are made more interesting to fight by the precarious platforms that recontextualize encounters with them. The Wakeful Alcove is also used deftly to enforce thoughtful play by trapping Penitente on platforms with a walking tomb to create chaotic, intense encounters. And unlike Grievance Ascends, where you're also encouraged to navigate the area methodically, Graveyard of the Peaks is much shorter and has a well-placed Sanguine Fountain to restore health and flasks when you really need it. I also think that these moments where you're forced to fight in a vertical space are fun and tense, rewarding players for using air impulse and being able to climb the wall while attacking aggressively enough to keep the Cymbalillo from charging you and knocking you off. And even then, there's a ledge at the bottom, so this isn't strictly a pass-fail scenario. This portion requires Relic's blood perpetuated in sand as well as the 3 gnarled tongues, which I think help indicate this area is intended but not forced to be later in the sequence of a playthrough. The non-linearity of Blasphemous is a strength that it shares with Metroidvanias. It's fun to plan out a route and figure out the sequencing options I have, and Blasphemous is very good for that. For this playthrough I crafted a route to show off everything as efficiently as possible, and it was a blast. There's an unofficial interactive Blasphemous map online, linked below, that was invaluable for this, and I highly recommend it for anyone trying to collect everything, get trophies, or plan routes. This is especially valuable because it's up to date with the DLCs, which partially altered the geometry of the main game. There's some really canny usage of relics here, using the root growth animation to create a small timed platforming challenge. Moments like these tempered my initial disappointment with relics not functioning quite like typical Metroidvania abilities, as they're not only used to give greater access to the world, but TGK used them in creative ways to give variety to platforming challenges. I've mentioned that level designer Enrique Colone was hired as a Kickstarter stretch goal, and that Michael Ortega and other production staff were hired during the development of the game. During the Blasphemous Kickstarter, The Game Kitchen had an office that creative director Enrique Cabeza described as authentically indie, with old computers, desktops made out of repurposed doors, and a motley assortment of old gaming chairs.
However, hiring additional team members needed to develop Blasphemous required that TGK renovate, a process that was scheduled to take 1 month but ended up taking 3, a necessary step that nonetheless ate into their already tight timeline and budget. Producer Mauricio Garcia ran the numbers, calculating how much longer they could develop the game before their money ran out, or as he described it, how much fuel they had until they needed to land Blasphemous. It became apparent that they needed more time, and Garcia went to publisher Team 17 to get a 2-month advance. Team 17 agreed for a higher percentage of the royalties. TGK as a team decided they wouldn't do this, and Garcia himself took out a line of credit, banking that they would make the money back. Even still, 2 months out from the end of development, they had spent the line of credit. Choosing between potentially letting someone go permanently or temporarily laying off some staff, the team decided to temporarily lay off a few people. This let the Game Kitchen land Blasphemous on September 10th, 2019. The game went on to sell 2 million copies. This not only allowed Garcia to pay back the debt he'd accrued and have the Game Kitchen bring back all of the staff, but also expand the team and open a new office. This also allowed TGK to release 3 free Blasphemous DLCs to further refine the game to match their vision, and spend 18 months rebuilding their development tools for Blasphemous 2. It's inspiring to see how the Game Kitchen poured everything into creating Blasphemous, and how much they sacrificed to make the game a reality. Critically, I have to evaluate it on my experience with the game, but a piece of art made with the utmost love and care adds a bit of extra affection for me, knowing that the people behind it had enough faith and confidence in their art to make it worth the sacrifice to bring it into existence. And with that, we've reached the summit and made it to the convent of Our Lady of the Charred Visit. There's a small cutscene here where Esdras, who hasn't quite gotten the memo that we're friends now, reiterates his intention to face down Penitente at the Forbidden Gate, and that he doesn't need Perpetua's protection this time. I like how he defiantly smacks his hammer down twice to prove that he is, in fact, a big boy. For all of the flowery names in Blasphemous, the title of this area is pretty straightforward. Also, unsurprisingly, the convent's primary enemy is a nun. Mimicking their founder, the sisters of the convent burn their faces with hot oil and don a gold mask to hide their burns. These enemies were kind of a pain in the ass before the Stir of Dawn DLC, hitting hard with their sensor housing some unlucky creature. And they can still be a threat, but the DLC expanded Penitente's ability to stun nuns and other enemies when using certain mea culpa skills at the right time. Before pushing further into the convent, let's take a detour to get a leg up against the enemies in the convent. On the way, we encounter the Blazing Icon enemy. The Blazing Icon wears the golden mask of the sisters, but her garb is red and white, and she wears a golden cage on her head. She shoots fire out of her mouth like a flamethrower. You can't knock her out of her attack during her windup, so I like to close the gap quickly to deal damage and dodge behind her if I can't take her out before the punishing fire spray. There's also a sword heart locked behind a puzzle here. The hint is the drops of blood on the ground. Penitente needs to perform a blood penance, sacrificing health and tears for fervor to unlock the gate. This is the heart of the unnamed minstrel. Equipping it reduces the enemy's period window but increases the chance of performing an execution. I don't really like this, as I don't need executions to be easier to trigger, and this makes deflecting harder against bosses and enemies that can't be executed. This elevator shares a shaft with the elevator unlocked in the Graveyard of the Peaks. It also acts as a platform to get into the other room above, which contains another health upgrade. Before returning to the convent, let's give tragic Tentudia a proper burial, now that we've collected the 3 remains. We deliver the remains to Tirso in the Brotherhood of the True Burial. The reward is a decent amount of tears of atonement for the first 2 remains, but most importantly, the prayer Debla of the Lights for the final remains. Debla of the Lights is one of the most powerful prayers in the game. It creates a pillar of light around Penitente that hits everything beside or above, dealing heavy damage over the duration of the prayer. Penitente's vertical attacks have been pretty limited, so Debla really rounds out the ability to deal damage above, which is very useful against the next boss. Additionally, Penitente has iframes during the longer animation of Debla of the Lights, making it also one of the stronger defensive options. So with Tentudia finally at peace and a new prayer in my arsenal, let's quit out and head back to the convent. Time to get into the level proper. Like Yondo, the level design of the convent consists of larger rooms featuring a mix of combat and platforming challenges around a central preview that's accessed by unlocking shortcuts as you progress. The convent is more focused on combat challenges than Yondo, with longer stretches between shortcuts. The main environmental challenge in this area are cauldrons of lava that pour down. The lava serves not only to make traversal more difficult, but also complicates combat encounters by boxing you into smaller spaces with enemies. Taking out the sister pulling the chain deactivates the local cauldrons, making the room easier to navigate and fight your way through. Another element in this area are climbs with lava pouring from above, where you're forced into an alcove with an enemy during the pour, requiring players to puzzle out the best time to climb to avoid both the enemies and the lava. This design rewards skilled platforming, but I tend to take a more methodical approach because I enjoy disassembling the threats of these rooms piece by piece. Having the blood perpetuated in sand relic here is rewarded by letting players bypass the majority of the room to quickly take out the sister pulling the chain. The fervorous blood range attack also shines here, hitting enemies beyond a column of lava. So while players can come here earlier, there's been plenty of signs that you might want to come here after revisiting the Brotherhood, leveling up mea culpa, and grabbing the blood perpetuated in sand relic. But importantly, the Game Kitchen leaves it up to the player by making relics ultimately optional and keeping the world design non-linear, save for a choke point that divides the game into halves. Like Grievance Ascends, there's a lot of vertically oriented combat encounters, but they're much more successful here. In Grievance Ascends, the enemies could all pursue Penitente competently, making the encounters feel less tactical and more chaotic. Here, the enemies are more varied, with the leaping Percherones and the relatively stationary but deadly blazing icons. The level design lets Penitente bait the Percherones into a disadvantageous spot, opening them up to a plunging or ranged attack. The blazing icons are deadly in tight spaces, but can also be deftly overcome by utilizing your vertical movement and combat options to counter their limited direction of attack. And even with these larger rooms, the convent features a number of convenient shortcuts to unlock intermediary progress markers between shortcuts back to the pre-do. I know I'm talking smack about Grievance Ascends here, but as vertical combat-focused areas, they draw comparisons. And in comparison, the convent has more complementary enemy mix-ups and strategically placed shortcuts that maintain the tension while mitigating frustration and tedium that Grievance Ascends suffers a bit from. No matter how many times I play through this game, I cannot stop smacking walls, just in case there's an illusory wall that I've forgotten about. Because once you introduce one illusory wall, every wall can be an illusory wall. The major shortcut back to the pre-do is now unlocked just as I was getting a bit desperate for some respite. With the first half of the area overcome, it's time for the second half. The second half introduces a new challenge in the form of the Wax Baroness. The Wax Baroness is a spirit that phases in and out, shooting a laser at Penitente, and here I use a plunging attack to deal a good chunk of damage. Hitting these enemies hard is the ideal strategy to more quickly dispatch them. This version of the Wax Baroness phases out after being hit or after firing 2 rounds of the laser in one location. Encounters with them end up feeling a bit tedious though, especially when I forget I have Debla of the Lights to quickly take care of them. They're located in such a way so that Penitente can only get a single hit on them, and then it becomes a game of knowing where to be in each location so that they can't hit you with the laser, but you can punish them when they phase in. On paper this sounds compelling, requiring the consideration of the environment and taking advantage of it to defeat the Baroness, but in play they're just annoying. And to be honest, fighting 3 back-to-back in this room probably doesn't help me think fondly of them, as it compounds the feeling of tedium. See, that was tedious and I only showed 2 of them.
I think swapping out one or two for a blazing icon or sister would work better. Nevertheless, we finally get the small bead of blue wax, increasing Penitente's fervor when equipped. Like the red bead of wax, we'll find further blue wax upgrades that increase the amount of fervor this bead gives. And speak of the miracle, I get the medium bead of red wax in the next room, replacing the small bead I had equipped, further increasing Penitente's max health. These beads are unique in that they're the only prayer beads that upgrade in this way. Finding upgrades to them is akin to finding the Lady of the Six Sorrows or Oil of the Pilgrims, and can make a significant difference to Penitente's power. This is the final stretch before reaching a pre-due and the boss of the area. Even though I've gotten through pretty cleanly this time, I specifically recall how nail-biting this room was with no flasks and about half my health the first time through. Blazing icons aren't difficult to dispatch once you close the distance, but they're dangerous if you're caught in their flames. Between the small alcoves and the pouring lava, it gets a bit complicated to safely climb and then time your jump into the alcove to attack them. It's a fond memory, the high stakes of getting through here the first time, feeling that if I could get over this final hurdle with a fingernail of health, that I'd be at a checkpoint. And it was so cathartic getting past the lava and smacking the Chain Sister. The layout at the top was altered with the Stir of Dawn DLC, adding this room to the left as part of the Amanecitas questline in New Game Plus. A new prayer bead was added here as well, the Cloistered Sapphire. The description says that after performing an execution, the air around Penitente electrifies, which isn't a great description of what it does. It gives Penitente 3 powerful ranged attacks after performing an execution. With the area generally completed, it's time to take on the head honcho, the Lady of the Charred Visage. Viridiana appears, aged again, offering her services during the boss fight. We ascend for the final time in order to see the finale of her story, following the defeat of the boss.
Necesitaréis mi favor en vuestro siguiente cometido. Que así sea.
If Altas Gracias sparked my interest in how the Game Kitchen brought Spanish history and folklore into their game, Our Lady of the Charred Visage cemented it. The lady is inspired by the legend of Maria Coronel. Maria Coronel was a beautiful aristocrat in 14th century Spain who is said to have been pursued and harassed by King Pedro the Cruel. He pursued Maria to the convent of Santa Clara in Seville, where Maria put a stop to his unwanted advances by pouring hot oil on her face. She later founded the convent of Saint Inez and was buried in her church when she died. During 16th century renovations of the church, they found her coffin and discovered that her body was in a remarkably good state. Maria's body was then moved to a glass coffin and she was made one of the incorrupt saints. In Blasphemous, the lady was once a beautiful woman named Aurea. Such was her beauty that sculptors made statues of her, taking her out on procession and claiming that she was the living image of divinity. Aurea could not bear to be mistaken for divinity, so she burned her face with oil and joined a convent. The years passed, and while Aurea aged, her burn did not heal, remaining scorching hot and smoking. This was seen as a miracle by the church, and an order was founded in her name where all the sisters had to burn their faces just as she had. The boss's visual design is suitably gnarly and monstrous, and the fight is also very solid. Our Lady pops her face in and out at different elevations, with the burn on her forehead being vulnerable to damage. She uses the rosary on her hand to fire off various lasers, fireballs, and orbs at you, the last of which can be deflected by Penitente back at the lady for massive damage. This is all manageable and well telegraphed. At 50% health, a second hand comes up, and this is when things get hectic. Before, the lasers and fireballs were manageable, and it wasn't hard to reflect the orbs back at her. With the second hand though, they cover each other, making the windows of attack much smaller and more complicated. If you have Debla, you can easily deal damage to her at any height. If the player knows that non-magical projectiles can be struck down, they can use that to reflect the orbs back at her and deal huge damage. The conspicuous wall climbs are a big hint that Air Impulse will be available in this fight, letting Penitente attack much faster compared to jumping up to slash her face. This boss hits on all cylinders for me and comes together to make a really fun fight. Defeating Our Lady also concludes our pact with Viridiana. Of all things, she expresses gratitude for being able to help Penitente, and she gifts us with the prayer Zarabanda of the Safe Haven to remember her by.
Fittingly, it generates 3 orbs that will protect you from damage and hurt enemies who come in contact with it for a short time. It's worth noting here that despite all of the terrible things that happen in Custodia because of religion, there are those like Viridiana whose faith is a shining light in this dark world. There are those who help Penitente, and those who Penitente helps, and that it should be factored in when considering how faith and religion are depicted in Blasphemous. That being said, bit of a dick move to leave her there, Penitente. We've come to the last visage, whose design is inspired by the incorrupt remains of Santa Catalina de Siena. Here, Penitente receives the final of the 3 humiliations, the holy wound of compunction. Compunction is sorrow for committing or considering committing sins. With the 3 humiliations accomplished, the Forbidden Gate opens, granting Penitente access to the Mother of Mothers Cathedral and the Cradle of Affliction. I have a few things to do before visiting the Bridge of the 3 Calvaries, and the first is snagging my boy Jamino some oil. Deo Gracias is waiting for Penitente, instructing him to go to the bridge now that all 3 humiliations have been completed. He also warns Penitente to not get cocky. Although the miracle has been on our side, Penitente's circumstances could change if he's not paying attention. Before leaving the convent, we unlock another shrine and ascend the virtue of Mea Culpa, unlocking new abilities. However, now that we're close to the second half of the game, my tears have other places to go. As promised, I deliver Jamino his burning oil. This warms his freezing veins and he states that he can still answer the call. By leaving this room and re-entering, we can progress Jamino's quest. Jamino is now gone, pretty quick for being encased in a metal statue and half frozen, and we find the frozen olive left behind. This prayer bead increases defense when health is low. In this nearby cave, we find Jamino alongside the other damned who are encased in metal statues, huddled around a sarcophagus. We get the dried flowers bathed in tears from Jamino's corpse. The item says that these flowers are an offering never made, lost in the snow to the sepulchre of the saint. Jamino was unable to reach his destination, but we can do so in his stead. Jumping into the sarcophagus, we reach the sepulchre of the Saint Ingracia, the woman who once watered the olive trees with her tears. We offer the flowers, and in exchange, we get the Saeta Dolorosa. This vampiric prayer heals Penitente for every hit he lands on an enemy for a short time. It can be very useful, especially in certain New Game Plus penance runs. Now it's time to take the path toward the Bridge of the 3 Calvaries. There's an enemy we've met here previously but haven't discussed yet, and that is the Guarda Infante. The paintings Las Meninas and Head of a Deer by Diego de Velázquez are the inspirations for this enemy. These Velázquez touchpoints are traditional and positive depictions of Inquisition-era life. This contrasts references to the work of Francisco de Goya, which depict the era critically and are often referenced pretty directly in building the atmosphere of the game. The Guarda Infante, however, desecrates these romanticized images by Frankensteining them into this monstrosity. I think TGK are heavily twisting these works in the same way the Miracle twists and corrupts Custodia. Profaning these idyllic works highlights the corruption and social upheaval of the era they were created in, and by extension draws comparisons and attention to the twisted and corrupt state of Custodia. And on a simpler level, profaning some classical art to make a cool monster is just awesome. The Kickstarter campaign for Blasphemous included the creation of a prequel comic called The Kneeling, and it functions as a sort of Penitente origin story. In it, a scholar of the miracle named Desamparadas guides Penitente to the Kneeling Stone. Desamparadas wears a portrait of her youth on her back, a contrast to her ghoulish skeletal appearance that she now has because of the miracle. She explains that the miracle has a purpose for Penitente, and the first proof of that is Penitente's irreversible silence. I take this to mean Penitente was either born mute or was made mute by the miracle. This draws a connection between Penitente and the father, who never spoke again after receiving the miracle. And this ties into Penitente's purpose to wield the guilty blade mea culpa that grew forth from a statue of the father, as we saw in the opening cutscene. Penitente pulls the blade from the stone, and Decemberatus names him the Penitent One. The comic then cuts to a new scene, where Penitente is confronted by Chrysanta of the Rapt Agony, captain of the Anointed Legion. She states that their penances are opposite yet complementary, and their processions were due to cross. They fight, and Chrysanta slays Penitente, throwing him off of a cliff and into the pile of corpses in the Brotherhood of the Silent Sorrow, where Penitente starts the game. Chrysanta departs, stating that if the miracle really has chosen Penitente, that he will rise again as his second kneeling. And now we're at the big confrontation with Esdras, True Ending Edition. Esdras implores his sister Perpetua to let him prove himself to their captain Chrysanta by defeating Penitente and keeping him from trespassing into the Mother of Mothers. This would be a major accomplishment by Esdras to defeat Penitente, considering that the kneeling comic shows us that Chrysanta was ordered to kill him only for him to rise again. The true ending narrative diverges from the original story here, as Perpetua appears momentarily in a flash of light from the gray light from beyond the dream. He realizes that Penitente has the grace of his sister and also hears her voice. Only Perpetua could sway Esdras like this, causing him to betray the Anointed Legion by not only sparing Penitente, but aiding him in his pilgrimage. Because not only does Esdras love his sister, but also that Perpetua died for the Anointed Legion and would not ask to betray them without good reason. Esdras asks that Penitente meet him in the Church of the Kneeling, a remote place where he hopes that he and Perpetua will be able to commune. But before continuing this narrative, I want to show how this scenario shook out originally.
Hermana que estáis tras vuestra marcha, me toque un gran dolor, me muerda. En guardia, penitente.
Esdras is a tough boss for me. With his hammer, he does a series of strikes as well as creating shockwaves and trails of lightning. This fight will showcase how the shockwave in particular is hard for me to reliably deflect. Esdras takes damage through carrying his attacks, as well as generous openings at the end of his combos and spin attacks. With the spin attacks, standing at the edge of the screen lets Penitente avoid being struck, giving a great opportunity to get a full combo of hits in on him. The only downside of this is that he often follows this up with a shockwave, which I'm terrible at deflecting. You've probably noticed that I'm in New Game Plus on this fight, showing a sneak peek of the Penitent's game mode, as well as some powerful beads and prayers that we will discuss in detail later. Near the end of this fight, the false Perpetua Penitente fought in the Mountains of the Endless Dusk appears, making the end of this fight quite chaotic. The difficulty of this fight, combined with the growing tensions with Esdras, makes this battle a narratively and mechanically satisfying climax to the first half of the story. While I understand and agree that the true ending should be attainable in a new game, I feel that you need the context of this confrontation to appreciate his arc in the true ending. It's cool to see the gameplay and story change as this former adversary becomes an ally. But if a player's first playthrough is the true ending without this context, I can't help but feel that it's a weaker way to experience the climax of this first half of the game. The narrative and mechanical tension is not released, but redirected to the end of the game, and the tensions with Esdras potentially feel like a misdirect. The true ending narrative is a bold change to the story and gameplay, but I prefer it as a subsequent experience to the initial playthrough. With that embarrassing victory accomplished, let's return to the true ending playthrough. Before leaving the Bridge of the Three Calvaries, I want to note that it's inspired by the design of the famous Puente de Triana Bridge in Seville, sharing the recognizable circular design of the archways. Penitente crosses the threshold, and His Holiness has a few words. Escobar is not doing too well. His blood is turning into sap and his skin into reddish bark. And I'm sure Penitente passing through the Forbidden Gate is not helping. Inside is the Ferris Tree, a mini area added with the Stir of Dawn DLC. And I want to make note of the name. It's a tree made of iron modeled after His Holiness when he turned into a great tree upon the turned throne. I've speculated that it was this event that caused the eternal sunset to begin in Custodia. I've also mentioned how the dream is depicted as an ocean of frozen iron, as well as Jimino's frozen iron statue. And now we have His Holiness, whose continued presence seems responsible for the eternal dusk of Custodia, frozen in iron like the dream, continuing to call attention to the stagnation Custodia is in. The Hall of Awakening is in conversation with this theme in Stir of Dawn, but for now it's simply a source of quicksilver. Now we're in the Patio of the Silent Steps. The design of this area is based on the Patio de los Naranjos, or the Orange Tree Courtyard in Seville, that sits outside the Seville Cathedral. It was once the location of an Almohad mosque, but all that remains of it today are the exterior walls that defined the courtyard. During the Inquisition, public scourges were done outside the patio, and this courtyard and the accompanying statues of saints was one of the last views for those who were about to be executed. But before exploring the patio, I want to return to the Brotherhood. Off screen, I gave Soledad 2 more knots and increased my prayer beads to 5. Somehow I actually forgot to rest at this pre-do, so I'll do it now. With relics, we can fully explore this path now, which was added in the Wounds of Eventide for the true ending storyline and leads to the Kneeling Church. Given its significance in the pre-release comic, I wonder if this was always intended to make its way into the game eventually, or if the idea came to TGK afterward. I don't really have anything to say about this section, I just really like the vista. I pick up the prayer Tirana of the Celestial Bastion. This prayer makes a barrier of divine lightning that damages enemies who cross it. It's a neat spell and concept, but it doesn't beat out other prayers for damage or protection. In the Kneeling Church, we see the famous kneeling stone created in the opening cutscene when Mea Culpa was forged through the woman's guilt. Speaking with Esdras, he communed with his sister Perpetua here, and she revealed to him another path for Penitente to take than what has been intended for him. A destiny other than what the High Wills have planned, which is for Penitente to eliminate Escobar and start a new age of the miracle. We haven't spoken much of the High Wills at this point because they're primarily featured in the true ending introduced in Wounds of Eventide. What is important to know at this time is that the miracle is the primordial force that enacts change, and the High Wills are the consciousness that directs it. We will get into a lot more detail on this topic as the true ending storyline unfolds. In order to walk this path seen by Perpetua, Esdras gives Penitente the key grown from twisted wood that unlocks a door in the library of negated words that will give us an audience with someone that was damned to eternal reclusion by the High Wills. With that, it's time to head back to the patio. This area is a small interstitial space between the bridge and Mother of Mothers Cathedral. It's pretty much a line of horizontal rooms where you chutes and ladders your way around. The architecture and theming of this area justify its existence, but it's not particularly remarkable otherwise. We do get a new enemy here, the Monfrake. This enemy is inspired by the character Salvatore, played by Ron Perlman in the 1986 movie The Name of the Rose. The Monfrake throws mandrake roots as traps, which were associated with witchcraft in medieval Spain. When they get the chance to attack, the Monfrake will put down the mandrake roots, hurting Penitente if he moves through them, and can be destroyed by hitting them. They're not really much of a threat, but can complicate multi-enemy encounters with their traps if you're not careful. The design of Blasphemous began with Penitente. The initial concept art by Enrique Cabeza was done as pixel art. This is a standard practice by TGK, who also did this for their series The Last Door, in order to visualize the art style of the game alongside the initial concepts. The initial designs were more of a vampire hunter combined with a priest, but the team wanted something more visually striking and recognizable. The idea of a metal penitential hood was initially brought up anecdotally and was considered a bit of a joke by the team at first. But they kept iterating on the idea of Penitente's design being based on robes worn by penitents. These robes are worn during Semana Santa presently and during the Inquisition as a symbol of shame, the color of the garb representing the crime committed and the punishment given. This is where the concept of basing the game on Spanish art and folklore came into prominence. As for the face on the mask, TGK wanted players to connect with Penitente, but also keep his face hidden and expression impassive. It was a long design process using various historical references, but the design that stuck was inspired by a Roman imperial face mask worn by the cavalry found at the site of the Battle of Teutoburg Forest in Germany. One small complaint I've heard about the patio is that it features too many blind jumps, but I don't really think that's the case. There were a few scenarios like this one where impulsively leaping off of a ledge for a treasure or collectible will land you in the spike pit below, but it's not a blind jump, more a test of if you've been paying attention to your surroundings. By this point in the game, players should be familiar with the general methodical and tactical approach that Blasphemous rewards, and I think this kind of easily avoidable trap is fair game. I stumble into Redento here, who is terrified to proceed because of another new enemy that acts as the final guardian before we go into the Mother of Mothers. It's treated almost like a mini-boss here, but quickly becomes a semi-common enemy. Redento beats himself up about being afraid, but I don't think that I'd want to fight this guy with my arms tied behind my back either. And this guy is the Amigura. The Amigura evokes the processional floats that travel along the streets during Semana Santa, but instead of people operating the float, it's a monstrous creature touched by the miracle. The Amigura shoots fireballs that bounce along the ground and ricochet back at you if they hit a wall, but is otherwise not too much of a threat. Their main strength is a decent health pool, which I counterattack with prayers and getting up close and tanking through a hit or two in order to get full combos off. With the beast slain, Redento can now get through. It's worth noting, however, that if you're going for the Crossing Souls achievement, when Redento and Cleophas cross paths, you cannot talk to Redento yet, or you cannot get the achievement during this playthrough, so be careful. This is another achievement that I think is a pain in the ass just for how fiddly it is and how unlikely you are to get it without already knowing about the achievement. That being said, I'll give it credit for being a unique achievement that itches the route planning part of my brain just a bit. You could also argue that knowing an interaction between Redento and Cleophas was even possible is much less likely without the trophy, so it's not a bad way to highlight something that's otherwise an edge case that TGK accounted for. Now we find ourselves at the Mother of Mothers, the seat of the church in Custodia. The Mother of Mothers is the arch-cathedral and head of power in the religion of Custodia. The mixture of Gothic and Moorish architecture of the arch-cathedral is inspired by the Cathedral of Seville. The backgrounds are stunning, and the scale of these interior spaces underlines the importance of this location. The first room features a procession of spears of the cathedral, and I like this choice. Their vestments are recognizably Catholic in inspiration, but also equally inspired by the picador as previously discussed, whose role in bullfighting is to soften up the bull ahead of the matador. So in a very direct way, these enemies are also softening up Penitente before the main event in the Mother of Mothers. The heart of the Mother of Mothers, the knot of the three words, is inspired by the Moorish architecture of the famous Mosque of Cordoba. Dale Gracias tells us that this is where the first miracle occurred. A devout and tormented youngster sat and prayed on a log, asking the high wills for punishment. The miracle manifested itself and roots grew from him and twisted his body around the log upon which he sat, not a cry or complaint. This was the first miracle that created the Twisted One, or the Father, who is venerated by all of Custodia. This tree sprouted years after his death and was named the Knot of the Three Words for its twisted trunks and the three words spoken by the Father before he died, "My great guilt." Golden, burning liquid flows from the tree, and Deo Gracia suggests it's a reminder that the first miracle has not abandoned them. The Wounds of Eventide expands upon the first miracle in this tree, revealing that there were 4 people who witnessed the first miracle and who prayed before the Twisted One as his transformation occurred. These were the Father's greatest devotees, and they heard him utter his last 3 words and watched the knot of the 3 words tree grow. Of these 4, there was only one who saw the divine trinity of the High Wills during the first miracle. I believe that these devotees became the uncorrupted saints that we visited, whose fervor was used to create the guardian visages who guarded the holy wounds of His Holiness Escribar. If you're paying attention and can do basic math, you probably noticed that there were 4 devotees, but only 3 guardian visages we met. The fourth devotee saw the high wheels during the first miracle, and we'll learn more about them shortly. And with that lore dump finished, it's time to make our way through the Mother of Mothers toward the Library of Negated Words.
Pues nudosos son, fueron y serán los caminos del milagro.
This area is a mix of vertical platforming sections and long combat hallways. These sensors are the novel platforming feature in this area, requiring you to jump past them when they're on the backswing. The platforming is not particularly difficult in this section, the sensors existing to be a soft barrier to box in combat encounters like the lava in the convent, as well as to punish reckless traversal. And now we are in the Library of Negated Words. Library of Negated Words houses sacrilegious and heretical texts that have been memory holed by the Church. The founder of the library was a priest who was seduced by pagan writings and found practicing sorcery, remembered by the Church as the Dark One. These specters are the archivists who review the works of the library even beyond death. The layout of this area is a mixture of puzzle rooms and vertically oriented combat and platforming rooms. This area also has a fair number of illusory walls. A recurring traversal challenge in this area are the processions of archivists, an enemy officially dubbed as Carthos. Their design is based on the togas of Carthusian monks as painted by Francisco de Zurabon in his work entitled St. Hugh in the Carthusian Refectory. If Penitente is detected by them, they materialize and deal contact damage, complicating other enemy encounters. The Carthos also has a living variant who likes to throw boomerangs. This is the first puzzle room of this area. These puzzles here involve manipulating platforms using levers in order to reach the exit. We also get another new enemy here, the Headless Chamberlain. Their headless body wears a ruff, indicating they're an aristocrat inspired by the ruff worn by Spanish aristocracy in the 16th and 17th centuries. Their floating heads were inspired by the cherubs in the painting Immaculate Conception by Spanish painter Murillo. Their heads are easy, but will continue to materialize until the body is dispatched, which is often positioned in a place only accessible by platforming or ranged attacks. Similar to their cousin, the sawn in half Acerado, the Carthos can be annoying in situations where they throw books at Penitente from an angle where it's impossible to knock down with mea culpa. This is a bit unfair in situations where they throw books at you from off-screen, and getting hit feels difficult or impossible to avoid. This feels especially bad in a title like Blasphemous, where the punishing gameplay is offset by players being observant and tactical. Man, I'm a sucker for a spooky library though, and I love the atmosphere in the ghostly archivists reading their books. Here we meet an important NPC of this area, Diosdado. Diosdado is a watchman who carries keys to the many locked up places in the tomes of the library. His design is very reminiscent of the original design of the Penitente, repurposed for this NPC. Diosdado will be important for the true ending questline, but he's a bit distracted right now. He's desperate for an unending banging sound from within the library to cease, and Penitente will oblige him shortly. In these next rooms, ghosts, Carthos, and headless chamberlains are mixed and matched. These encounters are hectic, but none of these enemies do a ton of damage, making the more complicated mix-ups pretty forgiving. There's a nice tension in how these enemies are various flavors of turret, which aren't particularly challenging by themselves, but their less accessible placement in the level paired with the measured movement enforced by the ghosts make these encounters more interesting and well integrated into the level design. We get more Carthos mixed in with ghosts as we navigate this series of ladders and landings. This is another instance where dead angle book throws can come into play, but unlike the previous instance I criticized, you can see and anticipate the Carthos attack and time your descent accordingly. This difference makes it a fair challenge that creates tension instead of frustration. Let's take a moment to discuss the iconography of the Twisted One, seen throughout the game and decorating the Tears of Atonement counter. As the crucifix represents Christianity, TGK wanted the religion of Custodia to have a symbol to represent it that was recognizable and thematic. And to couch it within the game, this is a symbol made by the church, thus also representing their own perspective. The creation of the symbol of the Twisted One is described in the Art of Blasphemous book in this quote. The original idea of the symbol came from imagining the result of twisting a square as if it were a wire, in such a way that the resulting geometric figure simulated the figure of a person with flexed arms and legs. Laid within this symbol is the image of the Father in a similarly twisted position, set against the trunk, his limbs transforming into roots and wrapping around the trunk. The position of the Twisted One in his transformation represents the punishment by the miracle that he begged for, as well as evoking Christian crucifixes depicting Christ being crucified. Funnily enough, the ornamentation for the symbol was inspired by the Coronado Cross from Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's a fictional crucifix named after a real Spanish explorer, Francisco Vázquez de Coronado. As we've discussed, the miracle twists. It manifests the custodian's thoughts and desires by twisting their physical form. Chief and first among them is the Twisted One himself, whose body is twisted and transformed by the miracle, literally becoming the symbol of Custodia's religion. I also can't help but notice that the twisted square also resembles a figure 8, a symbol for infinity. Setting the Twisted One within the twisted square breaks the symmetry, the order of the symbol, in the same way that the transformations of the miracle are capricious and unexpected. This also sets within the infinite circuit of the symbol an icon of punishment, which to me describes the cycle of penance that the miracle will continue to inflict without end upon Custodia under the authority of the High Wills. A more positive interpretation, likely the intent from the church, is that this represents the eternal role of the High Wills, with the Father embedded within representing the acts of the miracle. I think it's pretty neat how it functions both as propaganda for the church while reinforcing the themes of the game. We have a semi-new enemy here, a variation on the Wax Baroness that I have dubbed as the Ink Baroness. Unlike the Wax Baroness, who shoots projectiles and disappears after one hit, the Ink Baroness charges up and fires a continuous beam during which they're vulnerable, but will subsequently phase out and begin charging their attack from a new position. Like the Karthos, they're kind of a reskin, so we're starting to see more reused enemies, but they're both visually distinct enough, and I think the Ink Baroness mechanically different enough that they still feel pretty fresh. I also prefer the Ink Baroness to her Wax counterpart, as this version feels less frustrating and is better incorporated into enemy encounters. They team up with the Headless Chamberlains in this chaotic but enjoyable platforming encounter, managing the location of the Ink Baroness while not letting the cloud of heads swarm you is tense. Of course, it also helps to remember that Debla exists, which is very useful here. Very useful. The top of this gauntlet yields a shortcut that I like to imagine was someone's secret escape route or way of smuggling out some of the heretical works. This connects the library back to the patio of the Silent Steps, which has one particular use later on. This is the cousin to the room and where olive trees wither, where the strategy is run. There's a variant of the Headless Chamberlain with ornate golden skulls that will freeze in place when touched, flashing for a few moments before exploding. This explosion hurts friend and foe alike, making it pretty easy to take out the Chamberlain and crew by tactically triggering their explosions. The toxic fog seems unnecessary here. It's a fun room, and effectively gating it with a relic check isn't interesting, and I don't like that this reward is locked behind it. The reward is the Amber Eye, a prayer bead providing great protection against electrical attacks. Great is the most significant modifier defensive prayer beads receive, making this a valuable reward and one that will be useful in the late game. This is the first of a couple riddles that are in the Library of Negated Words. It's thematic, breaks up the combat, and adds a bit of novelty to the area. This riddle is esoteric at first, which makes it a common search online for Blasphemous, but once you understand the thrust of the hints, it's not too difficult to figure out. This riddle also asks players to read the lore, which I'm always in favor of. The hints point the player toward 3 different ossuary bones that contain in their text a clue needed to solve the room. What it all adds up to is unequipping all of your prayer beads, prayers, relics, etc., making sure your fervor is full and then standing still. Solving this reveals a hidden room that contains the romance to the Crimson Mist prayer. This prayer summons a red cloud around Penitente for a short time that will damage foes. We found the source of the noise haunting Diosdado. It's the spirit of a master mason hitting a rock against the wall to reach his apprentice who is crying for help. Striking the illusory wall to get inside and using the Shroud of Dreamt Sins, we learn that this corpse is the young mason who was looking for a way out and became trapped inside the wall. He claims that the doors and corridors deceived him to make sure that he didn't leave with any forbidden knowledge. His cries permeated the walls and continued long after his death. This implies that the library is home to so many ghosts because it will not let them take the knowledge within this place out, not even after death. Instead of passing on to the other side of the dream, those who pursue knowledge here are trapped eternally with a thirst for knowledge never to be sated. I'd imagine that Diosdado also can't leave the library, and that he'll continue his role as a night watchman for a very long time. At least we can give him a little peace and quiet. He gives us the Young Mason's Wheel as a reward, a prayer bead that lets Penitente move faster. It'll be very helpful during the Miriam challenges coming up shortly. This prayer bead is a big deal. Drop of coagulated ink increases the strength of prayers by 100%. This can stack with the Smoking Heart of Incest Sword Heart that increases the strength of prayers by 100% and the cost of prayers by 1 fervor bar. That gives a 200% increase in the strength of prayers total, which is insane. Even without the Smoking Heart of Incense, I usually have this bead equipped because it's just such an increase in damage for prayers. If the Library of Negated Words is for heretical texts, Sleeping Canvases is for heretical art, and Giant Babies. We have a couple new enemies here. First is the Captive in the Canvas, inspired by the biblical story of Judith seducing the Assyrian general Holofernes while his army besieged her city, cutting off his head with his own sword while he slept. Her design is inspired by the painting Judith with the head of Holofernes by Cristofano Allori. This enemy comes off the wall and strikes at Penitente. It's a pretty basic melee enemy, but the design is cool and the execution is very good and satisfying. Then we have the Sleepless Tomb, the giant lady love of the Wandering Tomb. The design is inspired by the tomb of Isabella I of Castile. This lady hits like a truck and has a ton of health, but she does have ample time between attacks, allowing Penitente to deal damage, as well as manage the armatures, closing in so that you don't get boxed in with this enemy. I find range attacks work best to fight her off and maintain my space in the encounter. As mentioned, the smaller area is notable for its plethora of traps in the form of spike pits and swinging axes used in platforming challenges. There is also a puzzle room here, but I'll need to come back later when I have the large red and blue wax prayer beads. The next enemy is the Armature, a person covered in molten gold who can't be killed but will stop moving briefly after striking them. They mostly complicate encounters with other enemies by acting as an obstacle, and I think work pretty well in this area. Forsaken Hamlet works well here to maintain a large number of armatures, while also dealing damage to the bodyguard blocking the way out. There are some tanky enemies who take time to deal with, and these enemies add tension to those encounters. This area is also infamous for its swinging axes and spikes, and they will also complicate trying to manage timing when moving through traps. The combat encounters here are characterized by a bunch of armatures and traps with a tough enemy at the end who you must defeat in order to proceed. Candelaria has her final shop here in the Sleeping Canvases. The big items in her shop are the Key of the Inquisitor, which will be very useful later, and a Bioflask upgrade. However, you may have noticed that I've been holding on to my tears for a while now, and there's a very good reason to that, which I will get to shortly. This room may be the single worst room of my first playthrough for a few reasons. This is a tough platforming challenge, especially for your first time through the game, and especially with the base version of the game before any collision and platforming tweaks had been made.
It's easy to get knocked onto spikes in this room, which shunted me back to the beginning of this area, requiring me to traverse through 2 rooms where I can't simply run past enemies to try the platforming challenge again. On top of all that, there was a bug that is much less common now, where your guilt fragment would spawn on top of spikes, and that happened to me most frequently here. This meant I would need to defeat a boss or visit a confessor to rid myself of that guilt. As it stands now, I don't find this challenge too bad, but having to redo it can still be tedious and is relatively likely to happen. Through the challenge of the axes, we get the big bead of blue wax, a solid reward. My blue wax is now maxed out at this point. The other reward for getting through this challenge is a connection into Mercy Dreams, which seems pretty pointless, but like the shortcut in the library, there is use for it later on. And in the base game, the travel gate was actually the only way back to Sleeping Canvases unless you wanted to go back through the platforming challenge in reverse. This was a major pain in the ass and a huge slap in the face for me after initially completing it my first time. Luckily, with the Stir of Dawn DLC, a shortcut was added that would not only make it way kinder after initially beating it, but also provide a shortcut back to this area for a reason later that I keep vaguely alluding to. I don't know why I'm being coy about it, it's the Chalice of Inverted Verses, as you may have guessed. Turning in herbs to Tierso and bones to the ossuary lined my pockets even further. Now it's time to visit the church in Albero. Accessing this church was added in the Stir of Dawn DLC and may be one of the most major changes made to the game. Tithing to this church gives you special benefits as pre-due and other rewards. I could have donated sooner for some decent benefits, but 20k tiers is the big one. It's probably not necessary to give exactly 20k, a little change probably won't matter, but I like to give an easy number to remember the total I've given. You can't check to see how much you've donated, but you can see progress through the interior of the church becoming more populated and furnished. I'm a sucker for these kind of things, especially in a world like Blasphemous, where change, especially positive change, is so rare. One of the rewards unlocked is the Token of Appreciation Prayer Bead, which increases your strength when bioflasks run out. The big rewards for my donation to the church are that at 10k tiers, pre-dues will now restore fervor to max, and at 20k, pre-dues will now act as fast travel points between any other pre-due you have unlocked. Of course, here I need to unlock the shortcut in the Sleeping Canvases for later, but I'll be making good use of this mechanic from now on. This does make the travel gates feel just a bit redundant, but they serve their purpose early game and are still sometimes a preferable location to travel to. And I think the Game Kitchen tuned well the timing at which you would be able to unlock fast travel. An appeal of metroidvania games that Blasphemous pulls from is backtracking through areas as you're able to traverse more of the map, but there's a fine line as the map grows where that goes from being fun exploration to tedium. As much as I love Metroid Prime, playing the remake in 2023 reminded me of what it's like when nothing mitigates the late game tedium of crossing the whole map, and it's not great. Blasphemous threads the needle as now traveling between the early areas and late areas is not a chore, and it comes at a time when backtracking to early game areas is for fewer and more specific reasons as we explore the final few nooks and crannies in those areas, making the fast travel welcome and avoiding the potential tedium. Damn, look at that pre-due and its little travel gate hand up top. It essentially enhances and adapts exploration in the late game, was a very good change that really enhances the overall experience with its inclusion. Now that we have the shortcut unlocked, we can continue to explore Sleeping Canvases. One thing I want to camp out on for a moment is that the first miracle was not the start of religion in Custodia. For one, the Twisted One was praying to the High Wills, asking for punishment. This already establishes that there is some set of beliefs in place about guilt, and I think we can take away that the High Wills were already something that existed in the minds of custodians. I've seen theories suggest the High Wills were manifested at this point, and we will later discuss their origins, but my stance is that the Twisted One invoking their name in his prayer suggests they existed earlier, and that the rise of the Twisted One is more equivalent to the biblical Old Testament-New Testament divide, with the Twisted One ushering in a New Testament equivalent era. The difference, however, is that the High Wills don't seem to want people thinking too much about the time before the Father. We learn from his bones that Ero Karim worked as an archivist in the library, and he was exiled for his interest in the pre-Twisted One era writings in Custodia. Stories like Ella Karim's and the lore of the Quicksilver suggesting that Custodia was once a different place, more open to other lands and practices like alchemy, are intriguing, and I like the suggestion it subtly paints. And not that we should align Custodia one-to-one with Andalusian history, but Christianity was certainly not the original religion in that region, which was heavily influenced by Muslim and pagan beliefs that permeated the culture of Andalusia alongside Christianity. In fact, the disparate local practices and beliefs is attributed as spurring on the Spanish Inquisition, which was the push to homogenize the beliefs of the population in order to strengthen the power of the church, and I don't think it's meant to be any different in Custodia. Now it's time to talk about one of my favorite characters in the game, Hocinero. Hocinero tells us that he was born of the moon and of the torment of a brave bull by the grace of the high wills. His brethren are the children of moonlight who we've been freeing from cages and also who return Penitente to his pilgrimage at the Predu after death. The church took the painting of Hocinero as if they didn't want anyone laying eyes on it, according to the linen of golden threads. Between the children of moonlight being caged and the painting of Hocinero being hidden, the church does not seem to be a fan of these kids. Hocinero in Spanish is the name of a famous bull who killed the matador he was up against by stabbing him through the heart. You can see in Hocinero's painting the tormented bull is pierced with banderillas. My theory is that the bull, representing the congregation of the church, is being tormented by the bullfighter, representing the church leadership, and that Hocinero and the Children of Moonlight are feared by the church leadership because they represent the congregation rising up and slaying them. The reward for finding all the Children of Moonlight is the prayer Campanillero to the Sons of the Aurora. A Campanillero is a processional chant. The lore description of this item gives us the chant, "We're on our knees, to the ground we look, but if your hand rises up, we'll march in procession to your dawn of punishment, hoping for your exculpation." They hope the crimes charged against Penitente are removed or forgiven, that the mountain of ash that swallowed up the church leadership does not swallow up Penitente. As I've stated before, Penitente was sent by the High Wills, and I think the ultimate goal is for Penitente to be exculpated and take the throne, starting a new era as the new father. The Children of Moonlight aid in this by bringing you back to continue your pilgrimage after dying, and through the prayer mentioned above, they will help fight enemies who stand in your way. The church leadership feared their downfall, particularly Escobar, and so they locked them away and hide art depicting them. While the narrative doesn't really rely on the story of Hocinero and the Children of Moonlight to understand it, recognizing the Inquisition and bullfighting iconography really drives the point home and provides a thematic throughline that the Game Kitchen uses to inform enemy designs and environmental storytelling that fleshes out the world using recognizable symbols of Spanish history and art. Before getting into the boss here, I want to point out that the hidden room beyond Hocinero's painting features other indie Spanish games as Easter eggs. Neat. Now it's time for Exposito, Scion of Abjuration. The iconic giant baby that tears you apart was a big moment for people in the Blasphemous launch trailer, myself included. The visual design of the boss is very striking, even if the fight ends up being disappointing in comparison. The name Exposito was a commonly used surname in Spain for orphan children. Abjugation means to renounce an oath or reject something, meaning that Exposito is the child of such a rejection. In this case, the church burned his mother at the stake for being a witch, and Exposito's eyes were blindfolded during her execution. She wished that someone would make a wicker person in her likeness, which someone did, and Exposito stopped crying as soon as he was placed in her arms. His blindfold kept on so that he might not know it was truly his mother holding him. The Wicker Mother was inspired by 1973's Wicker Man starring Christopher Lee. To make things extra metal, an act of the miracle let the baby and the Wicker Mother continue to grow. While the design and story of the boss is cool, the fight is kind of awkward. Penitente fights the Wicker Mother, who is vulnerable to damage on her face and a section of her serpentine body. Her movement and hitboxes feel awkward, and she can easily move in such a way to have you caught between sections of her body. If you're lucky, you can reach a weak point in those instances, but there are lulls in the fight where you don't have a weak point accessible. Luckily, Debla chews through her pretty quickly, being able to reach her weak points easily as well as hit both at the same time, which can deal massive damage. In so defeating the Wicker Mother, Exposito seems to follow in his mother's footsteps, descending to the depth below as flames rise up. Not stated as explicitly as the 3 humiliations, but the narrative motivation to kill this giant baby was in pursuit of the 3 masks of the archdeacons that are required to use the lift that will take Penitente to Escobar in the Cradle of Affliction. Before getting the mask, let's take a look at the Linen of Golden Thread relic from Hosanero, which is easily my favorite relic in the game. This relic makes it so Penitente no longer dies from falling into a pit, but drops into the screen below. This massively changes how you interact with the world. It opens up a ton of shortcuts and unexpected connections between areas that gives wonderful aha moments as the world comes together in new ways. Every bottomless pit is now a discovery to be made. For existing connections like elevator shafts, this makes all of those items we whizzed past accessible now. It's a simple ability and practice that was probably very tough to implement into the world and level design, and the Game Kitchen does it in some very smart ways. There's also just the pure fun and exhilaration of being able to jump off of a thing and be okay. This room is sort of a tutorial for this ability as it's only accessible from above, and is likely to be the first pit players come across after getting the relic. It contains one of the ossuary bone collectibles, so it's not an amazing reward, but it's still a cool moment to emerge from the room that was previously barred and have that set the precedent for the ways in which the Game Kitchen might use this relic in the world. Now it's time to take the elevator and continue my pilgrimage. We ascend the Virtue of Mea Culpa to level 4 now, and I take this time to get Ascending Edge and Sacred Lunge upgrades. Ascending Edge will give Penitente a 4th combo finishing move where he slices up into the air, which will be very useful against the next boss and will give more vertical options in combat generally. Sacred Lunge extends the range of the lunge attack, making it a strict upgrade for the move. Here I get the first mask, the embossed mask of Crescente. Crescente is an archdeacon who sees herself as the only remaining truly faithful of the 3 archdeacons. She's a bit oblivious of her own vices, however, as the Library of Negated Words appears to have seduced her with its forbidden knowledge, and as previously discussed, the library doesn't let go once it has its hooks in you. At this point, we get another cutscene of His Holiness talking, and he remarks how he can see everything from his vantage point at the height of the dried and burned tree. Penitente gets the big ball of red wax, completing the upgrades for both the red and blue beads. The elevator dumps us back into the Library of Negated Words, giving us a new shortcut between the library and sleeping canvases. This also brings us back to Diosdado, who's feeling much better now that there's silence once again. He notices the key grown from twisted wood Penitente got from Estras, explaining that it's the key to a hidden door that was veiled in illusions long ago. This door is hidden from sight unless the key is in hand, in which case the knotted woods begin to twist as it draws near to the door. This begins the next step towards achieving the true ending. Upon entering this forbidden place, there is an illusory wall Penitente can strike to reveal a prayer bead called the Crimson Heart of a Miura. This is a reference to Kentaro Miura, mangaka for the legendary dark fantasy Berserk manga series, which has had untold influence across all forms of media, including Blasphemous. The bead is meant to evoke the Crimson Bayolet, or Egg of the King from Berserk, that Griffith essentially uses to manifest his dreams of obtaining a kingdom. I don't think it's a huge leap to suggest that you can see inspiration in the enemy designs and themes from Berserk. Miura passed away during the development of Wounds of Eventide in May 2021, and this bead was included to pay homage to the artist and his influence. Now it is time to find out who the traitor is and why they're critical to take the path envisioned by Perpetua. We find ourselves amazingly beneath the knot of the 3 words, face to face with the 4th visage, formed from the fervor of the 4th of the Twisted One's greatest devotees, who saw the high wills during the act of the first miracle. The other 3 Holy Guardian Visages who did not see the High Wheels would protect the holy wounds of His Holiness, and I would offer up that the particular holy wound each visage protected was a particular act of penitence they performed during their human life as the Twisted One's greatest devotees. I say this because of the particular holy wound that we will discover and discuss later that the 4th visage possessed, a holy wound that would challenge the entire system. However, the other 3 visages did not believe the 4th visage and what they saw of the true nature of the High Wills, and so the 4th visage was betrayed and deemed a traitor. They banished the traitor from the forbidden dream of the Holy Guardian Visages, blinded them so that they could no longer bear witness to the truth, and placed them in captivity beneath the roots of the knot of the 3 words where the first miracle occurred, the gold of the tree endlessly pouring down their faces as they sit in eternal darkness. The 4th visage tasks Penitente with finding their eyes and returning them so that they can once again reveal the truth. This will correspond to 2 new bosses added with the Wounds of Eventide DLC endgame fights that will reward Penitente with the pair of eyes of the traitor. One will be in the new area of Mourning and Havoc deep below the earth, and the other will be found added to the ossuary, available once 30 bones are donated. With the new task assigned, it's time to explore more of the Mother of Mothers and see where else it leads us. I get there using my fancy new teleporting pre-do to get back to the public side of the knot of the 3 words. Connected to the Mother of Mothers is the intended path to reach Mourning and Havoc, where we will find one of the 4th visage's 2 golden eyes. I don't intend to progress through the area right now considering it's tough as balls, but while I'm here I'll tag the pre-do and connect the gate of travel that is also down there. I'm not sure I'll ever have use for the gate of travel, but even still I can't help but unlock all of them. We'll talk about this more when we get into it properly, but I love the dried up ocean theme with the wrecked ships in the distance. I think it looks awesome and haunting. The other path is going to lead us to a major portion of the Strife and Ruin DLC that I have alluded to, Miriam's Quest. This is a crossover with Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, featuring the protagonist of that game, Miriam. The premise is as you might expect from a crossover, Miriam has been magically transported to land from her own and she needs your help getting back. The glass portal that you traveled through to get here is shattered, the shards of the portal scattered across the land. However, Miriam herself cannot cross through these portals to get the shards, so you need to retrieve the shards for her. There are 5 portals scattered across the land and hidden within the existing areas. Mechanically, this is a series of increasingly difficult timed platforming challenges. The inclusion of these challenges is a bit contentious. The platforming in Blasphemous was improved since launch, but there's still enough of a rough edge that the prospect of a series of difficult timed platforming sequences is not really playing to the strengths of the game. I'm not going to show all the rooms, but I'll show the final challenge as I think it represents the best and the worst of the Miriam challenges. I won't defend the Miriam challenges from the perspective of there being too much friction and frustration involved with the precision of platforming required versus how tight the platforming is. What I'll offer is that these challenges are unfair at times and that trying to also be unfair and break the courses is a satisfying puzzle. Anytime you can skip a sequence, find a faster way through a section, or engage with the course in an unintended feeling way, that's fun. From that perspective, the time limit does encourage that and feels integral to the process of finding ways to traverse the course more efficiently. At the same time, the time limit shines a light on the platforming rough edges in Blasphemous. Removing the time limit could rob the courses of the highs of breaking them, but would also alleviate the lows. Then again, so could reducing or removing the spikes and one-hit kill punishments. Ultimately, these challenges are an uncomfortable fit with the game as it stands. The reward for beating the challenges is the Prayer Cantata of the Blue Rose, which generates a glass rose behind Penitente that will shatter and damage enemies in front of him. It's a decent prayer and worth getting once, but the Miriam challenges are not something I usually revisit. One of the most satisfying ways I broke the courses was to simply wait at the top of these bullet hell elevator sections, in this case counting to 20, and then jumping down to completely avoid a segment of tense ducking and weaving. These challenges are where Redento's toe beads really come in handy, and having beads like the Mason's Wheel for faster movement and Piece of Tombstone to reduce fall recovery help break the courses. Outfitting Penitente with beads for a purpose beyond combat is novel within the game and a fun exercise. These courses were also where I stopped holding down the stick to perform the air impulse for lantern jumps and switched to holding the slide button to perform them, as I found that much more reliable to ensure you would keep moving forward as you lantern jumped. And that's all I have to say about these challenges. There's fun to be had, but the frustration involved in beating the courses puts a big damper on things. I'll let the rest of this play out, enjoy my liberal use of Tiento at the end of this course. I'm still here, by the way, just thought I should let this play out before returning to the main game.
Cristal está completo. Ha recuperado todo su poder. Hasta más ver, guerrero.
And now we're back into the Mother of Mothers. Heading up now, we get a section of the platforming encounters in Mother of Mothers. I also seem to have a particular grievance against these candles in particular. We see the new fancy version of the candelabra wielding acolyte here, this time in more ornamental vestment. And we sneak a peek of a new enemy I'll be facing off against in just a moment, the custodian of the stained glass. Their face is covered and they have shards of stained glass protruding from their back. They wield shards like knives, making quick melee strikes that deal decent damage. They are not hardy enemies, so even at Mea Culpa level 4, a couple parries and counterattacks or a lunge and a few quick strikes will make quick work of them. The custodians move pretty quickly, making them difficult enemies to avoid along the long corridors and small platforms where you'll mostly find them. Especially as a platforming encounter, their speed and movement require you to act quickly against them before they rush and attack you. Like a lot of enemies in this area, the best strategy seems to be striking first. Whether along the platforms or in the corridors, the encounter design of Mother of Mothers pits you against a gauntlet of enemies on a relatively flat plane. These enemies can all cover distance pretty quickly, so these encounters end up being about spacing and trying to fight within the space so as not to draw in more enemies. The long corridors of Mother of Mothers can really compound this challenge and start a chain reaction of pulling enemies if you don't manage that spacing well. Combat is broken up by some of these mild platforming challenges involving sensors, where the main danger is falling down into the room below and having to redo it, which they enforce by making a slightly risky jump after getting the treasure by the way the blood platforms will appear and disappear in a particular sequence. The level design of Mother of Mothers is sprawling and meandering, but there's ultimately only one path you can take to get to the boss of this area. The basic design of Mother of Mothers are a few large vertical rooms with long corridors connecting them along the bottom and upper portion, and then a series of corridors and rooms that connect these large vertical rooms at the top. The way the large vertical rooms are traversed is through first moving through the bottom and then coming back to the upper corridors to explore the upper portions of those rooms. The very top layer, the route to the boss, is accessed from this far room I'm now in at the very top, which will let me traverse and unlock shortcuts to the rooms below as I make my way across. I think this explanation illustrates how complicated the area can be to navigate. In my first playthrough, Mother of Mothers felt utterly massive, which really worked for me considering how much pathos the space was given in the first half of the game. Now that I'm familiar, my perception of the space has shrunk significantly, but I still harbor affection for the labyrinth that is the design of Mother of Mothers. Redento is at the end of his journey, but there is one more obstacle in his way, the statue of the first pilgrim. This statue was built where the first pilgrim took his last step, and then is said that the miracle carried him to continue his path along the road of the ancient processions. Redento is despairing here because once again he does not know the path forward. It's here where the first pilgrim's path ended, and he was to show the way beyond where the path continues. This whole journey has been in pursuit of the first pilgrim, who long ago left them on his solitary pilgrimage. It is up to us to help Redento once more, and this is done with the very gifts he bestowed upon Penitente. For this final puzzle, I need to equip the 3 prayer beads that he rewarded us with, the stone toes from the statue of the first pilgrim that Redento held on to. If we equip the beads we received from Redento, the statue will move. Heading into this room, we find within the case the nail uprooted from dirt relic. This relic is imbued with the willpower of the first pilgrim on his journey and will allow Penitente to move normally through water. It is through this item where we learn a bit more about the first pilgrim's story. The nail is the incorrupt remains of the first pilgrim ripped from martyr Nicanor by himself as he was burned alive by the congregation, labeled as a heretic, while his followers watched and afterward left until there was one. The last follower picked up the nail, and that night he went back to the church and hid the nail within the bricks of the church and left. It seems to me that the first pilgrim was martyr Nicanor, who was accused of heresy and killed by being buried alive. The genuflecting pilgrims continued his pilgrimage, hoping to follow him to the ancient processions beyond the dream. Redento too has been carried away by the miracle to follow the path of the ancient processions alongside his master, or at least that's what I like to think. And now that he's not using his rosary, might as well get a knot from it. In this room is a pretty unique platforming challenge. In the Mother of Mothers, there is also the Mother of Censors, and boy, she's a swingin'. First, I need to dispose of the Percherons while moving carefully through this room. In the Mother of Mothers, there are also blue Percherons who have more health than their red counterparts. Lucky for us, the Mother of Censors does not care what color they are. She will squish them in one hit regardless. Mercifully, Penitente gets a bit more leeway, only taking a chunk of damage. Once I clear the area out around the blood sand platforms, I need to time my ascent correctly and quickly make my way up the platforms into the door before I get royally bonked. A detail that I find really awesome is that the censor is actually based on a real thing. In Galicia, Spain, the Santiago de Compostela Archcathedral Basilica is the home of the Botafumeiro, a 1.6 meter tall, 160 kilogram censor. In the 13th century, a pulley system was installed to make the censor swing over 68 feet high in a 213-foot arc through the Archcathedral. Amazingly, in its 800-year swinging, it has never injured anyone, which cannot be said for this bad boy, which is a bona fide Percheron and Penitente swatter. Once again, some of the most evocative designs in Blasphemous are based on something nearly as outrageous in real life. The timing on this platforming challenge is tight, but damn, I think it's fun and will grab this sword heart every time, which also happens to be one of the best sword hearts. This is the smoking heart of incense, and it enhances the power and duration of prayers, but also increase their costs by 1 fervor bar. This is the sword heart that pairs well with a drop of coagulated ink bead, as they both increase the strength of prayers by 100% separately, and 200% together, which makes the added cost of prayers a very worthwhile trade-off. After the murder corridor and the Mother of Censors, we find ourselves in an intermediary vertical room in location of Socorro and Cleophas. You'd be forgiven for thinking we've been transported to the church in Albero, but this is the original room of this design. And I think this is intentional reuse of this look, not only to save some time, but because we will discover there is a connection between these two churches. Cleophas is an attendant of Socorro, who he refers to as the pious lady of the perpetual agony. Socorro grew up along a route used by the church to take prisoners to be punished and executed at the summit of a nearby hill. Hearing the cries of the prisoners every day, Socorro compassionately devoted her time to praying for the prisoners to be freed from their pain and suffering. One day she asked the pain and suffering to pass from them and onto her. Wounds and cuts began to appear on her body, but she continued to devote her time to praying for them. She kept doing this until her body was completely bloody and wounded, but without killing her, and continues to this day. I think it's brutal and darkly comedic that you can listen to Cleophas gush about Socorro and then murder her right afterward. I won't do it, but I could, and I think that's a little funny. Here is an example of me managing the gauntlet of enemies poorly at the bottom of this room. Not only did I miss with the plunging attack, but I failed to check for other enemies, and I ended up pulling 2 bellboys in addition to the spear of the cathedral. It ends up being a pretty entertaining scramble, especially considering the soul flask I have left to up the stakes, but I could have made it a lot easier on myself by approaching the situation a bit more tactically. But it's all worth it at the end of the day because I got the femur of Karpal, another bone. I make it to the next pre-do by the skin of my teeth, and after grabbing the next mea culpa shrine above, I can move on to the next boss. There is the room to the boss, but continuing up will take me to the shrine. Wait, continue to visit the shrine. Oh geez, well, boss it is. The next boss is perhaps my favorite boss visual design in the game, Melchiades, the exhumed archbishop. His design was inspired by the jeweled saints, the body of martyrs from early Christianity, found in Rome in the 16th century, which were then paraded across Europe and increasingly laden with jewels from different congregations. Their remains were taken to. Like the jeweled saints, Melchiades was exhumed, cleaned, and decorated. The remains were then hoisted into the air by the congregation and swayed to make the remains look as if they were walking again. I love the concept of this fight being the congregation puppeting the archbishop around, and I like how the arms are all these hairy, burly dad arms. The basic design of the fight is to damage the arms holding him up to the point where they drop him momentarily, at which point you can deal damage by striking his head. The ascending fourth combo finisher for the mea culpa comes in handy here, as the duration of his head being down corresponds with the time it takes to deal a combo of damage and perform the rising slash as Melchiades rises back up, dealing additional damage to him along the way. While trying to knock away the arms, he will do a number of relatively easy to block but high damaging pokes with his staff, as well as generate columns of magic that will box you in. Crowds of arms will also rise up and swing at you, but this attack doesn't pose much of a threat. The trickiest thing about this fight is getting your positioning right. The fervorous blood and lunge attacks are both useful in this fight to strike multiple arms at once, and the fervorous blood can help continue to deal damage to the arms even when Penitente is unable to reach them due to magic being in the way. Devil was super effective at the start of the fight, but I don't find myself in the position very often once the fight gets going to make the fervor cost worth it compared to the fervorous blood, which is still very effective and less of a gamble with my fervor. As you will see near the end of this fight, the last section of health takes forever to get down due to a mix of unlucky RNG with the columns of magic, as well as some suboptimal positioning on my part as I see the end in sight and commit the ultimate sin, greed and recklessness. Where Melchiades is when you get down the final arm, and if there are any columns of magic being summoned relative to Penitente's position, are important to consider so that you don't waste an opportunity to strike, because you can't get to his head during the window in which he is vulnerable. It's painful to see how close I came to getting him down, only to have to go through not one, but 2 rounds eliminating his arms to finally finish him off. Let's all join together and get mad over me not using the fervorous blood to deal him the final blow, all because I wanted to end the fight with a cool slash with mea culpa. And here I concede defeat at finishing him off in a cool way and deal the final blow with his head off of the screen. It hurts. This fight ends up broadly being an example of the psychology certain aesthetic players can have on the player. The silhouette endings of boss fights is a nice artistic touch that adds an extra layer of triumph to the climax of the fight, but it also gets into my head when I'm trying harder to end the fight in a cool way to get a satisfying silhouette. It may say more about me than the game ultimately, but it's interesting how those kind of touches can affect how a player interacts with the game. In my case, it's a tragedy of me making myself look like a fool because I'm trying to look cool. And now I have the second mask, the deformed mask of Orestes. This mask tells us that Orestes ventured into a dream realm seeking answers, but that they ultimately eluded him. However, the Mask of Crescente tells us that she believed Orestes to have become infirm in his old age, taken by superstition and fallacies. His Holiness gets another short cutscene where he pretty accurately describes how I feel after having Indian food. With 2 masks obtained, it's time to continue heading upward toward the Cradle of Affliction. I tagged the preview of the Arch-Cathedral rooftops, the next major chunk of the game, but first I want to take a trip to catch up with Nacimiento. My general rule of keeping at least 5 flasks is no longer in danger of being broken with a few upgrades, and at this point I could use a more robust heal than what the flasks are currently giving me. As previously mentioned, the portrait of Dorian Gray was an inspiration for both Nacimiento here and Desamparados, the guide of the miracle from the Blasphemous comic The Kneeling. After this latest round of flask upgrades, Nacimiento said he was tired, and upon returning, the ancient visage on his chest has now started to emerge. This image was inspired by the 2003 horror comedy Gozu. At the climax of the movie, spoilers for a 20-year-old movie coming up, a woman named Ozaki births her adult male self as he crawls out from her, and the outstretched pose the Ancient One makes as he breaks free of Nacimiento is very similar to the pose male Ozaki makes as he leaves female Ozaki. The through line for these stories is the division of aspects of oneself. In the case of Gozu, the inspiration is from the visuals of the scene, while creative director Enrique Cabeza cited the picture of Dorian Gray as a conceptual inspiration, which deals with the division of youth and purity versus age and corruption. In the case of Dorian Gray, he was a willing participant, intentionally using the portrait to absorb his corruption. Again, spoilers for a 133-year-old story, but in the end, filled with guilt and rage, Dorian tries to destroy the portrait by stabbing it, and is found dead as an old man stabbed in the heart. In contrast, both Nacimiento and Desamparados have been cursed by the miracle to bear this disparity in their visages. For Desamparados, she tells us that she's been chosen, her purpose to be a guide and scholar in the ways of the miracle. This is speculation, but it seems to me that her youth has been preserved in the canvas so that she may continue in undeath as a guide for the miracle. She was preserved for that moment to lead our protagonist to mea culpa and give him the title Penitente, as shown in the Blasphemous comic. In the case of Nacimiento, he increasingly bears the visage of the Ancient One on his chest as his face gets younger. Following the logic in the picture of Dorian Gray, impurity is being transmuted onto the Ancient One while Nacimiento remains young. His role in the game is to upgrade Penitente's Bioflask using Quicksilver, which as discussed earlier was said to have latent healing powers that could be brought out using the art of alchemy. It seems possible that Nacimiento, who has become more youthful as he has gotten older, could be old enough to have practiced the art of alchemy eons ago. At the very least, we know that he can in fact practice alchemy to revive the latent healing powers of Quicksilver to strengthen the Bioflask. From there, I don't think it's too much of a leap to then suggest that he is eons old and that the Ancient One embodies his extended life. And I would further suggest the possibility that Nacimiento was also being kept alive unnaturally in order to do the bidding of the miracle and aid Penitente. We are pushing into the Arch-Cathedral rooftops area now. This area is inspired architecturally by the Giralda, a famous tower of the Cathedral of Seville that blends Gothic and Moorish styles in a unique way, resulting in a memorable style. The design of this area is centered around the rooftops elevator, which is controlled by the 3 masks, and 3 main levels of rooms that branch off of the elevator on either side. The rooms to the left of the elevator, where we are right now, are corridor gauntlets similar to Mother of Mothers, but with more spikes. The rooms to the right of the elevator are Anointed Legion mini-boss arena encounters with various rewards behind them, locked behind gates. The gate pulleys are on the level below, behind a small platforming challenge. So the approach for the right hand side is to defeat the Anointed Legion mini-boss, navigate the platforming challenge to unlock the gate above, and ascend, which is how I will be tackling it. This is an endgame area and as such features upgrades and additions to existing enemies. We get the Armagura with a winged seraph attached here. The chained seraph is an enemy of its own, and the Armagura provides some more melee power, so it's a bit more dangerous to walk straight up and wail on it. We also get the chained seraphs by themselves. They're not very tanky, but they do deal pretty good damage. Because of their erratic attack pattern, I often take them out from range, but you can also take them out pretty quickly with the Mea Culpa and kill them before they strike you. There's nothing new about striking an enemy from below to defeat them unscathed, but for whatever reason, the Game Kitchen set a bunch of them up in this area where it seems like the obvious approach. Maybe they did this because it makes it look like they're doing a little dance. This is the elevator of the three masks, which will take us to the other levels of the rooftops, and once I've collected all three, to Escobar and the Cradle of Affliction. And now we have our first Anointed Legion fight. We've seen high-ranking members like Estrus and Perpetua, but these are the foot soldiers who serve Escobar and defend the Mother of Mothers. They're called the Anointed Legion because of the wraps they wear beneath their armor that are anointed with scented oils blessed by His Holiness. They wield hammers that look similar to the Christian aspergillum, an implement used for sprinkling holy water. Mechanically, they're basically mini Estruses attacking with hammer strikes, spins, and lightning. Their hitboxes can be a bit finicky, with the hitbox for the end of their spins lasting a bit longer than it appears from the attack. Appropriate spacing is important to parry and counterattack them, which can be tricky in these small arenas. If you're too close when they attack, the parry won't work and they'll strike penitente. That being said, parrying their strikes and dodging through the other attacks is the way to go against them, and they'll go down without much trouble after landing a handful of counterattacks. For defeating the soldier, I get the Mark of the First Refuge, which I will be able to give to Socorro for her questline. The pious Lady of Perpetual Agony protected this Anointed Legion soldier from pain. Now that he is defeated, we can use this mark to relieve a bit of her pain. This is purely speculative, but I wonder if at some point Socorro bore the pain of more members of the Anointed Legion, helping them to not suffer pain in battle to make them more formidable warriors. If so, that's pretty messed up. Before getting access to the pre-do that will serve me for the first half of this area, they throw in a classic Grievance Ascend style arena fight on a bridge. This fight introduces the Flying Seraphs. They wear the same mortuary masks that the Flying Faces do, and are designed visually and mechanically similar to the false Ghost of Perpetua. And I wonder if they are people who have died and been brought back to life by the miracle as a seraph. Like Perpetua, they attack primarily in a series of swooping charges, so they're a good candidate for Devil of the Lights and air impulse attacks. Now we have a multi-headed flying face that fires 4 orbs of energy in alternating orthogonal and diagonal patterns. This enemy is most commonly used to complicate platforming with their attacks. At the end here, I unlock the gate for the level above. Note that I cannot unlock this gate without the silvered lungs, and that in the room below to the right I needed blood perpetuated in sand and knotted tongues to access the Lady of the Six Sorrows for a health upgrade. Performing that execution does not get old. Inserting the deformed mask of Orestes, I gain access to the next level of the rooftops. Here is the second Legion mini-boss fight, and these fights escalate by adding in extra enemies as you ascend. At this point, Penitente's tools for managing groups of enemies is robust, so I'm able to dispatch the Seraph quickly to make the fight a duel. You can see that this time I'm slightly better about backing away after parrying so that I can also parry the next attack, but it's a work in progress. And with that, I've gotten the Mask of the Second Refuge. I make my way through this next platforming room to unlock the path forward, again utilizing all my relics in this room. Note that while I'm using a mixture of relics to get this bone up top, the path forward is actually reachable with no relics. Once again, I find it impressive how they made this game, and this area in particular, navigable without relics while still providing ample gameplay, challenge, and rewards for having them. I can imagine that it was a challenge to design for both scenarios in a way that would make the gameplay and progression satisfying regardless. And this abundance of traversal challenges involving relics is a big sign to the player to consider backtracking to previous areas to find any relics that they may have missed, but it's never required. The optional nature of Blasphemous 1's relics makes for a somewhat novel level and world design when compared to other games placed under the metroidvania umbrella. With your standard contemporary metroidvania, the level design will be layered with tributaries and secrets hidden behind metroidvania abilities. Pulling out to the greater world design, often there will be a cluster of areas that you can explore, with progress in the new areas eventually gated by a required ability, which will then become a standard aspect of the basic design of all subsequent areas. This allows designers to fold these abilities into the basic progression of the areas, a design approach that naturally adds complications as the player progresses and ensures players will not miss an ability along the way. This helps encourage players to backtrack and explore what they missed or couldn't reach before. However, there's also something interesting about how Blasphemous keeps progression separate from these abilities. In my first playthrough of the game, I never got the 3 gnarled tongues. The Egg of Deformity questline is probably the most involved relic questline, and I just never managed to complete it. After beating the game and hopping back into the world to find the secrets I'd missed, I was blown away by how much the game was willing to let me miss by making the relic optional, and how flexible that made the world design and experience. I see it as a really confident and bold move to willingly let players miss content you worked so hard on. Bloodborne, my favorite game of all time, is also another game with a surprising portion of optional content. And I know your mileage may vary depending on what roles games fill in your life, but games with a condensed critical path and a lot of optional content is a design approach that draws me back to a game. Knowing that I can play the game over the course of a weekend or over a course of a couple weeks depending on what I'm in the mood for, really empowers me to tailor my own experience in a way that I find very valuable and considerate of my time. After using the embossed mask of Crescente to get up to the next level, I am fighting the final Anointed Legion soldier, which is predictably further complicated with 2 winged Seraph companions at the start of the fight. Devla is a quick fix for them, and at the end of the fight it appears like I've almost gotten the hang of the tempo and spacing of the fight, and can parry and counterattack my way to victory. Coming out ahead, I acquire the 3rd and final mark of the refuge. In addition, I'm rewarded for ascending these 3 levels with a Mea Culpa shrine, which I believed to be level 6 at the time, still not realizing I'd missed the shrine just before Melchiades. So I unintentionally made this whole section just a bit tougher for myself. I upgrade the Fervorous Blood, turning it into a gory boomerang that will strike any enemies that remain in its path again. With all 3 marks of the refuge, it's time to speak with the Lady of Perpetual Agony. But not before making a quick stop in Albero to speak with some old friends of Cleophas. Cleophas was once a member of the Order of the True Burial with Ludovico, until one day he broke his vows and skipped town upon hearing about the miracle of the Lady of Perpetual Agony. Ludovico gives you a medallion featuring the symbol of the Order of the True Burial to give to Cleophas, hoping that it might serve as a reminder of his time with the Order. With this memento in hand, it's time to visit Socorro's chapel in the Mother of Mothers. The 3 marks I have were signs of protection for the bearer that the Anointed Legion soldiers had, indicating that Socorro bore their pain instead. The crimson wraps that support her represent the link between her wards and herself. Each mark returned to lessen Socorro's pain. Cleophas states that those who bore the mark clamored for her refuge and protection. I think that killing them ended the pain of theirs that Sakura would have to bear, but also that from the other side of the dream, Sakura's wards could will their lady to be freed from the miracle she endured. After returning all of the marks, we see Sakura finally at peace before vanishing, making her way to the other side of the dream for a much-deserved rest. While Cleophas seems happy for his lady's rest, he'd also dedicated his life to her, and now she is gone. This gives Cleophas an existential crisis, and after ending the conversation with him here, he moves to the Archcathedral rooftops, where we will meet with him shortly. Before speaking with Cleophas, though, I'm going to explore the left half of the rooftops and tag the preview for the final area of the base game. I start by exploring the interstitial level, which I accessed by lowering the elevator when I went to speak with Sakura and Cleophas, allowing me to use the Golden Threads relic to fall down to the ledge below. The Gnarled Tongues relic allows me to traverse this room, ignoring the Anointed Legionnaire, who is a pain in the ass to fight in a room with drops on either side of the arena. This, however, also applies to him, and I help him on his way to the other side of the dream as I make my way out of the room. I cut my first run through this area for time, during which I picked up the Canta Yondo of the Three Sisters from the chest. This prayer represents the inhuman groan of agony from the Tres Angustias in Yondo. I'm not sure why it's here, beyond being relatively powerful. This prayer will damage all enemies on screen. The prayer is a little inconsistent in its damage, so I don't use it often, but it can be a powerful tool in many arenas. This vertical room I'm in serves as a connection between the levels beside the elevator, unlocked by moving down through the tower. In practice, this doesn't really get used when you'll almost certainly be able to fast travel between previews at this point, but I guess it's satisfying to have the area tie back together. This is the final room to get through in the rooftops, and it's mostly a platforming challenge, not a particularly strong one either, but rushing straight through it stands a non-trivial chance of dying. The result is a bit of a ho-hum procession that is too much friction and tedium in a connective room, especially when you don't pay attention to your health and have to trek back to this. I'm not mad. Now this is a beautiful shot and perhaps the most gorgeously rendered vista in the game. Not only is it looking back upon the world you have traveled through to get to this point, but it is doing so through this incredibly striking dusk color palette that recalls one of the thematic through lines of the game, the endless dusk of Custodia. This is emphasized by this corpse, which reflects upon the Ferris tree as a symbol of Escobar's final communion with the miracle before he became a tree and burned. The corpse ends their thought saying, "Facing this eternal dusk, I will wait until I depart toward the other side of the dream." In an interview I conducted with the creative director Enrique Cabeza, I asked about time in Custodia, to which he responded, "I like the idea that these cursed places stay somehow frozen in time, hence the idea that the events of Blasphemous unfold during an eternal sunset, which is on the one hand beautiful as well as melancholic, but on the other hand, still a curse." This eternal dusk is also mentioned by Tirso at the beginning of the game, and the Mountains of the Endless Dusk area title reinforce this concept. And if you recall, the dreamscapes of the Guardian Visages consist of an ocean frozen in time and iron, bathed in an eternal dusk. Iron and dusk are brought together once again in this scene, as the Ferris tree bathed in dusk light depicts Escobar's final act before his martyrdom at the hand of the miracle, the final act that cursed Custodia to this eternal sunset. So why is Custodia frozen in time, and what does this theme mean? Custodia is frozen in time in an eternal sunset because this land has stagnated. Since His Holiness Escobar turned the throne and transformed into a great dead tree and burned, the grievous miracle has run amok and Custodia has been without a leader. The Age of Corruption, as this era of Custodia is called on the Kickstarter, is suspended at the dusk of this age, unable to recover from its decline and unable to progress while Escobar, the last son of the miracle, presides. We see a similar motif in the Dark Souls games, in which the declining kingdoms are depicted as unstuck in time between fire and dark, unable to progress into the next age until the chosen undead overcomes the power structure of the current age and leads the world into the next. In both scenarios, we see the power structure stagnate the world, as their ambitions to maintain their power disrupt the natural progression. In the case of Blasphemous, we see the orthodoxy of Custodia's religion become increasingly radical, to the point where no level of devotion is good enough, the guilt and sin of Custodia consuming the land. And Escobar is actively clinging to power in this eternal dusk, which we'll discuss more later. We just saw Penitente fight 2 wardens in silhouette. It's a cool moment mechanically and visually, but also a reminder that a warden of the church stood guard over the Brotherhood of the Silent Sorrow, the covenant accused of heresy by the church. The Anointed Legion, soldiers blessed by Escobar himself, carried out the massacre. Having overcome the wardens, I arrive at the Wall of Prohibitions proper. But before getting into this area, I want to tie up loose ends with Cleophas. Since his Lady of Perpetual Agony crossed over to the other side of the dream, Cleophas made his way up to the Archcathedral rooftops where he's having an existential crisis. He saw the Lady as mercy and holiness incarnate, and is having a crisis of faith in how he can go on after worshipping holiness itself. The Court of the True Burying, a reminder of his past with the Order, helps him to realize that he can carry on and honor the Lady by showing mercy to others by rejoining the Order. After the conversation on the rooftops, the end of Cleophas' storyline is at the Order in Albero. Cleophas has renewed purpose at the Order and thanks us for our help by rewarding us with tiento to your thorned hairs. This is a prayer sung about Tentudia, the nun killed by her convent in fear of the Inquisition because of her thorned hair, who we helped grant true burial to. This prayer summons the thorned dame Tentudia, who protects us from damage for a short period of time. It's one of the most powerful prayers in the game, and you'll certainly see me employ this prayer against endgame bosses. Now let's explore the Wall of the Holy Prohibitions. This is where the Church Inquisitors locked up all the heretics and blasphemers. This area saw a big visual glow up with the Stir of Dawn DLC and now is one of the more unique interiors in the game. The structure of this area consists primarily of 4 large rooms filled with rows of cells stacked 2 by 2, with a central stair as the vertical circulation. The complication of this otherwise relatively simple layout is that different keys are needed for the cell doors, and progressing through the area will require us to find the key of the Secular and the key of the Scribes. I also brought with me the key of the Inquisitor that I bought from Candelaria, which isn't needed but will help open up a few more doors as I make my way through the prison. This area is the most claustrophobic in the game, a feature further emphasized by coming after Mother of Mothers in the Archcathedral rooftops, the largest and most spacious areas in the game. This sense of claustrophobia is mechanically supported by the encounter design of the lunatics, these bound prisoner enemies that charge at you and harass you every time you enter the room and while you move through the level. Eventually the novelty wears off a bit and I proceed to take them out regularly or just ignore them, but the execution move is pretty fun. Here I get the first key, the key of the Secular, as I'm trapped and swarmed by lunatics and flagellants. This floor-breaking trap sets a good precedent in this area as being tricky and springing enemy encounters on you. This works well with the relatively easy enemies and late game stats, making these fair encounters that keep you on your toes. With the key of the Secular in hand, we can go around and see which doors will now open. First I want to get the item I missed when the floor broke on me. This is one of the backer collectibles, the Ulna of Coke the Troubadour. This unfortunate musician wrote a satirical song about the Inquisitors and was executed for it and all music banned. Which is kind of funny because I think their prayers are sung, but I'm sure that would be an exception. I continue to explore the room and I find this process of exploration through this area to be pretty satisfying. The area feels like a big puzzle box and I enjoy slowly unlocking it all. It's also a good bit of design that you can see your progress by open cell doors, and that as more of them are open, the more likely a lunatic is to pop out and attack you. So this sort of scales the tension with the progression of this area, which I think is cool. This door, unlocked by the Inquisitor's key, nets us another bioflask. The complaint from this corpse about the elevator being noisy is actually a hint for a kind of opaque puzzle. What you need to do is keep sending the elevator up and down, and if you're paying attention, you'll see and hear the gate in the top right corner open up. It's a bit tedious, but it doesn't really take too long. Getting this gate open rewards us with Kirce's Scorched Bead. Kirce will be the boss of the area, and for those reading descriptions, this gives some pathos and starts to build him up. This is done a lot in Souls games as well, and I really enjoy the process of learning the history of a boss, usually a tragic and horrifying story, and then finally meeting them in their ultimate diminished or corrupted form. While these post-its on the back of items are only for the benefit of the player as a breadcrumb trail towards better understanding the lore and story, I also like to imagine that in moments like this, Penitente has heard the legend of Quirce, and seeing the scorched bead jogs his memory of it. The bead tells the story of Quirce, who was burned at the stake by Inquisitors. However, the miracle intervened and these flames burnt him to ash, only to have him brought back time after time. Pretty brutal. And there's more to his story, but we'll discuss it as it's presented to maintain how our understanding of him is meant to unfold dramatically. The function of this bead is to greatly reduce fire damage, it being the ultimate form of this kind of elemental protection, which will come in very valuable for a few upcoming boss encounters. Situated more or less as the final area of the base game, it's interesting that, with the exception of a few small rooms, traversal challenges and relics aren't much of a factor at all in the wall. In more traditional Metroidvanias, endgame areas often become a final test, bringing all of these Metroidvania abilities together. But with Blasphemous 1 standing adjacent to the genre and making relics optional, the focus seems to be more on navigating the specific intricacies of the area as contained within itself, and I'd argue that the result is an area with more identity than it might otherwise have. I appreciate that it eschews ramping up complexity and responding to the accumulated progression of the game in favor of being a novel play experience with the variety of the areas in the game. Making our way into the lower right cell block, the area continues to catch us off guard. The backgrounds of this area change with the stir of dawn, and it makes this place much more visually distinct. I like how art adorning the walls also serves to further reinforce and build up the upcoming fight with Quirce, depicting him being burned at the stake by the Inquisitors. In here we get the key of the scribe, unlocking the remainder of the area. Now we're going to explore and unlock the pair of vertically stacked cell blocks to the left of this central circulation room. At this point in the endgame, no basic enemies are really much of a challenge, and this once fearsome foe as a regular enemy illustrates Penitente's progression. Here is one of the limited number of rooms that requires relics to traverse, and it nets us another bone collectible. This is of Ashgan the Inquisitor, who sought answers by torturing priests. In the end, he deeply regretted his actions. This door leads out to a route that was added with the Stir of Dawn DLC, connecting it to the patio of the Silent Steps. The shortcut will come in handy shortly, even though I'm not entirely sure having an escape route out of a prison makes a whole lot of sense. There is something so satisfying about blitzing them and getting that multi-strike. That's the stuff. This will mark the final fervor upgrade in the game. Now let's head into the final cell block located in the top left of the area. I'm a simple man, I know, but that never gets old. Here's the penultimate trap as we head towards Quirce, with this lion head riding down on the elevator. It's not much of a challenge, but these small set pieces and tricks are what garner much of my affection for this area. However, I do think that making this space a bit tighter could have resulted in a more tense experience. We will see this exact encounter in a different context later, and the smallness of the arena does make the challenge and precision of spacing a bit more complicated and satisfying to manage. This room tucked away here nets me another collectible, which are growing a bit stale at this point honestly. especially given that I've already collected enough bones to unlock the boss beyond. These collectibles just aren't that interesting to find anymore. They're being used to pad out the area as other rewards start to fade as the base game is wrapping up, but it still doesn't make them interesting to find. Heading to the left at this point will take us to Senor Quircy, but before that I'd like to unlock a little shortcut before facing him just in case the battle doesn't go my way. Note that I edited out the process of unlocking this gate, but it was just another couple of rooms of exploring the wall, and while I enjoy the area, I have said all I need to say about it at this point. Shortcut unlocked, I'll take a well-earned rest before wrapping things up. Now let's head left and take a gander. We have a moment here, so let me know in the comments what is your favorite area in Blasphemous. I really enjoyed the spectacle of the Quircy encounter at the start and finish of the fight. Thematic with the area the fight begins as a trap, the floor crumbling beneath you as Quircy's flaming sword pierces it. As mentioned, Quircy is a penitent who was burned at the stake by Inquisitors, but the miracle intervened, making him continually burn to ash in return. A corpse in a cell states about him that he walks with fire and fire with him. This is confirmed in the art book to be a Twin Peaks reference, which I appreciate as a big Twin Peaks fan. I really enjoyed this fight. It's not really that difficult ultimately, but it's fun learning the fight. Quircy has a few distinct attacks. The first is where he clings to the ceiling and throws his sword. I find that Deblo works really well here, and you can abuse the prayer's iframes to keep from taking any damage even if the sword passes by you. The most potentially problematic attack is the dive kick that erupts in a column of flames, as it's possible to get stun-locked if hit and struck by it numerous times, especially later in the fight when there are more columns of flame. This attack is preceded by him chucking his sword across the arena, which can be hard to avoid if you're not expecting it. Next are quick charges, often accompanied by columns of flame, and I just love the animation timing on this because it just feels weird and unnatural. The best way to handle this is to jump over him and then situate yourself where he will ultimately end up, giving you a huge attack window to punish. I found that with the wind-up of his charge that you can do a lunge attack and move through his hitbox, giving you a pretty safe way to deal damage and avoid the attack. That's really all there is to the fight. It comes to maintaining your ability to read and react appropriately as you whittle down his relatively large health bar. I'm not normally as much in favor of longer fights in these kinds of games, as sustained perfect play ends up feeling kind of tedious for me. But Quircy strikes the right balance for me between complexity and how punishing the attacks are, that I find it maybe a touch too long, but fun to play and is a fight I always look forward to. A cool touch I noticed is that it seems like Quircy is programmed to perform the attack where he throws his sword against the left wall near the end of the fight, so that when you finish him off, the wall with the sword in it will sensibly erupt as you defeat him. A pretty satisfying finish to a pretty great fight. After the fight, we meet up with our boy Deo Gracias, who tells us a bit more about Quircy. It turns out that he was unjustly condemned with heresy by the Inquisitors. That was the basis upon which the miracle interceded, returning Quircy to life by flames that consumed him. This reads to me as a conquest over his punishment at the hand of the Inquisition, and given that he wields a sword, I do wonder if he didn't enact justice upon those who unjustly condemned him. And with that, we've climbed the wall of holy prohibitions, and it's time to go get the last mask for the elevator in the Arch-Cathedral. To do that, we need to grab the item Quercy tried to deny from Penitente, the Key of the High Peaks. From the location where we just unlocked the shortcut, we head left, which brings us to a fancy looking lift called the Horse of the Summits. The design of this lift is based upon paintings of the Greek myth, the fall of Phaeton, son of Helios. As the myth goes, Phaeton's friends didn't believe that he was really the son of Helios, so in anger, Phaeton took his father's sun wagon, proceeding to recklessly ride it across the sky. This is often depicted as a chariot pulled by 4 horses stumbling along. In the game, this highly secret lift was created by the Archdeacon Dolphos, who in his search for spiritual and physical purity secluded himself from the world to pursue his obsession in the high peaks. Dolphos believed that grace could be found in purity in what can be seen and touched. In this pursuit, Dolphos determined the shine and reflection of silver was the key to purity, and that it must not adorn one's body on the outside, but that it must line one's insides. And so Dolphos had all the silver he could find melted down so that he could use it to line his eyes, stomach, and lungs. This presumably killed Dolphos the Archdeacon, but also may have worked to some degree, and his silvered lungs have been aiding us against toxic miasma for quite some time now. Thanks, Dolphos. As we leave with the final mask, we get a short scene of Escobar, who has now been awakened from the cradle affliction by the miracle. In addition to the final mask, this is also where we get the final health upgrade. This begins the wrapping up of loose ends portion of this playthrough and one of my favorite parts in a Metroidvania or Metroidvania adjacent game. A lot of genres have this final call before the end game, but with the non-linear and layered progression of Metroidvanias, I find this portion to be especially satisfying, to demonstrate a mastery over the world as you move freely and pick up the loose ends. The first loose end is wrapping up Tirso's quest now that we've delivered all the herbs and defeated Quercy, saving all the Kissers of Wounds. This is a really positive ending, especially for Blasphemous, in which the Kissers reaffirm their dedication to the sick and unhealthy of Custodia. Of course, this quest is also easy to mess up, and Tirso has less positive words if you're unable to save any Kissers, leaving Custodia disillusioned. Thankfully, regardless of how successful you are, Tirso will gift you a rosary knot upon the conclusion of his quest line. To max out the number of rosary beads we can equip, we pop over to the Holy Line where we can now grab a few previously inaccessible treasures. I could have gotten this earlier and made things a bit easier for myself. Part of the fun of this run for me was crafting a route that was not only complete to discuss the game, but efficient. Which is how route crafting and having multiple ways to get through a game is so valuable for replayability for me. It's valid to criticize Blasphemous 1 for not having incredibly robust combat options ultimately, something the sequel addresses. However, I personally do not tend going for a variety of builds when it comes to replayability, as much as I'm interested in how it feels to go through areas and fight bosses earlier and later in a playthrough. So what Blasphemous done really works for me, and the act of crafting the route for this analysis really highlighted for me how much freedom was in the world design. So this ends our not upgrades in Soledad's questline, in which she tells us her task has been made complete and her sins unforgivable. I'm of the opinion that the miracle intentionally held Soledad here in order to aid Penitente in his pilgrimage. So while she may not be Ingracia, who became the sole creator of rosaries in Custodia, I like to think that Soledad was ultimately granted peace on the other side of the dream for her role in aiding Penitente, and the sequel might just weigh in on this. After this, we return to our favorite cistern, where a very special treat from the Strife and Ruin DLC awaits us. Using nail uprooted from dirt to get up, behind this hidden opening is one hell of an anachronistic surprise. Here, Penitente can try his luck at Blasphemous Alcazar of Grief, an Easter egg that pays homage to the NES titles like Foe Xanadu that served as inspiration. It costs 2,500 tiers per try and each run starts you fresh. The reward for beating this minigame is a unique skin for Penitente, which is done by beating the final boss and collecting all 5 skulls hidden throughout the level. This version of Penitente is limited to moving, jumping, and doing a basic swing of his sword. Like the Bleeding Heart New Game Plus penitence, his health is replaced by 3 orbs, with getting hit taking away an orb which can be replenished by fighting chicken legs in the level. I think it's really cute with its 8-bit visuals and chiptune track. I especially like seeing Penitente and enemies interpreted into this 8-bit style, bridging the gap with the games of my childhood that developed my taste into that which I would enjoy the hell out of Blasphemous many years later. I'm not going to spend too much time on Alcazar of Grief, but I'll show highlights from the roughly 10 minutes of gameplay that it takes for me to get through the minigame and collect all the rewards. Exploring the areas of the minigame to find all 5 golden skulls is pretty fun, only frustrated slightly by the game gating the previous areas as you proceed, meaning that you're going to need to ace it and find them all as you go. But given that it takes about 10 minutes to get through the Alcazar of Grief, it's not a major issue. One devious little secret is this illusory wall that you can simply walk through to get into a secret room. In this room you get a special skin called the Adventure Skin that matches the monochromatic Game Boy-esque palette of the room. I really like these kind of secrets, and this minigame helped illustrate to me how good exploration is so foundational to my personal enjoyment of games. Even with its simplified and pared down mechanics, this design manages to be more than a cool artistic mix-up and set a fun little game because it gives a good sense of place through meaningful exploration. Secret rooms and hidden skulls encourage the player to be keenly aware of their surrounding and how they can interact with it, something that was just as valuable to games then as it is now. And I think sense of exploration and the creation of space is such an important universal through line because it's something artistically unique to the medium of games. Your participation with the space is active, and finding secrets actively engages the player with a space. This is really the core of metroidvanias, which make it their business to lead players back through spaces and recontextualize them by providing new ways to interact using abilities in a manner that is directed by the player. The takeaway is simply that this minigame helped elucidate for me how exploration is the timeless throughline at the core of Blasphemous. Alcazar of Grief ends with a boss battle against an 8-bit version of the Guarda Infante. It's a simple but cute fight against the monster that is only slightly complicated by Penitente's limited moveset, but I think it's a fitting boss. Not only is it fun to see a larger and more complicated enemy in this 8-bit style, but given how the exploration is king in this minigame, making the boss something of a victory lap feels appropriate. I also think that the animation of the child crying after being beaten is a cute alternative to Guarda Infante's death animation in the regular game. Now that the boss is defeated, we come to this treasure room, where presenting all 5 golden skulls grants us access to the final treasure, a new skin called Archaic Exaltation that matches the coloring of Penitente in the Alcazar of Grief. With that retro diversion done, it's time to explore the final mysteries of the Cistern. In this puzzle room, we find ourselves with 2 blank-looking mosaics and a couple of corpses beneath them. There isn't much of a hint given, but the corpses are enough to encourage a stumped player to peek into their thoughts. The puzzle actually requires you to speak with the corpse to activate it, otherwise the changes to the mosaics will not occur, which feels a little arbitrary to me, but it does lower the chances of a player solving the puzzle accidentally, though it can still happen after getting the corpse's ambiguous hint. What the ghosts are hinting at here is that numbers will appear on the mosaics, and that the number on the right will need to be half the number on the left. So we manipulate the mosaics by leaving the room and returning in order to make the value on the left twice that of the value on the right, solving the puzzle when the left reads 4 and the right side reads as 2. As far as I can tell, there isn't anything thematically relevant about this puzzle, but there doesn't have to be. These little riddle rooms are a nice minor way to break up the exploration and combat, and while this room doesn't knock my socks off, it's perfectly fine and the reward is good. And that is the Silver Grape, a prayer bead that enhances defenses considerably according to its description. providing the highest physical damage resistance in the game, making it a very useful bead that will stay on Penitente more often than not for the rest of the playthrough. The lore of this item talks about the #1 silver fanatic in Custodia, Archdeacon Dolphos, and his obsession with adorning his insides with silver. Given the context, I would venture a guess that this grape was made for Dolphos to consume, but for whatever reason was never eaten. Or maybe it was, but found its way back out. With that puzzle solved, we make our way towards the big kahuna of puzzles down in the cistern, the Chalice of Inverted Verses. In this room, we see mosaics of 3 enemies, the Sleepless Tomb, the Phalaris Bull, and the Lionheart. Similar to the Delicate Flower quest in Hollow Knight, the Chalice of Inverted Verses will require Penitente to go from one location to another without resting or using fast travel gates, in this case without dying. Doing any of those will spill the chalice and restart the challenge. This is a routing challenge and I love it. First, we need to make a route to kill each of the 3 enemies shown to fill the chalice, and then get back to this room and do it all in the safest and most efficient way possible. I start my route at the Wall of Holy Prohibitions to get the blood of the Lionheart. Not only is this the furthest point from the chalice room, but it's the highest and it's much easier to quickly traverse down the map than up. I'll be showing this challenge in its entirety as I think it's a really fun challenge, one that presents the strength of Blasphemous' world design. Honestly, a really bad display of combat prowess here to my shame, but with our first enemy down, it's time to head toward the Library of Negated Words. This route actually became a fair bit easier after the Stir of Dawn. It added this critical shortcut in the wall, and as we will see, geometry and sleeping canvases. The Chalice challenge is fun to solve for its route, and having a relic like the Linen of Golden Thread and how it makes you rethink how you navigate the world is no small part of that. I take a relatively straightforward route where I use the ability to fall through screens pretty basically, and mostly to save time and avoid fights, but the routes made possible by using this relic are many. This challenge is also a good use case for the insta-kill spikes and pits, because I think without them the threat really isn't there. In Hollow Knight you can't get hit at all during the Delicate Flower quest, a design Blasphemous could have implemented as well, but having you fight enemies and collect their blood clashes with that design choice, and I could see causing too much friction. As it stands, I think not only do the spikes and pits provide a fair obstacle to navigate, but because of that, it's another challenge to consider when planning your route. Back when I unlocked this shortcut, I mentioned that I would have a use later, and this is it. I'm heading through the library to reach the sleeping canvases to collect the blood of the Sleepless Tomb. The dense encounter design of the library may be a bit of a pain in the ass to explore, but I find it pretty fun to speedrun through, dodging books and inky lasers as I quickly drop through the area to reach the sleeping canvases. The Sleepless Tomb is no pushover and can hit pretty hard, so we'll be playing a bit more defensively and making sure I manage the golden golems in order to keep myself out of trouble. With my second enemy down, it's time to go after the Phalaris Bull. This is where the geometry changes from the Stir of Dawn DLC make the biggest difference to this run. The shortcut I'm taking didn't exist, meaning that you'd either have to brave the swinging axes and spikes in the room below, or do a lot of backtracking to continue to fill the chalice, which was too much. No thank you. My route has me take a shortcut through Mercy Dreams. From here you could either make your way through the cistern to get to a Phalaris Bull, or you could cut up through the wasteland of buried churches and then pop down to the Phalaris Bull with the mountains of Endless Dusk through a barrow. I choose the latter mostly because I think it's a safer run that's easier to navigate. It's worth noting that there are other combinations of this route that could be taken by dropping into any of the pits along the way through the wasteland, as they will drop Penitente into the cistern. Of course, I can't pass up the opportunity to pet the dog, who appears outside the church only 10% of the time. While I know some people are a bit cynical about the petting the dog cat trend in games, I personally don't mind. And I think a game like Blasphemous, that moments of levity are a nice way to provide variety and contrast to the generally dark tones of the game, which fits well here in Albero, which in of itself serves as the remnant of civilization and hope in Custodia. In addition, the dog called Nemo in the files is modeled after the late pet of one of the devs as a small tribute to their departed companion. Petting Nemo also serves a mechanical function, healing you for a small amount, which is a nice touch. Arriving in the mountains of the endless dusk, it's time to finish filling the chalice. This is by far the easiest of the enemies to beat, which is good to save for last. It's stupid, but I always trigger this guy to throw a spear and see if I can outrun it back into the cistern, but I didn't make it this time. At this point, I just have to not screw up, and I'm all set. Using the linen of golden thread, I take a leap of faith to the platform below, snagging myself a chair while I'm on my way. And there we have it, the Chalice of Inverted Verse is complete. The reward is appropriate for the effort put into it. The final virtue of the mea culpa ascended, or at least that's what I thought. Remember when I forgot to explore that room right before Melquiades and the Mother of Mothers? This is when I realize I've missed it. It's not a big deal though, and I take this visit to continue to fill out the skill tree and strengthen Penitente as I head into the toughest boss of the game. I quickly open this shortcut into Echoes of Salt before returning to Mother of Mothers to get the mea culpa fully powered up. There we go. And I'm glad I have mea culpa powered up all the way, because it is time to make our way to the toughest area in the game, Mourning in Havoc. This area was added as part of the Wounds of Eventide DLC, and it lives up to its name. Mourning in Havoc is an area made up of shipwrecks set in mud. This area to me also reads as a place frozen in time, as instead of a watery graveyard, the broken ships are held fast by the mud and mire in the background that mimics waves in its form. Andalusia is located in the south of the Iberian Peninsula, with the ports of Seville and Cadiz being some of the most historically significant for trade between the Americas and India, and the waters are home to countless shipwrecks. Within the fiction of Blasphemous, Mourning in Havoc is a cursed place that became the burial ground for any vessel that tried to pass through it. The same threatens to be done to Penitente, as the enemies of this area are pretty tough. We see here this anchor-wielding enemy who is kind of an advanced form of the Flaris Bull that wields an anchor instead of a spear. Not only are they much tankier than the Bull, but the anchor makes them much more of a threat vertically, which integrates well with the vertical level design of Mourning in Havoc. I kind of hated these enemies at first, seeing them as being way too durable and a bit of a nuisance to fight. However, I've grown to appreciate what they seem to be testing, which is if you understand interrupting and stunning enemies in Blasphemous to open them up for executions. This mechanic was refined after release, with charged and lunge attacks getting overhauled in the Stir of Dawn update to stun some enemies when timed correctly. This expanded system allowed for more tactical decisions and aggressive gameplay for players who could time these attacks appropriately. These enemies feel like a further iteration on this concept, where the stakes are higher as you navigate small platforms and environmental hazards to dispatch these squirrely and hard-hitting enemies. In this room we get the prayer bead Light of the Lady of the Lamp. This bead raises all defenses when out of flask by about 20%. The lore for this bead tells of a shipwreck where sailors, slowly dying of exposure upon the wrecked planks of the ship, were saved by a mysterious man in a boat with a lamp. This next enemy is a particular thorn in my side, and unlike the roly-poly anchorman, this boat figurehead enemy has not really grown on me over time. Typical for Mourning in Havoc, this enemy has lots of health and hits like a truck. This enemy also prevents you from moving forward, making it difficult to rush through this area. It isn't terribly difficult to dodge her electric orbs, but it really drags the pace of the fight down. My strategy ends up being to use Debla of the Lights, abusing the iframes of the prayer to not take damage from her orbs. While this is effective, it isn't really very fun, and I can't imagine the challenge of this enemy is to test if players know how to abuse prayer iframes. We also see these fodder enemies that pop out of their helmets on the ground and chase you. Their role seems to primarily be complicating the platforming, not only by getting in the way of those carelessly rushing forward, but as additional tension in navigating the electricity of this area, as they can't be truly killed, but only sent packing back to their Morian helmet for a limited time. At the time of development for Mourning in Havoc, Blasphemous 2 was already underway. Blasphemous 2 has a larger focus on Andalusia's connection with the ocean, and I would not be surprised to learn that Blasphemous 2's exploration into Cadiz and the Andalusian coast helped inspire Mourning in Havoc. The other factor, as we will soon see, is that the Game Kitchen began exploring further folklore in Seville for Blasphemous 2, and this area has a strong connection to a particular street in Seville. This area has always felt a bit different to me than other areas in Blasphemous, not only due to its difficulty in making my way through it, but also in that this area is less religiously focused than most other areas in Blasphemous 1. This is something that is more prevalent in Blasphemous 2, which begins to broaden the cultural inspirations of Andalusia beyond those related to its unique religious history, and I think you can see the beginnings of that shift here. Part of the challenge of this area is the sheer length of time you go before reaching a pre-do, making it a bit of a marathon where the focus ends up being on carefully navigating the omnipresent environmental hazards and formidable enemies. But the scale of it just makes it a bit tedious, and the fact that I've edited decent portions out of this area because it's just more of the same speaks to a lack of variety that encourages me to get through it more quickly, which I am then swiftly punished for because the level scale and density of hazards and enemies reinforces careful navigation. This final room before the boss is no exception, comprised of myriad electrical hazards and platforms made of broken ship masts, with more of the same enemies liberally spread throughout. I don't want to misconstrue that there's no joy in this area, I just think that compared to other areas, there's not enough variety in what you're doing, and the scale and difficulty of it exacerbate this. I think this is why the common consensus online is not massively positive about this area, with the general comment being that it is too difficult. I do think it successfully repels players who are not in the endgame from foolishly pushing forward, but even with Penitente with endgame health and beads, this area is quite punishing and just doesn't make things interesting enough to justify the level of difficulty presented. In Spain, religious iconography was a particularly common theme for ship figureheads depicting saints or members of the Holy Family to grant their ships protection. In the fiction, I believe these ships are being used to depict the Lady of the Lamp, who is supposed to grant protection to sailors. While she may not have saved their ships, she's kind of living up to her name, protecting Penitente from progressing, and slicing up more of her Morian-wearing buddies. We have reached the end of our journey through Mourning in Havoc by unlocking this shortcut, leaving only the boss left for us to conquer in this area. Contemplating whether to top off my health or give the boss a shot, I decide that I'd rather take a crack at the boss than navigate any more electrical hazards. To offset my diminished flasks, I decide to equip Tiento and see if the prayer will be enough to carry me through. Let's see how I fare against the legendary Seville-based. I love the introduction of this fight with the collage of shipwrecks in the background and the flashes of lightning that find Penitente ensnared by this beast. I like how the massive scale of Seville-based is implied here, as you can see it in both the background wrapped around the massive shipwrecks as well as in the foreground both below and beside you. Seville-based possesses the left eye of the traitor, which is ironically Seville-based right eye, which was cast into the sea after being removed from the fourth visage. It is implied through the item description that Seville-based became the monster it is because of the eye, as it is only after the eye was cast into the sea that this place became a burial ground for any vessels that dared trespass. And in fact, it may even be that the eye is luring ships to this location, as it is said to beckon men and storms. And it seems that with Seville-based calling forth lightning with his tongue, that the great beast may pull vessels in by conjuring a storm, and then finishing off the doomed ships by crushing them with its massive body. While Seville-based is based on Spanish folklore about a snake, the story takes place not in the depths of the sea, but in the sewers beneath Seville. In the late 15th century, children from the neighborhood around Swordsmith Street began to vanish. This went on for months without any suspects or leads, to the dismay of Alfonso Cardenas, the mayor of Seville. One day, Cardenas was informed that there was a prisoner who could solve the mystery and identify the culprit, but only if doing so would grant him his freedom, to which Cardenas agreed. The man was Argueso Melchor de Quintana, who was in jail for taking part in a rebellion against the king. Quintana recounted how he had attempted to escape the prison by tunneling into the sewers from his cell, but upon making his way into the sewers came upon a massive snake surrounded by the bones of children. Quintana stabbed the snake and returned to his cell, seeing an opportunity to leave jail legally and clear his name. The police found the giant snake dead, surrounded and filled with the bones of children as Quintana had claimed. The slain snake was presented to the public, and Swordsmith Street was renamed Serpent Street or Calle de la Sierpe, and bears that name to this day and was the inspiration for this boss. The prisoner Quintana was granted his freedom as promised, and he ended up marrying the daughter of Mayor Cardenas. Between this and the giant pig in the sewers of London that inspired the giant pig in Bloodborne, we've got a whole monsterverse going on beneath medieval European cities. Sierface is considered the best boss in Blasphemous by many, and while I don't agree, I think it's a really solid fight. The fight centers around striking Sierface's tongue, which looks like a group of fused and fleshy skeletons, while avoiding a handful of lightning-based attacks, charges, and bony pokes from the snake. Sierface has a lot of health and hits pretty hard, so while the fight isn't difficult to learn, dealing damage quickly while minimizing Penitente's damage taken is the key to the fight. I'm not particularly a fan of bloated health bars in games, and I think the focus of the fight on DPS while making few mistakes is not as interesting of an avenue of challenge for me as it might be for others. To mitigate this, I am attempting to maximize damage opportunities by using Tiento to make me invulnerable for a short time, allowing me to continually attack without worrying about dodging its attack and interrupting my damage output. Alternatively, I sometimes use Sageria to your eyes like stars to increase my attack speed and deal damage faster. I like how the fight progresses with Sierface beginning to switch sides at the halfway point, its attacks becoming more complicated and harder to avoid. That way the player can build off of their understanding of the fight as they figure out how to manage the various attacks according to their strategy. I can see someone argue that this relatively tame progression makes the fight less dynamic and adds to the feeling of longevity, but I think the root cause of my pacing issues are the bloated health bar, and would welcome the fight as it progresses, but with 25% less health. Eventually, after a bit too long for my taste, Sierface is defeated, and I have to say, what a finish to the fight. I love the drama and bombast that caps off this fight, with Penitente being swallowed by Sierface as the storm picks up, yet emerging victoriously through the eye. In a game of brutal executions, this is a very fitting and satisfying end to the battle. We also get the Echo and Shadow skin for beating Sierface, which I think has a very nice color palette. You end up getting 5k tiers of atonement for this fight, which seems surprisingly low for an endgame fight, but it doesn't really matter too much at this point anyways, especially with another upcoming boss fight that will secure that bag for us for the rest of the game. Before collecting the right eye of the fourth visage, I take a quick stop at Nacimiento, where I will upgrade my flasks again before the fight with Isadora. There is no progression in his story at this time until we give him all of the quicksilver to upgrade the bioflasks, but they are getting noticeably fancy. Unfortunately, we'll have to leave Nacimiento in what looks like a really uncomfortable situation for now.
Daos prisa. Traedme la plata líquida antes de que sea demasiado tarde.
I give the ossuary a few more bones, with only one more set needed to complete the collection. And by the way, my reward for bringing these bones back is more than what I got for beating Sierface. What a cheap snake. But now it is time to fight the next Wounds of Eventide DLC boss, Isadora, Voice of the Dead, who became available to fight after turning in 30 bones to the collector of the ossuary. As I said before, I think having this reward for collecting 30 sets of bones makes the whole process feel more worthwhile, and gave the ossuary a sense of greater purpose within the context of the game. Speaking to this corpse within the room will warn us about interrupting the song of Isadora, who lets none interrupt her song. And this is a good warning because Isadora is one of the toughest fights in the game and among my personal favorite boss fights in Blasphemous. Isadora was a beloved performer in Albero. One night, for reasons unknown, Isadora was seen heading toward the crypt beneath the old church in Albero wearing her stage outfit. Before the entrance to the crypt, she began to sing verses that no one living had ever heard before, and before long, voices from within the crypt could be heard singing back, forming a mournful duet with Isadora. She entered the crypt, closing the door behind her. More and more voices could be heard singing with her as she walked further into the crypt, and the voices drifted away as hers as they all faded into the distance. She was never seen again and has been since remembered as Isadora, Voice of the Dead. When the fourth visage was condemned, Isadora was charged with guarding the right eye of the traitor, which adorns the scythe that she wields. The blue and gold colors of Isadora's outfit evokes depictions of the Virgin Mary in Catholic iconography, and she is adorned with a halo similar to depictions of Mary and other important religious figures. She has the distinction of being the only boss in Blasphemous where you cannot pause the game or access the game menus, with attempts to do so being met by a message that says, "The Song of the Dead cannot be stopped." She is a tough fight. Her attacks consist of a number of different melee attacks using her scythe, as well as summoning fireballs and cyclones of fire. The most challenging aspect of her melee attacks are the charges. Both the spinning splash as well as the zip across the screen are the speed at which they are deployed. What I think makes Isadora both a tough fight and a fun fight are how she intermixes these melee attacks with her fiery area denial attacks. The fireballs in particular pollute the screen in such a way that managing Penitente's placement against theirs and Isadora's adds a critical mass of complication that makes the fight challenging and somewhat unpredictable. The columns of fire that accent the ends of the attacks serve a similar function in that they punish the player for poor placement at the end of some of her attacks. The columns of fire in which Isadora is gone act as both a momentary respite for healing, as well as a pacing device, taking you from the chaos of dodging fireballs and scythe swings to managing the predictable, punishing rhythm of the columns of fire. While I do think this gives some appreciated downtime to the fight, I will say that a small complaint I have about the fight is the amount of time in which Isadora is not present in the arena during the fight. While it has its place, it also draws out the length of the fight, and she already has a robust health pool, and I think that makes the entire affair just a bit too long. I am using the drop of coagulated ink to buff Debla of the Lights, which I deploy anytime Isadora goes into her rising animation as she summons fireballs. Below 50% health, Isadora goes into phase 2 where she summons more advanced and fiery version of her phase 1 attacks, while also pulling out a new move that summons a ton of fireballs. I like this progression as it takes what I think is the interesting part about the fight. It just ups the chaos and punishment for not managing your position in the arena well. Isadora is also floating in the air more, which does make Penitente's pace of dealing damage more limited, but rewards players who use some of the strategies mentioned above, or remember to use air impulse attacks to deal more damage to Isadora while she's in the air. I focus on employing air impulse attacks to build up my fervor meter, to use Debla of the Lights not only to deal damage, but to provide a few iframes during particularly chaotic moments in phase 2. Admittedly, I lose some or maybe most of my composure during the final moments of this fight, as my tactic devolves into a DPS race, but I manage Penitente well enough to pull out a victory anyways, defeating Isadora, Voice of the Dead. This nets me 10 whole tiers of atonement. Note that's not 10k, just 10. To be fair, the more important rewards are the striking blue and gold Chantress of the Dead skin and the severed right eye of the traitor, but Sierra's dropped similar rewards in more tiers. I guess the dead are just cheap. And speaking of the dead, let's wrap up the ossuary for good. Returning the final set of bones to the Warden gets us the black and gold Warden of the Ossuary skin. I think it's smart to make the final reward a skin, as it is a permanent reward and isn't punishing players for not completing this collection on subsequent playthroughs, only really needing to get at least 30 to fight Isadora. So ends the task of the Warden, who tells us he will now be watched over by the bones as the ash covers him completely. And the next time we see him, he is unresponsive and covered in ash. Good night, sweet prince. With both eyes of the traitor collected, it is time to head back to the Knot of the Three Words and return the severed eyes to the fourth Guardian Visage and get a big old lore dump. With both eyes returned, the fourth Guardian Visage can finally share their secret with us. The fourth Visage explains that, in the most fervent and devout hearts lives the seed that lulls consciousness and controls the will, invisible chains from the high wheels that veil their hearts and unwavering faith. From my perspective, this is basically a fantastical representation of the blind faith that can be cultivated by fanaticism and dogma and override someone's ability to have greater perspective and reasoning on their own. Getting back to the lore dump, the fourth Visage have in their possession the true heart of Mea Culpa called the Apodictic Heart of Mea Culpa, which will enable Penitente to awaken the true guilt of the blade and pierce the heart shrouded by the miracle's veil. Apodictic, for those like me who were not previously familiar, is an adjective that describes something as expressing an absolute truth. To digest this new information, let's recap the story of the fourth Visage. In life, they were one of the four who witnessed the first miracle and were one of the greatest devotees to the Father. During the first miracle, they were the only one of the four who saw the high wheels in their true nature. When the fervor of the four, who became the uncorrupted saints, were used by the high wheels to create the guardian visages, the fourth guardian visage was rejected by the other three and deemed a traitor, saying that what they saw was not true and that they were being deceitful. And so the three guardian visages ripped the eyes out of the traitor's face and imprisoned the traitor beneath the tree in the knot of the three words where Penitente found them. Upon returning their eyes, we learn that the fourth visage is protecting the true heart of the mea culpa, and in fact hijacked it before the birth of the sword in order to keep it safe. With the true heart, mea culpa will be able to cut the invisible chains that veil the heart of those with unwavering faith. What this is all saying to me right now is that the high wheels have a secret about their true nature they don't want getting out, and they've taken measures to ensure the blind faith of their congregation. The fourth visage goes on to tell Penitente that they don't want just anyone's chains severed, but specifically those of the most righteous and unwavering person in Custodia, Crisanta of the Rapt Agony, captain of His Holiness Escobar's personal military force, the Anointed Legion. They want the veil lifted from her heart for her to see the truth that has been obscured, to wound her very soul. And this is where Crisanta really starts to come into her own in the story for me, and the high wheels really find their place thematically. Penitente and the Miracle are by design anonymous and mysterious figures. The Miracle is by its nature an unknowable divinity and cosmic horror. Penitente is more of an avatar embodying change and guilt than a defined person. With the Wounds of Eventide DLC though, Crisanta and the High Wheels are brought forward and fleshed out more as characters in a way that helps the narrative land harder as we get into the true ending. And so as we move into the game endings, I have designed this playthrough so that I can present all of the endings in the sequence you'd naturally get them, which for most people is ending B followed by ending A, while bringing in the New Game Plus and additional story content at the appropriate time to discuss how it relates to the main story, and then ultimately concluding with the true ending and seeing how it masterfully brings everything together, even if I have some bones to pick with the final boss. Let's go confront Crisanta of the Rapt Agony. As a side note, I got the final relic off screen in the incorrupt hand of the Fraternal Master. When equipped, this relic faintly chimes a bell when Penitente is near a secret like an illusory wall. To get use out of this relic, I need to make sure it's equipped just in case, and I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do, however, is have Crisanta help me unlock everything I haven't yet unlocked, while also helping me prepare for ending A. I'm also going to make sure I have Tiento to my Thorned Hair equipped because it will be very useful against Crisanta. In order to prepare for the second ending, ending A, I'm equipping the Immaculate Bead. I will need to die against Crisanta a few times to transform this bead into the weight of true guilt, which is required for ending A. Those who have fought true Crisanta might know why I'd like to take a few deaths from her in particular, and I will demonstrate why and explain shortly for those who haven't. Oh hey, remember this place? It's been a minute since we were focused on collecting the 3 masks of the Archdeacons for this elevator, but now it is time to complete that quest and reach the top of the Arch-Cathedral. I hand over the mirrored mask of Dolphos that we picked up in the convent to unlock the final level for the elevator, the path that leads to the man most responsible for the current state of Custodia, His Holiness Escobar. This is such a striking setting for what is arguably the climactic fight of the game, with the perspective of the buildings below giving this feeling of the city being jumbled and piled up below, and taking up both the ground plane and the sky plane of the background. And now it's time to finally confront Crisanta of the Rapt Agony. As previously discussed, she's the captain of Escobar's Anointed Legion, and her blade is wrapped in the crimson bandages of the Legion that are covered in oils blessed by Escobar. It's revealed in the art book that this is because her blade is affected by the miracle. She's also a penitent, as designated by her helm, and her penitence is blindness. To represent this, she has hands modeled into her penitential helm that cover her eyes. Crisanta and the Anointed Legion were charged with eradicating the Silent Brotherhood by Escobar, who labeled them heretics. The Anointed Legion carried out this order, the aftermath being the gruesome scene present at the beginning of the game, and it was Crisanta herself who killed Penitente just after attaining mea culpa, as shown in the kneeling comic. She told him that if he was truly blessed by the miracle, that he would be revived and they would meet again. And here they are. Crisanta now stands between Penitente and Escobar, intending to end his pilgrimage once and for all. Akin to Isadora, Crisanta's armor was inspired in part by depictions of the Virgin Mary. Her armor was inspired by Baroque depictions, which were made of silver and gold and highly ornamented. There's also a halo coming out of her helmet and flanking her face, with the pointed penitential hood pointed up toward God. Her cape is blue and gold, the colors associated with depictions of Mary. In the concept art for Chrysanta, she's missing her left arm, something that does not translate into the final game. It was indicative of a previous iteration of her story. The first stage of Chrysanta's fight was originally the entire fight in the base game. She's fairly aggressive in this stage, but fairly manageable, despite my mediocre performance here. She primarily attacks with sword slashes, and will also make aerial dives towards Penitente that send out a shockwave where she lands. A unique aspect of Chrysanta's fight is that she'll hold up her sword and parry Penitente's attacks during this time, lashing out with a counterattack that can be parried by Penitente. This blocking stance, as well as her upward slashes, were actually inspired by Japanese katana techniques, giving her moves a novel touch compared to the Western sword techniques we've seen throughout the game. I find that parrying her counterattack opens her up well for a lunge attack, and that remaining aggressive and hounding her after she dives toward Penitente opens up a solid window of opportunity to deal decent damage. She's also parryable with her sword slashes, which I unfortunately don't demonstrate much here, and they can make this first stage go by pretty quickly by landing a few counterattacks. At 50% health in this first stage, she brings out the arena charge attacks that are sometimes accompanied by diagonal charges, and they're pretty easy to jump over or parry. As mentioned during Isadora, I think the pace of these charges makes them a pretty low threat overall, something that is fixed with Isadora to become more menacing. Despite my worst efforts to parry, I am able to take her out in this first stage. In the base game, the fight would end here, with Penitente doing a number of slashes against her before she flees. Because we have the apodictic heart of Mea Culpa equipped, she remains, and stage 2 begins. Entering stage 2, Chrysanta tells Penitente 2 commandments she received from the High Wills: to avoid the kiss of Mea Culpa, which they say has been wholly tainted, and that she will continue to battle until her dying breath or until Penitente has been defeated. And for that, Chrysanta says that her penance is far from over. The metaphor is represented very literally with Chrysanta and her penitence of blindness, but she is the epitome of blind faith. She is so totally wrapped up in the fanaticism and rigid dogma of the church that she does not question if the state of Custodia and keeping Escobar in power is truly the right path, and she does not question if Penitente is anything more than another heretic and test of faith, even though he too has been clearly touched by the miracle. When I first played, I found myself at this point in the narrative questioning why the miracle is seemingly guiding both Chrysanta and Penitente, as the High Wills are directly in Chrysanta's ear and they brought Penitente back to life for his pilgrimage. Because at this point I think it is reasonably understood that the High Wills direct the miracle's actions, even if the exact relationship is still a bit obscured. I think the basic answer is stated at the beginning of the game, which is that the miracle is unknowable, blessing and cursing seemingly at random. Throughout our own history, many opposing sides have both claimed to be fighting on the side of God. That being said, I think there is an argument that this confrontation, as initially set up, benefits the High Wills either way. Custodia is stagnant after Escobar's faith in the miracle waned and he was martyred. The miracle gives Penitente Mea Culpa and resurrects him, sending him on a pilgrimage to dethrone Escobar and the current order to usher in a new age of worship. We will go over the specifics and the endings as we see them play out, but this is what we see in endings B and A, and in both cases I'd say that it's a win for the High Wills. However, what the High Wills did not expect from this process was their own power being challenged. And if you follow this line of reasoning to its logical conclusion, this could only happen if the Divine Trinity is not omnipotent, and we already have examples to reinforce this idea. Perpetua was able to whisper to Penitente behind her back from beyond the dream, and the fourth visage was able to hide the true power of Mea Culpa from them. And so, upon discovering the true power of Mea Culpa has been unlocked, that it can sever the invisible chains that will veil the eyes of the fervent, it becomes imperative to the High Wills that Chrysanta defeat Penitente, not only to stop him from continuing his pilgrimage, but also so that Chrysanta is not compromised, which is why she must defeat Penitente or fight to her dying breath. And Chrysanta is not taking it easy on Penitente in Stage 2. Stage 2 Chrysanta largely retains the moveset of Stage 1, but her attacks are quicker and more aggressive. Importantly, parrying her sword no longer opens her up to a counterattack, but instead deflects her attack and produces a bolt of purple lightning that can deal damage. Unfortunately for me, I fought vanilla Chrysanta enough times before Wounds of Eventide that my follow-up lunge after parrying her counterattack resides in my muscle memory, a strategy that doesn't work so well against Stage 2 Chrysanta.
The window of opportunity to attack her before she strikes is shorter, resulting in me opening Penitente up to a few swings of the wrapped blade. And I think this is a good example of how the progression of stage 1 into stage 2 is a minor transition in her moveset on paper, but one that really elevates the fight. Gone is the ability to simply parry her to victory, and even though I think the hitbox on the resulting lightning is a bit harsh, I think it is a nice change. The same with her arena charges, which like Isadora are now not as numerous, but are deployed more quickly. It is an interesting fight for those who have played Blasphemous since the beginning, because the similarity in her moves in stage 2 bait old habits that no longer work quite as well. I'm not sure if it's intentional to mess with people who got used to stage 1, but it's an elegant and spicy solution that I really appreciate. Luckily, my sloppy play has made taking a death from Chrysanta all the easier, and she defeats Penitente. This is all part of the plan though. For one, you may have noticed that we got 18k tears for beating her first phase, and will happen every time we beat it. And secondly, the once immaculate bead is now a bead marked by guilt, absorbing the guilt fragment that dropped upon Penitente's death. And with another death and 18k more tears, we now have the weight of true guilt, which we learn from the description were once held by confessors to reap guilt from the repentant. Below 50% health in stage 2, Chrysanta will begin to fire off waves of purple energy from her blade that deal high damage that can be parried. Most importantly, she will fall to one knee after this attack, opening her up for massive damage. If I had not been struck by her last wave, I may have fully taken her out here, and as it was, I had time to perform a lunge and get in a few good slashes. Unfortunately, she darts away with a magic pixel of health remaining, and I spend the next 15 seconds nearly missing her and abandoning all sense of composure. I land the final blow, however, snagging victory and another 21k tears for beating stage 2, giving me more than enough tears to purchase any remaining skills and upgrades Penitente is missing. Chrysanta, defeated, believes that Mea Culpa is tainted and will purge her soul, but that is not the case. Instead, Penitente reveals the chains that veil her heart, that veil the truth. Breaking the chains of the High Wills wounds her soul and kills her blind faith to the Church and the High Wills. And although her soul is wounded, it is actually not a new wound. Breaking the chains reveals a wound to Chrysanta that she already had, bestowed upon her by the fourth visage in an attempt to reveal the truth to her and open her eyes, but was quickly closed by the chains of the High Wills, and the truth was obscured from Chrysanta again. Chrysanta tells Penitente that she will make her way to the chapel where she first met and killed Penitente. We will meet up with her when it is time for the true ending, but for now it is time to finally confront His Holiness Escrivar.
Ahora dejadme sola con mi profunda herida.
The deambulatory of His Holiness precedes the Cradle of Affliction, where the Turn Throne sits atop the Mountain of Ash, left by Escobar's martyrdom in the form of the Great Tree. But before we move forward, I've got some tears burning a hole in my pocket. First, we visit Nacimiento, who has seen better days. Despite the pain, or because of it, he helps us upgrade the Bioflask one last time. After doing so, he asks us to leave so that we will not witness what is about to happen, the birth of the Ancient One out of his chest. We've discussed how it seems likely that he was an alchemist eons old who extended his life through the use of Quicksilver, and how the Ancient One appearing in his chest was the result of the miracle, which Nacimiento tells Penitente that he believes aiding him will relieve this curse. What I think we see here is that he was finally able to birth the Ancient One in his own death and cross into the dream, although the steady breaths of the Ancient One do leave it open-ended what exactly Nacimiento's ultimate fate might be. That being said, I also have one more idea regarding Nacimiento's story. The lore for Quicksilver states that it leaks through and hides under our feet, only to then sprout again free of impurity. It is your choice, my son, to pick them up or to leave them, but beware of the purpose you put them to. This is purely my own theory given what we discussed here, but part of the alchemical process may involve purifying the Quicksilver. And similar to Dorian Gray's portrait stated inspiration for Nacimiento, the Ancient One absorbs this impurity. As Penitente gives Nacimiento more Quicksilver, the Ancient One is further pushed or labored, as if the process of absorbing the impurity is the catalyst by which he is finally birthed, and Nacimiento is freed of his curse. But that is where the story of Nacimiento ends. Still dripping in tears, I purchased the remaining Mea Culpa upgrades. Mea Culpa's level of ascension and skills remain through New Game Plus playthroughs, and you really want to have everything Mea Culpa fully upgraded before going into New Game Plus. And the difficulty of the New Game Plus bosses does seem balanced around a fully upgraded Mea Culpa and access to all of Penitente's tricks. All upgraded, we head back to the deambulatory and prepare to fight Escribar. Escribar deals damage of all types, so I'm confirming here that I have the best elemental and physical defense speeds equipped. The weight of True Guilt is not needed at this time, so I swap it out for Kirsi's Scorched Bead, which increases fire resistance by 35%. In my experience, fire resistance is particularly important, as one of Escribar's more troublesome attacks is his fire-based attack. I also make sure that Debla of the Lights is equipped, as it is very useful in the second stage of Escribar's fight. The architecture of this pathway and staircase was inspired by the Mudahar architecture of the Royal Palace of Seville and Seville's famous bell tower, the Giralda. The gold lilies are a detail borrowed directly from the Giralda, which has gold lily ornamentation around the top of the bell tower. The vase-shaped ornamentation at the landings was inspired by similarly shaped ornamentation common to the Mudahar architecture in Seville. The interior continues with Mudahar architecture, but now introduces marble and other touches meant to evoke St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican, to give that presentation of purity and majesty. And now Penitente speaks with the man behind it all, His Holiness Escribar. Escribar tells Penitente about how he dreamed of him, knowing nothing about him except for the visage of his helmet. In this dream, he could hear Penitente approach and tried to speak with him, to no avail because of his vow of silence. Escribar never states it outright, but I believe these dreams of Escribar's were the catalyst for his order to kill the Brotherhood of the Silent Sorrow. Knowing nothing about Penitente besides the appearance of his helmet, Escribar did not know who among the Brotherhood would come to depose him, and so he branded all of them heretics and ordered them all to be killed. Escribar gives his credentials as the head honcho, as guardian of the miracle, bearing the emblem of the Father, aka the infinity symbol at the top right, and acting as the eyes of Mother Church, watching Penitente's approach. Escribar refuses to see that he rules over ruins and that the miracle has brought his bane to his doorstep, and hides behind his titles. He seems offended that this nameless penitent would come challenge him, even though he carries the guilty blade. And so His Holiness Escribar appears for stage 1 of the final boss fight, for what will be ending B. The stage is pretty breezy, with the complication being that Escobar will shield himself from damage while summoning one of his elemental attacks. So the fight ends up being broken roughly into 2 modes, where you're dodging and jumping to avoid attacks while he is shielded, and where you're wailing on him when he is not. However, immediately closing the distance with a lunge attack and dealing enough damage will cause him to teleport away before casting, a tactic that can be abused throughout the fight to end it very quickly. Depending on the attack, his shield will not last the entire time, and in the case of the fireballs, running from one end and then back gives you adequate spacing to avoid fireballs and come back around to deal a lot of damage to his pretty meager health bar. I'm always a bit torn on these kind of 2-stage fights where the first stage is a pushover. In this case, I do kind of wish that subsequent attempts would begin at stage 2, as the first stage ends up being so easy to get through that it doesn't really act as a bile flask tax or a test of endurance, with the dialogue at the start lasting longer than the fight. Within the lore, Penitente is being brought back to life by the miracle as well, so it makes sense to me that after shattering the illusion of Escobar's appearance once, that it would start stage 2 on subsequent runs. Now it's time for stage 2, where Escobar becomes his true self and goes by the title Last Son of the Miracle. First of all, what a sick design. I just love his appearance in this stage. In this fight, you need to smack the eye on the sword while avoiding swings from the sword as well as elemental spells. Once you deal enough damage to the eye, the faceplate will open up, and you can deal damage to the last son's health bar. One kind of janky aspect about this fight is that unless you use something like Debla of the Lights, you're relying on these platforms of ash around the face to be able to deal damage. The issue I have with this is that they disappear and reappear in random configurations, and it's pretty easy to get bad luck with the configuration of platforms and not be able to deal much damage before the faceplate closes up and the cycle begins again. You can see me struggle to make my way up to his face for the final attack, but I do it, and we are all rewarded with this amazing death animation for Escobar. We get a glimpse of Escobar ascending as the fight ends, and is a little preview of what we will be up against in the true ending. After a pregnant pause with Penitente standing in the deambulatory once again, we get Summa Blasphemia, aka Highest Blasphemy, for killing the Pope. Badass. With Escobar out of the way, it is time to head into the inner sanctum. Penitente has finally reached the Cradle of Affliction, and we can see the turn throne atop the Mountain of Ash. The narrator of the miracle, our boy Deo Gracias, must have snuck in during the chaos and now waits for us. He explains that atop the Ash Mountain and beside Escobar's turned throne is the Cradle of the Grievous Miracle. It is there where Penitente's final communion with the miracle will take place, assuming he can reach the summit. As discussed previously, many others tried to climb the Mount of Ash after Escobar's martyrdom to try and claim the throne, only to sink into its depths and reappear as the monsters Penitente has encountered during his pilgrimage. Deo Gracias says that we will see how much guilt has seeped into Penitente's heart and bids him farewell. Unfortunately, in Ending B, Penitente is found wanting by the miracle, the true weight of guilt not realized in his heart. He sinks into the ash like so many before him, swallows sins and sinners alike, as Deo Gracias puts it, the miracle showing Penitente no mercy either. Deo Gracias grabs the empty helmet of Penitente and discards it into a pile of other Brotherhood penitential helmets, saying that Penitente's penitence is over. Try saying that 5 times fast. Man, what a gut punch this ending was the first time I got it. It is the brutal but delicious moment of beating the big bad Escobar, only to moments later not be able to get up a hill. It's such a humbling moment right at the climax of the game that while it might be narratively a bit unsatisfying, is such good intersection between the play and themes of the game that just feels kinda right. I do want to note that I don't think the Brotherhood helmets are supposed to imply cycles or anything soulsy like that, but instead that Penitente has become yet another nameless visage who tried and failed to sit upon the turned throne, and I think Deo Gracias' words here back that up. I see this ending as a failure to make any meaningful change. Escobar might be gone, but no one has replaced him, and Custodia is still in ruins. This is a non-canon ending officially, so we are pretty free to speculate, but given that Penitente did open Chrysanta's eyes in this game, perhaps she may be able to claim the mea culpa and mount the throne. In a game where Chrysanta remains chained by the High Wills, perhaps she may find her way to Ending A by doing what Penitente could not and ascend the Mountain of Ash. We get the true apostasy skin for our efforts and a new game mode that has been unlocked. The Sacred Sorrows are a boss rush mode added with Strife and Ruin and unlocks after you beat the game for the first time. This mode was added to fulfill a stretch goal unlocked during the Kickstarter campaign, and although I'm only going to cover this mode generally, I think it's pretty robust for those who like a boss rush mode. The way it works is that after selecting Sacred Sorrows in the main menu, you choose a save file to use for the challenge, and Penitente during the sorrow will have the same attributes and items as Penitente in the chosen save file. This includes any of the penitences that might be active on the chosen character. There is only one sorrow available at the start, but there are 6 sorrows players can unlock and complete. And players can choose between Pilgrim and True Torment mode for each sorrow, which corresponds to the power of the bosses in New Game for Pilgrim and New Game Plus for True Torment. Once chosen, Penitente is dropped into a room with a health and fervor chalice, as well as a portal to the next boss fight. The chalices can be used once to replenish fervor and health during the first 4 sorrows, with some special exceptions applied to the 5th and 6th sorrows. Once the portal is entered, a timer will start that will continuously run during the remainder of the sorrow, and is what determines the player's rating at the end of the run. As mentioned, the Penitente of this challenge has the same health and fervor as the Penitente in the game shown during this commentary, including the quantity and quality of the bile flasks. As in the main game, you are able to adjust your beads and prayers on the fly, though it won't stop the timer from counting up. This first sorrow covers the bosses in the first half of the game, which are not too much of a challenge when using a Penitente with endgame stats and equipment, even despite not having a prayer equipped for some reason during this run. The Sacred Sorrows mode is a nice addition to the game, and having the wrinkle that it uses the Penitente from one of your save files gives a lot of variety and personal challenges you can stack up upon the various sorrows that give it a fair amount of replayability beyond chasing the S rank for all of the sorrows. At the end of the run, you're given a rank depending on how long it took you to beat the sorrow,
as well as some other fun stats about the run like the bioflask used, dodges performed, and hits received. I'll admit that I don't really play Blasphemous strictly for the boss fights, so I haven't beaten all the sorrows, but I think it's a well-designed mode for those who love boss rushes and ranked fights. Now let's hop back into the main game and continue the pilgrimage to ending A. After beating the game, Penitente is put just back to before fighting Escribar. Players can go into New Game Plus called True Torment mode at any time from the save file menu, but we are going to stick to New Game for now so that we can get Ending A in the same run. Ending A is unlocked by destroying all 7 of the Confessor statues and beating the sanctum within the portal that appears on the floor where the Confessor statue stood. However, the red portals can only be interacted with if Penitente has the true Weight of Guilt prayer bead equipped, which is why we took a few lucrative deaths against Crescenta to transform the Immaculate Bead. These sanctums are wave-based combat arenas that will vary in layout and encounter design, and difficulty corresponding to the area in which the Confessor statue is located. While scaling the difficulty with the area works perfectly fine, and the enemies recall the flavor of encounter design in the corresponding area, it is a bit of a cakewalk here in Mercy Dreams with my fully buffed out Penitente. This approach makes me think these Confessor statue sanctums were designed to be tackled as you progress through the game, but I don't think that's how it's likely to play out. In my experience and the anecdotal accounts of others I've spoken with, these sanctums are most often tackled at the end of the game after getting Ending B, much like we have in this playthrough. And in this scenario, I think the relative ease with which these are completed feels just a bit out of step with the challenge one might expect as they pursue what was once considered the good or true ending of the game prior to Wounds of Eventide. And the knock-on effect of it being a bit easy is that it lays bare a bit of the tedium involved in going around to the 7 Confessor statues and completing these sanctums. And that isn't to say that these wave-based arenas are bad. If anything, they highlight the merits of the generally well-designed enemies and the various configurations of encounters they can be deployed. But I personally think that scaling up the challenge to be more in line with endgame encounters might have been a fun way to push the limits on the tactics and skills players have accrued over the course of the game. Beating the sanctum is signified by the phrase Distatio Sacrorum. This Latin phrase was a historical rite in Roman society where a person moving from one family to another due to adoption or other reasons, renounce their previously held religious beliefs and duties for the religious beliefs and duties of the new family. Within the context of Blasphemous, I take this rite that Penitente is performing as a means of abolishing the old order of Escribar, the Mother of Mothers, and even the Twisted One, the Father, and ushering in a new era. For completing this first sanctum, we get some tears as well as the budding sprout item. This is the first transformation of the thorn that we received from Deo Gracias at the beginning of the game when we first met him, in which he told Penitente that when he grips Mea Culpa and it wounds him with sprouted thorns twisting over the grip, that he will be at the mercy of the grievous miracle. The thorns item description states that these thorns from the miracle feed on sin and guilt, growing with the burden its bearer carries. So in performing this rite of leaving the old order, Penitente is absorbing and bearing the entirety of the guilt of Custodia, illustrated by the growth of the thorns as the sanctums are completed. The Christ parallels are pretty strong here, with Penitente bearing the guilt of Custodia as Jesus bore the sins of the world in the Bible, both doing so as a savior in order to establish a new paradigm. The thorn will continue to grow over the course of the 7 sanctums, until after beating the final sanctum it becomes the Custodia of Guilt, bearing the guilt of all of Custodia, and is the key item needed to unlock Ending A. Unlike the location of the Confessors in the world, the reward for completing these arenas is related to how many you've completed in total. You get tears from 3 of them, but will also get a sword heart, and 3 prayer beads along the way. The sword heart is the heart of the single tone, which lets Penitente knock down some magic projectiles with Mea Culpa at the cost of being weaker against taking elemental damage. This can be useful especially against Escribar, who uses a lot of magic projectiles, although the lower elemental defense is a steep price to pay. The final reward, the prayer bead, the seashell of the inverted spiral,
increases all elemental resistances by 10%, which can help out with this, but ultimately doesn't do much to mitigate the double damage Penitente takes from elemental attacks while the heart is equipped. Besides Escobar, most other bosses and enemies stick with one elemental type of damage, so this feels like it could work well for anyone struggling in particular with Escobar's attacks, although I personally don't tend to find a spot for this bead that I wouldn't rather fill with something more offensively or defensively powerful. An interesting note regarding these combat arena fights is that the lead level designer Enrique Colone mentioned these fights as something from Blasphemous 1 that they wanted to explore more in the sequel. Those who follow the channel might remember that I'm a bit critical in arena fights and metroidvanias for two reasons. The primary reason is that I think they negatively impact the level design after they are beaten if they are left as these oddly large and empty rooms, an issue I've seen to varying degrees in the Metroidvania genre. The second reason is that I just don't find these cage fights as compelling as your typical encounters as you explore the world, as by necessity the waves of different enemy configurations are not as specifically designed to respond to the geometry as regular encounters. So one thing I like about these arenas is how they don't take up real estate in the typical map, and is a boon in favor of how these are designed. They're also fairly enjoyable fights with some decent twists in the design of the arena, although I still prefer the regular encounters in Blasphemous. So overall, I think these Sanctums sidestep the biggest issues I have with arena fights and action platformers, with my main criticism being that they're perhaps a bit too easy by the time players are likely to encounter them, and maybe a bit less grandiose than the challenge I'd imagine would befit the quote-unquote original good ending of the game. As for Blasphemous 2, this was an interesting choice to me when I heard it as something the Game Kitchen intended to iterate on, but my feelings about the end result in Blasphemous 2 are for another video. Once Penitente has completed all 7 Sanctums and obtained the Custodia of Sin, it is time to face Escobar once again. The fight with Escobar remains the same, so I won't rehash the conversation about the fight, although I won't pass up the opportunity to show his death animation once again. Now, bearing the entire guilt of Custodia, Penitente makes his way up the Mountain of Ash, no longer being swallowed up before he can reach the top. He has come to understand the true weight of guilt and bears it for everyone, so his sin no longer drags him down. At the summit he reaches the turned throne with the mea culpa. Penitente takes his place upon the throne and stabs himself in the stomach as a final communion with the guilty blade, mirroring the lady at the beginning of the game and the creation of the mea culpa. This was the original happy ending, Blasphemous style. Penitente sacrificed himself as a final penance, ending the age of the grievous miracle. He becomes the new father, the new icon through which the miracle is worshipped. His skin turns to wood, the turned throne is removed from the Mother of Mothers, and he is paraded around in processions just like the Twisted One once was, and how real-life saints were. The final shot I see as a sunrise, representing this new era for Custodia and the miracle, and yet the image fades out to some ominous words. One of my favorite lines in the game, penance never ends, but changes, hurts, and condemns at will. The miracle is capricious, and although Penitente ended the age of the grievous miracle, the miracle will return and do what it does. The high wills will continue the cycle of faith, into passion, into self-destruction. And sadly for our boy, Penitente is stuck on this side of the dream as the new father, the new recipient of Custodia's prayers. Credits begin to play, but like with Ending B, Ending A has a cutscene at the end. Crisanta takes mea culpa and pulls it out of Penitente's stomach. As with Ending B, this ending will occur the same way regardless if we unchained Crisanta or not, so I'd say that this scene was originally meant to imply that she would follow through on her orders to erase Penitente from history, taking the guilty blade for who knows what end.
Perhaps this is Crisanta deposing Penitente, just as Penitente deposed Escribar. However, given that a more sympathetic Crisanta was introduced in the Wounds of Eventide, this could be Crisanta taking up Penitente's mantle, intending to ultimately fulfill the role he plays in the true ending. Either way, we get the Crimson and Silver, Son of the Miracle skin. We've discussed briefly the existence of New Game Plus, added with the Stir of Dawn DLC and how it features new bosses and story content. Well, now it is time to talk about New Game Plus, called True Torment Mode, Penitences, and the Amanecidas. To access True Torment Mode, we ascend our file, and the game explains the basics of New Game Plus. Enemies will be tougher and hit harder, but Penitente will keep all Mea Culpa upgrades, sword hearts, rosary beads, prayers, and relics. In addition, the Altar of Penitence will be unlocked. At the start of the run, players are given the option to take on a penitence at the altar. I think an important thing to note about penitences is that they're not challenge runs as much as alternative modes of play that change how you typically approach the game, and I think they do a really good job at it. There are 3 penitences available to take, and you can also play New Game Plus without one. You can also quit a penitence at any point in the run, but will not be able to choose a penitence again until the next run. The 3 penitences are Penitence of True Guilt, Penitence of Unwavering Faith, and the Penitence of the Bleeding Heart. In the Penitence of the True Guilt, Blasphemous gets a bit more soulsy by having Penitente drop all tears with their guilt fragment when they die, and that all tears will be lost by failing to retrieve the guilt fragment before dying again. In addition, each death gives the maximum guilt penalty to the fervor bar, and perhaps most importantly, bioflasks no longer replenish health, but fervor instead. The major downside here is the lack of traditional healing, which can be medicated by prayers like Saeta Dolorosa and the Heart of Boiling Blood, or you can just use Tiento to your thorned hairs to avoid damage altogether. The major upside is that you now refill your fervor, letting you cast prayers almost infinitely, especially mid-game and beyond as Penitente gains more bioflasks. This penitence makes you into a glass cannon and is a lot of fun for playing with prayers. Because I find switching between prayers through the menu to be overly tedious to do very often, I tended to stick to a spell in an area or boss and focus on offense, and found a lot of fun in seeing how a particular spell fares in various situations. The reward for beating the game with this penitence is the Reliquary of the Sorrowful Heart Prayer Bead, which turns bioflasks into fervor flasks, which can be pretty powerful. In the Penitence of the Unwavering Faith, Mea Culpa is not getting it done anymore. Melee attacks are half as effective as they normally are. On the other hand, Fervor now regenerates over time, although taking damage will also reduce Fervor. Between the ineffective melee attacks and the Fervor loss from taking damage, this penitence is all about staying back to use spells and the Fervorous Blood. This makes the Heart of Smoking Incense, which buffs both prayer and fervorous blood damage for additional fervor, pretty clutch. This heart also increases the duration of prayers, so my strategy most of the time was to sling fervorous blood primarily while using Tiento or Zarabanda of the Safe Haven to mitigate damage dealt to Penitente. Learning to not hack and slash and approach enemies and bosses from a distance is no small adjustment, but I like this change in perspective in adjusting how I react to boss moves to make sure I have time to throw fervorous blood unscathed. For beating this penitence, you get the Reliquary of the Fervent Heart Prayer Bead, which makes Penitente's fervor regenerate over time. I find this to be wildly useful in a normal game to always stay topped off so you can cast a prayer, but I think this is the mechanic combined with the nerfed Mea Culpa that really makes this run interesting. Penitence of the Bleeding Heart, in which your health turns into Hollow Knight or Zelda-esque pips, might be my favorite penitence. Using a bioflask immediately heals 1 orb of damage, and then will slowly regenerate more health orbs until health is maxed or Penitente takes damage, whichever comes first. And last, enemies will respawn when you re-enter a room. Penitente's health as orbs is a real game changer, and in more ways than might initially be apparent. Every attack that hits Penitente does 1 orb of damage, meaning that at the start of the game, every any attack does 1/3 of Penitente's health, which is massive,
and you'll be hunting for those empty bioflasks right away. Of course, this means that as you gain more orbs, each attack is doing a smaller chunk of your health, which sometimes ends up being a boon in the endgame. What makes this penitent shine for me is that with all damage equalized, defensive prayer beads don't really do anything. Opening up a whole bunch of bead slots to power up Penitente and try out beads that don't get as much play. This also means that sword hearts that lowered Penitente's defense as a downside effectively don't have that downside anymore, making hearts like the Heart of Oils or the Heart of the Single Tone much more viable. While bioflasks are less effective, and by the way they only regenerate health faster with Quicksilver when upgraded, they don't give more hearts immediately, the increased range of build options that opens up is a worthwhile trade-off and makes the run a particularly unique experience. And it is the way the penitences shake up how you approach the game that makes them so much more interesting and fun than simply being a challenge mode, and what I think makes NG Plus and Blasphemous 1 particularly robust and satisfying. Getting to play with all of your toys at the start of the game is already pretty cool, especially in Metroidvanias, where that means you'll unlock new progression routes too, but then also challenging you to rethink how you use those toys with the penitences makes it all so much richer. All that being said, we haven't even discussed the added story content and bosses added in Stir of Dawn and found only in New Game Plus, Laudes and the Amanecidas. Because we have the Petrified Bell, we are able to open this door underneath the Holy Line in Petrus, and is where we meet Hebrael. Hebrael was touched by the miracle, chosen to be the messenger of the Saeta, an ancient song that will wake the Amanecidas at the time the miracle deems right. It was the miracle that grew his arms and twisted a bronze bugle around them, weighing him down and bending his back. Now that Penitente has opened the chamber, Hebrael will go where the miracle directs him and play the Saeta, which will resonate with the miracle and exhume the crystal sarcophagi of the Amanecidas. So in New Game Plus, we will periodically encounter Hebrael throughout Custodia, where he will make the bronze sing and exhume one of the Amanecidas, allowing Penitente to interact with the sarcophagus and go into a pocket dimension to fight one of them. The encounters with Hebrael are also how we learn the story, as he will tell us a bit about Laudes and the Amanecidas. Laudes was a woman with immense passion and devotion to the Twisted One. Such was the intensity of her devotion that her body could not bear it, resulting in the pores of her skin opening up one night and passion pouring forth through them in the form of liquid gold. The High Wills formed this liquid gold into 4 women, Laudes' devotion incarnate. They became known as the 5 Dawns or the Amanecidas. The Stir of Dawn DLC is called Levantes de la Aurora in Spanish, which The Game Kitchen explained in a tweet is a line pulled from a 16th century poet and priest San Juan de la Cruz's poem, The Spiritual Canticle. This poem is an allegory for the mystical spirit journey of the soul for God through the imagery of a bride in search of her groom. The line being referenced in the poem is within the context of a night of spiritual sleep, in which the dawn comes as the divine light of a spiritual awakening. And this Stir of Dawn is what happens to Laudes. Amanecida comes from amanecer, which means dawn or awakening. A Spanish friend of mine who helped explain this to me also noted that this is kind of an older word that is not commonly used now. Amanecer meaning an awakening is similar to how something can dawn on you in English, in which dawn here is having a sudden realization. I like how Amanecida was chosen to remain in Spanish instead of getting translated to the awakened or something like that, as this helps retain the dawn imagery while differentiating dawn as an allegory for spiritual awakening from the dawn as the time of day. It keeps it in alignment with the Spanish, where Aurora and Amanecida are used, and thus the different implication is more apparent. To paraphrase my friend, the Aurora is the light itself and the awakened have seen the light. AKA the dawn is the Twisted One and the Amanecidas have seen this light in a spiritual awakening. The bride has found her groom, allegorically. The Amanecidas guarded the Twisted One in processions, and they sang the Saeta to let people know that they approached with the Father, who is still alive in his divine prison of pain and piety. And although it isn't stated directly, I like to speculate that Hebrea was part of the procession, playing a bugle not yet entangled with his body. However, there was a problem. The miracle was jealous of the Amanecida's passion for the Twisted One and wanted all of that devotion for itself. And even though Hebrea says the miracle, I think that it was the High Wills who wanted that devotion. It was them who created the Twisted One after all, and as I've discussed, having devotion and faith of the custodians is important to them. So the Amanecidas and their fervor were condemned, placed in glass sarcophagi deep within the earth until they were called upon. And it is here where I think the story of Laudes and the Amanecidas has an interesting intersection with San Juan de la Cruz's poem. The bride of the spiritual canticle makes sense alongside Laudes, in that they both have this mystical spiritual awakening, but they diverge in that Laudes is punished for her devotion to the Twisted One and not the High Wills. This could just be the blasphemous touch. Creative director Enrique Cabeza did state that the miracle would take something and distort and contort it, and we see Spanish history and art getting some level of distortion or poetic literalization in Blasphemous. However, there is some historical context that I think comes into play with this particular reference. San Juan de la Cruz was trying to reform the Carmelite order, which was seen as a divisive act by some of his fellow Carmelites. So divisive, in fact, that he was abducted by some of his superiors in the order, where he was taken to Toledo and held captive for 9 months in a repurposed latrine and flogged 3 times a week. It was during these 9 months that he wrote the spiritual canticle. San Juan de la Cruz was punished for not worshipping how his superiors wanted him to. This is of course not exactly the same situation as Laudes and the Amanecidas, but I think there was an undeniable resonance between the punishment of San Juan de la Cruz for how he desired to express his faith and how Laudes was punished for how she expressed hers. For me, this not only takes the beauty of De la Cruz's words of faith in a literal sense that creates the story of Laudes and the Amanecidas, but also acts as a means to reflect upon those structural powers that would condemn faith for being expressed in what is perceived as an incorrect way. And although San Juan de la Cruz escaped his captors and the Amanecidas would be put into sepulchres deep beneath the earth, San Juan de la Cruz would go on to be one of the incorruptible, or a saint whose body miraculously did not decompose after death, which is just kind of interesting. In addition to being an interesting story, the Amanecidas are also very solid boss fights. I'm discussing this series of boss fights simultaneously, as there is a fair amount of overlap between them, while also all having unique aspects of their movesets that keep the fights interesting. All of these fights take place in these pocket dimensions that are visually similar to the Guardian Visage Dream. This dream also features dawn beginning to rise behind a vista that also includes the skulls of the Amanecidas. Over the course of the fights, you can see dawn progress, the sun rising a bit more with each fight. A mechanical throughline for the fights is this purple crystal shield that will cover the Amanecidas at the beginning of the fight, making them invulnerable. The shield will slowly crack when damaged, eventually shattering, allowing Penitente to deal damage to the boss health bar. The bosses will periodically try to regenerate that shield, but they can be knocked out of their regeneration by taking enough damage. It is pretty easy to keep the shield from regenerating, and ends up functioning primarily as a good damage window, but should you find yourself healing or at a distance when it starts and the boss regenerates, it's a real pain in the ass. There are also recurring attacks among the Amanecidas, which are a ground slam shockwave attack that you need to jump over, and waves of energy thrown at Penitente that are very similar to the energy waves cast by Crescenta near the end of her fight. Otherwise, each fight has a unique set of attacks corresponding to the weapon they carry that does give some meaningful difference to these fights. I have some reservations about keeping these bosses strictly in New Game Plus. This does allow the Game Kitchen to design them and balance them against a Penitente with a kit of prayers and mea culpa skills, and it shows. They are pretty agile bosses for Blasphemous, demanding that Penitente quickly close gaps and make use of full attack combos when possible to whittle down their substantial health bar. It would have killed the pacing to have a run of bosses like this all reversed for the end of the game, so I think putting them in New Game Plus was a good move, and spreading them out across the game while also being able to design around a Penitente with all the tricks up his sleeve. These fights culminate with Laudes, the first Amanecida atop the Ferris tree, the massive sculpture of His Holiness Escribar on the turned throne that separates the Mother of Mothers from the rest of Custodia. After beating the other 4 Amanecidas out in the world, the gate to the far side of the Hall of Dawning opens for Penitente, allowing him to ascend to the summit of trees. There we finally meet Laudes herself with her awesome 5-faced mask. She tells us that she has struck a bargain with the miracle to rise again in exchange for putting Penitente and his irreverent intention down. The fight is a culmination of the Amanecida's rites, with Laudes bearing the weapons of Amanecidas roughly in the reversed order they were fought in. At the beginning of each of the 4 phases, she is protected by the purple crystal shield, which must be broken to damage her. Each phase will then end with an uninterruptible regeneration of the shield, in which she will draw a new weapon. Although this fight isn't really presenting anything new, and isn't really too challenging as a result, it is a dynamic fight that feels climactic. On the whole, I think these fights really show the Game Kitchen pushing the boundaries of the combat system. Their addition to the True Torment experience, combined with the Penitence system, really makes New Game Plus my preferred way to play Blasphemous 1, with the only downside being that the Wounds of Eventide fights, Isadora, Sierpes, and Chrysanta, become real damage sponges in New Game Plus. It is hard to overstate how much of a game changer the Stir of Dawn DLC was when it came out. Beyond the Amanecidas, True Torment, and the Penitences, it was with this DLC that multiple areas received visual overhauls, pre-do upgrades were added, and the stagger system was overhauled to let lunge and charge attacks open up certain enemies for executions. It was a big deal and a testament not only to the team's dedication to the game, but also to video games as a living art form. It's easy to get cynical about games releasing in an unfinished state, but our modern experience with games also allows devs to take feedback and get some more time to realize a game's potential, and I believe Blasphemous is a shining example of that. And as we reach the finale of the added story content with the Stir of Dawn, I think it's worth considering it within the greater context of the game. We have seen over the course of the game this recurring theme about Custodia being frozen in an eternal sunset, and I have drawn a direct parallel between this and the waning state of Custodia and its religion. Add into that the motifs of frozen iron versus flowing gold. It is no coincidence to me that we fight Laudes, a being whose devotion to the Twisted One was so intense that her passion poured out of her as liquid gold, on top of the iron statue of Escribar, depicting his martyrdom after turning his throne away from his congregation of Custodia because he believed their devotion was not enough. It directly contrasts the flowing gold and dawn of Laudes' devotion against the frozen iron and endless dusk of Escribar's rule of the Mother of Mothers. Creative director Enrique Cabeza told me in my interview with him that the Stir of Dawn story was a chance to further flesh out Custodia through this other tale. And what I see here, and what I believe was intentional setup for the Wounds of Eventide, is a story of a dawning spiritual awakening at the beginning of this era of the miracle with the Twisted One. It is not only a story of Laudes' personally extraordinary passion of flowing gold, but of the dawn of this era in Custodia, as belief and devotion flourished before orthodoxy and radicalism corrupted everything. With Laudes defeated, sent to the other side of the dream, Penitente is left atop Escribar's big iron head, the cloud occluded sunlight in the background. This skyscape is abruptly disrupted as Penitente crosses screens, returning to the usual endless dusk of Custodia, a move that I think is cool and plays into the mystical nature of the space where we just fought Laudes. Penitente drops down from the summit of the statue and onto Escribar's face. With a pretty obvious glint to the player, Penitente hammers his way into Escribar's big iron head through his eye. Upon breaking through, we get confirmation that Escobar is head empty, no thoughts, sparing a few golden cobwebs and a broken sword heart altar with an item on the ground. This item is the brilliant heart of Dawn sword heart. This gold and blue heart, the colors of Laude's verses spun in gold of her saeta, as well as the colors of the Virgin Mary, gives Penitente a significant burst of speed after dodging, as well as taking double damage. Back in the Hall of Dawning is Hibrael, who's in what looks like an incredibly uncomfortable praying position. He is praying that Laudes has been freed, that her punishment has ended, and that she can cross to the other side of the dream. Hibrael also prays that he not be left here alone after all of this time, and that he can join Laudes on the other side of the dream. He then fades out, and I think what we see here is him bodily ascending to the other side of the dream. After fading, he says that great happiness awaits him, which I take to mean as him realizing that he is in fact going to be with Laudes on the other side of the dream as he wished, and is filled with happiness as a result. Or to put it another way, I am assuming that Hibrael was assumed. Similar to Hibrael, it is time to fade out of the Stir of Dawn and get to the canon ending of Blasphemous. After defeating Chrysanta atop the Mother of Mothers, she asks us to meet her in the chapel where the first kneeling occurred, where Penitente first got mea culpa, and where Chrysanta slayed him prior to the start of the game. Here we find Esdras and Chrysanta. Chrysanta appears wounded, which makes sense because we stabbed her a whole lot when we last fought, ultimately severing the chains of the high wheels from around her heart. She says not to worry, that the crimson cords of the Anointed Legion, blessed by Escobar, protect her from being wounded. She tells Penitente that he and his sword and holy communion are the only thing that can end the eternal twilight that Custodia has been cursed with. The mea culpa with its true core, the apodictic heart, can challenge the intentions of the powers that created it. And who created the mea culpa? Whose intentions might be challenged by the completed guilty blade? For those who might still be unclear about the nature of the high wills and the miracle, she lays it out. The high wills pull the strings, they are distinct from the miracle and direct the acts of the miracle. However, there is part of this dialogue I want to clarify. Chrysanta describes the high wills as being greater than the church and the miracle, which could be misinterpreted as the high wills being more divine than the miracle, or being above the miracle in power. Lead designer Michael Ortega clarified this point in the official Blasphemous Discord, saying that the high wills are not above the miracle, and that it doesn't work like that. This distinction about the high wills and the miracle will be borne out later on, and we will discuss it in full detail then. But I wanted to make the clarification now that the high wills command the miracle, but they are not more ascendant or more powerful. Chrysanta then goes on to explain that the high wills can be found on the other side of the dream, on the path of eternal processions. However, there is a catch. In order to reach this place, a soul needs to obtain supreme absolution by experiencing supreme suffering. So this means a few things. First, Penitente must know the true weight of guilt by bearing the guilt of the entire peoples of the land of Custodia through the Custodia of Sin. As with ending A, this allows Penitente to reach the summit of the Mountain of Ash, where the Turned Throne sits. The other thing Penitente needs is the fourth of the Holy Wounds, which was given to Chrysanta by the fourth visage, the Holy Wound of Abnegation. This was given to Chrysanta by the fourth visage in order to open her silvered eyes to the true nature of the high wills, but were closed quickly by the chains. The completed mea culpa broke these chains, however, allowing Chrysanta to see, and allowing her to bestow it upon Penitente, who bears the guilt of Custodia and wields the guilty blade that can challenge those who created it. Abnegation is the act or renouncing or rejecting of something. Especially within the context of Catholicism, it usually means some form of self-denial. Lent, a time of year in which Catholics forgo something good to focus more on God, is an act of abnegation. However, I'd like to suggest that the Game Kitchen is playing with the meaning a bit here. The item lore says, Holy Creed, Forbidden Verse, is only the fourth wound that, unlike its sisters, makes the soul suffer in a way that goes beyond repentance as an act, and beyond guilt as a perpetual state. It is only the fourth that represents the deepest and most forbidden pain, the greatest and truest wound of the lost soul, the wounds of Eventide. You know it's important when they put the title of the DLC in the item description. This description of the Holy Wound of Abnegation is put in direct connection with Chrysanta's eyes being opened to the truth of the High Wills, a truth that they tried to hide by shutting her eyes and casting out the fourth visage, who saw the High Wills and recognized this truth. I've danced around this long enough, and soon it will be discussed in more detail, but the basics of this truth is that the High Wills are not God. So I think on one level, abnegation is being played with here in that, while it typically means self-denial in a religious context, here it means a rejection of the High Wills as divine, which is the basis of their authority. However, the description also has this really beautiful line about going beyond repentance as an act and beyond guilt as a perpetual state. This extreme orthodoxy of the church, arguably the basis of faith in Custodia, is about the process of guilt and repentance. This wound is about recognizing that you don't have to be part of this cycle, that devotion and faith doesn't have to be about guilt, that spirituality isn't about following these rules. To put it simply, I think the Holy Wound of Abnegation is about Chrysanta losing her belief in the church and the High Wills. This is the pain of losing her faith, the sun setting on this era of her life, the wound of eventide. While Laude's story is about a woman's spiritual awakening, Chrysanta's story on the other end is about a woman breaking from a belief and system that has become toxic and corrupt. And in both cases, these personal stories can be applied to Custodia, with Chrysanta's mission to Penitente being to bring down the system, to not allow the High Wills to keep perpetuating this grand cycle of guilt and repentance, to truly bring this era to a close by cutting down the Trinity. I love how they developed Chrysanta in this DLC. Whereas Penitente is kind of less a person and more an avatar of penance and guilt, Chrysanta is a character who goes on an arc over the course of the game, from her blind faith and devotion to a bad system, to being an integral part of bringing it down. And as we will soon see, I think this ending was a needed aspect of the story to reconcile themes of faith with the Spanish Inquisition allegory that is the era of the Grievous Miracle. So we kill the last son of the miracle once again, speak to our boy Deo Gracias, and make our way to the summit of the Mountain of Ash where the Turned Throne sits. This time, instead of sitting down in the chair and sheathing mea culpa into Penitente's gut, his supreme absolution summons a lift to take him across to the other side of the dream, to the land of the ancient processions. I kinda love the dorky representation of this metaphysical journey to heaven as a fancy elevator that brings Penitente up through the roof of the Grand Cathedral. It is a similar level of surrealism as the elevator from the Graveyard of the Peaks down to Albero, and I get a kick out of it every time. Penitente is now in the land of the eternal processions, standing on top of the processional floats, which will act as platforms for the final boss fight of the game. It is Escobar, of course, this time in the form we saw him when he ascended after defeating him as the last son of the miracle. Escobar tells Penitente that he has become a sentinel to the sacred home of the miracle. I see this as a continuation of Escobar's penance, seeing as he's not really a part of the procession but a guard dog of the High Wills. The item description of the Holy Wound of Abnegation reinforces this, saying that it allows you to walk the path beyond the Turned Throne, the final phase of the pilgrimage to a land of palliums and velvet that were forever denied to the Pontiff Escobar. It sounds to me like he's cursed to always be outside of the procession for his weakness in faith that led to his martyrdom. Escobar asks Penitente what he hopes to find here that is not the blinding gray light that tempers their wounds and the endless horizon. I think that as much as he speaks about being a sentinel of the miracle, he has not seen the miracle or the High Wills in this place. And I wouldn't be surprised if most of those who walk in the endless procession also do not see the High Wills in this place, considering how averse they are to being seen. I think what most people are focused on is the blinding gray light mentioned by Escobar, which I want you to keep in mind for now. After a few more sentences amounting to "I'm gonna kill you," the boss fight begins with Escobar, Sentinel of the Eternal Procession, which I don't really love as a fight. You keep your flasks as they were, but you have no access to your prayers or beads, leaving you with good old mea culpa. The challenge and frustration of this fight lies in the platforming. This arena auto-scrolls from right to left as you fight Escobar, so you have to manage your footing on the platforms and Escobar's attacks simultaneously. Neither the platforming nor the attacks are particularly challenging to deal with, but taken together it can be chaotic, and it's pretty easy to find yourself in a bad place where Escobar's attacks make it very difficult to stay on the platforms. This mixture of low challenge and mild chaos makes the fight feel a bit tedious to me. The lightning attack, in which bolts of lightning come down in columns, was of particularly notable frustration to me, as hitting the bolt knocks Penitente a good distance and would often threaten to bump me off the platform I'm on or prevent my jump to another platform, and sometimes both. The fire and toxic attacks are pretty easy to manage overall, as you can break the toxic orbs and you can out-platform the fire without too much of an issue, but these attacks could pair up with a lightning attack and end an attempt if Penitente isn't in a good position. Escobar's other recurring attack, which seems to appear at certain damage thresholds, is this huge beam of purple light that will almost certainly spell death for Penitente if he isn't behind Chrysanta, who suddenly appears to cover you. The reason I think she's able to block this attack is because of her cords. She mentioned at the chapel that the cords she wears as a member of the Anointed Legion keep her from being wounded. Ironically, these cords were blessed by Escobar himself, who now finds these blessed wraps being used against him in battle. Near the end of the battle, Escobar asks what this cold in his entrails is, as he feels himself dying against the guilty blade. Right around the time this happens, he will go nuts, setting himself in the middle of the screen and just absolutely spamming purple skull projectiles in a last-ditch effort to take out Penitente before dying. I also adopt this strategy and start whacking away to win the DPS race and come out on top. As Escobar dies, he acknowledges that his final task is done and says that he's going to sink into the clouds and shimmering lights in this land, along with all of those who loved him. I'm not sure if this is wishful thinking or not, but I'm inclined to think that Escobar's death is an absolute one. Penitente doesn't have strong feelings about any of this though, and gives Escobar an absolutely gnarly execution, cutting off his tummy arm and then bisecting him. It's brutal, I love it. Although I don't love this fight, Escobar has been an awesome antagonist, and he received a fitting end. With his holiness out of the way, Chrysanta urges us forward toward the final truth and outrage.
Delante os espera la última de las verdades, el último ultraje. Avanzad ahora por los mantos bordados hacia la luz.
Penitente is finally face to face with the High Wills, the architects behind the acts of the grievous miracle. And like any good big bad, they have a little monologue here at the end, and we are going to absolutely dine on it. First, they admonish Penitente for bringing guilt to the most sacred of places and for desecrating his holiness himself. In other words, they're mad that we brought the mea culpa to this place and killed their sentinel with it. And then they hit us with their credentials, stating that they are the High Wills who command the miracle, and that there is no miracle that does not stem from their desire. And yet, that's not true, not really. They kind of seem to change the topic here, asking Penitente, "Does not the pale, still light of this vast horizon hurt your eyes?" I asked to keep this in mind with how Escobar also mentioned this blinding gray light of the procession, and this is why. It's not explicitly stated, but the implication is that Escobar and the High Wills are blinded by the light, but Penitente is not. And I think the difference here is that, perhaps counterintuitively, Penitente and Chrysanta's eyes have been opened to the truth by the holy wound of abnegation, and I think this is supported by what they say after asking this question. The High Wills call this procession a brotherhood of grieving souls, held captive by their own condemnation and benediction. This statement stands in opposition to the line from the lore of the holy wound of abnegation that states that the wound makes the soul suffer in a way that goes beyond repentance as an act and beyond guilt as a perpetual state. Everyone else here is caught in this cycle of condemnation and benediction, including Escobar and the High Wills, and this system, a system of their own making, blinds them. Also in this paragraph, the High Wills explain that the procession is more ancient than them, and that the kingdom was created by the miracle from the threads of dreams as a domain where faith would unite in one single, uninterrupted act of adoration. These are some clutch lines as they explicitly state that this kingdom made by the miracle precedes the High Wills. The miracle is more ancient than they are, and by creating this kingdom from the threads of dreams, gives evidence that not all acts of the miracle come from their will. Not technically, at least. And the reason I'm a little wishy-washy on this point is that I don't think the High Wills are lying or trying to be deceptive, rather that their true nature is part of the source of this kingdom, the collective dreams and faith of the custodians. Or to put my theory more bluntly, the High Wills are another manifestation of the miracle, made up of the collective will of the custodians, sort of a tulpa formed from their collective beliefs. Going way back to the beginning of the game, we were told that the miracle manifests the pains of the souls in the lands of Custodia. The miracle does not make on its own, it relies on the will of others. This kingdom is the collective faith of the custodians, and I think in a similar vein, the High Wills are the collective will of the custodians made flesh and sanctified. If you will indulge a little speculation, I think that as religion in Custodia developed, it became more organized and codified, and the High Wills became a manifestation of the orthodoxy of their religion, a tulpa created from the strength of their beliefs. And as belief in this orthodoxy increased and the authority of the church increased, the power of the High Wills reflected that and manifested that as true. As the High Wills stated, the custodians are held captive by their own condemnation and benediction, because that is the belief system that was formed and reinforced by the church. This is why, for example, when the church forbids rosaries that are not made by Ingracia, because only hers are truly blessed, it became true. Not because it necessarily was true, but because the church making it law made the custodians believe it to be true. And I'd like to be clear that my assertion that the High Wills are a manifestation of the collective will of Custodia, gone awry, is speculation based on what seems to make the most sense and in line with the themes of the game. There are other reads of the High Wills that paint them as more intentionally malevolent, such as the Gnostic demiurge type figure that is a false god that tries to trick and trap humans for its own gain. Those interpretations have merit, but I think that the High Wills as this embodiment of orthodoxy that is desperate to cling to power and inspire faith through fear and punishment is in line with the world and events of Custodia as this fantastical version of Inquisition-era Spain. This also loops back and roots everything in humanism that feels in line with how the miracle as this supernatural entity only responds to human desires. Blasphemous spends a lot of its time exploring the nature of man to commit shocking acts of evil and abuses of power, as well as commit acts of beauty and selflessness. Exploring this breadth of humanity is ultimately how the Game Kitchen reconciles the atrocities in art that are all part of the culture and history of Andalusia in a way that does not shy away from the ugliness or the beauty of their culture and feels very earnest to me. Finally, the High Wills, sensing their impending doom, make their final threats. They warn that the miracle will be bereft without their command, and as their final command, they order Penitente's eternal condemnation for committing this ultimate blasphemy. Penitente and Chrysanta are not swayed, however, and we get this awesome and grotesque cutscene of the High Wills getting eviscerated by the guilty and wrapped blades that ends in the High Wills blowing up in the sky. It is so sick. After this, we get another beautifully rendered cutscene where Penitente meets the Twisted One himself, who touches Penitente's helmet affectionately and then fades away. Tragically, mea culpa, its task complete, also crumbles back to the statue of the father that comprised its hilt. We then get a scene of Chrysanta carrying a deceased Penitente and Deogracia's kind of helping by holding on to one of Penitente's feet. Penitente was brought back by an act of the miracle to make his pilgrimage, and now that the high wheels are gone and the miracle is no longer being commanded, the power of this act fades, resulting in Penitente's death. The final scene shows the lid of his sepulcher closing, his task complete. And that's the final credits on Blasphemous. Holy moly. We get a little sneak peek after the credits of Blasphemous 2, but that's for another video. And that's Blasphemous. What an incredible game. And what an incredible journey this has been. It has been an absolute joy pulling the game apart, taking in the visuals, enjoying the music, and exploring the incredibly intricate Spanish history that's woven into Blasphemous and how it just saturates the storytelling and the atmosphere. I just love it. And it's been great pulling the parts of Blasphemous apart that don't work as well for me. Like, an easy one is the platforming is mediocre in Blasphemous, but it's so interesting how that intersects with this expectation of it being a Metroidvania, even if it isn't at its core, how that sense of platforming combined with not having the sort of trope platforming Metroidvania abilities is a turnoff for some people, and I understand that, but it's also interesting to see how underneath that, Blasphemous is still such a good game for player freedom and player choice with the non-linearity and the exploration. It still works so well even without those tropes. And it's not a discussion for here, but the Blasphemous sequel, Blasphemous 2, came out while I was making this video, and seeing what Blasphemous 2 does differently from Blasphemous 1, I think really shows the strengths of different approaches, and how I think it shows that Blasphemous 1 stands up really well for what it does in a way that's a bit different from what you may expect coming in if you believe it to be a Metroidvania or a Souls-like, and how it's sort of its own thing, but that it is consistent, and then I think it really works for what the Game Kitchen set out to do. And it was such a joy also exploring the development history of Blasphemous with all of you, and just telling the story about the Game Kitchen's struggles, like many in the games industry, to make their mark and to sort of throw a Hail Mary that is Blasphemous and have it land and just see the studio flourish. I want to throw out a thanks to them, not only just for being wonderful people, but because it's so nice as someone interested in games and how they're made, to have a studio like the Game Kitchen document it with landing Blasphemous, and to make art books, and to see them continuing that with Blasphemous 2, how they have dev diaries, and how they have an art book for Blasphemous 2 as well that really lets you get into the process. It's just great for fans of games, especially a game that you love like I have so much affection for Blasphemous. I hope you enjoyed this video. I really enjoyed making it. And if you enjoyed the video, please give it a like. And I've had it pop up periodically, but please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment. Let me know what you enjoyed, and let me know your favorite parts about Blasphemous. Let me know your opinions about Blasphemous as well. I would love to hear them, and I'm hoping everyone enjoyed getting my thoughts on every detail of Blasphemous over the last few hours. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, thanks for watching.